Hello friends, today we are going to start the Indian Contract Act 1872. In this video series, we will be discussing the topics related to Indian Contract Act 1872, and this video series is useful for the students pursuing the course of CA, CS or CMA, and even useful for the LLB students. So it's a request, please do not skip any video. So now we are going to start our discussion on the very first topic, that is the offer. So an offer is also known as proposal. So how the offer is defined as per section 2 of the Indian Contract Act 1872? Let's discuss it. According to the Indian Contract Act 1872, section 2 clause A defines the proposal means offer as when one person signifies to another. So when one person signifies to another, what is the meaning of signify? It means to speak, means when one person speaks to another person. So when one person signifies to another his willingness to do. What did I say? His willingness to do means the person wants to do something. Like for example, I want to be a billionaire. So here I am telling you my willingness, or to abstain from doing anything, or you can say something. To abstain from doing something. It means to stop. Abstain means to stop from doing something. So let us take an example for this. I want that Virat Kohli shall not play the World Cup. Or another one. I want that Joe Biden shall not be elected as the president again. So what I am saying, I want to stop something. In the previous line we discussed willingness, which means I want to do something which is in positive sense, and here his willingness to do or to abstain from doing something means I do not want this to happen, which is in a negative sense. So when one person signifies to another, signify means to speak, his willingness to do or to abstain from doing something. Now the most important point, so listen carefully. With a view to obtaining the assent of that other. So till now we have discussed these first three lines. So suppose, let's take a small example. A told B, I want to marry. So now on the basis of what we have studied till now, one person is A and another person is B. Means one person Mr. A and another person is Mr. B. When one person signifies to another his willingness to do what? I want to marry. So now we will continue this example, but before that let's just read the next line. With a view to obtaining the assent of that other. So with a view means with a purpose, and to obtaining the assent of that other. Assent means assent. Assent means approval. One person told the another person his willingness to do or to stop from doing something with the purpose to get the approval of that other. Means the intention of the person is to take the approval of that other person. So what is the meaning of this line? That the person is to take the approval of that other person. See, let us take an example. I am continuing the same example. There's nothing new. So A told B, I want to marry. So when A said this statement to B, A told about his willingness. But A did not said this statement with the intention that B should say yes. What if A would have said, will you marry me? Will you marry me? A would have said to B, will you marry me? So now there are two statements. In the first case, A said, I want to marry. So in the first case, he had only told about his willingness to marry. But in the next case, in the second case, A said to B, will you marry me? So in this case, A told about his willingness to B with a purpose that B should say yes. So the second statement amounts to offer. Why? Because in this statement there is willingness plus with the purpose of taking the approval of the other party. But in the first statement there was only willingness. There was no purpose of taking the approval. So hopefully now you have understand what is the meaning of offer. So now when can we say that the statement is an offer? When can we say that this statement is an offer? What is the answer? When your purpose is to take the approval. Approval means assent. Approval of another person. So when your purpose is to take the approval of another person, then such a statement is an offer. But if your purpose is not to take the approval of another person, then it is not an offer. Then it is the willingness of the person. So now again to the definition. The last line, to such an act or abstinence, he is said to make a proposal. Act means act is in positive sense. It is in positive sense, means to do something, and abstinence is in negative sense, means to stop from doing something. So when we are talking about willingness to do, it is an act. But if you are abstaining someone from doing something, then it is abstinence. So let's take an example. Suppose B is going to Goa. A said to B, I want that you should not leave for Goa. This is willingness to abstain B from going to Goa. So this is not an offer. Okay. But what if A said to B, can you avoid Goa tour? So here it is an offer. Why? Because here A is abstaining B from going to Goa with a view to getting his assent. So this is abstinence, not an act. So either it is act or abstinence, means either it is in positive sense or in negative sense, it is an offer, or you can say proposal. So hopefully the definition of offer is clear to you now. Now let's just read once the analysis of this definition. For a valid offer, the party must express the willingness to do or not to do something. So willingness to do is an act and not to do something is abstinence. However, a mere expression of willingness does not constitute an offer. So along with the willingness, you shall have the purpose of taking the approval of the another party. This is the same example which we have discussed. Now let's take another example where A tells B not to sell your house to C as I want to buy it. A tells B not to sell your house to C as I want to buy it. So here A is abstaining B from selling his house to C because A wants to buy the house of B. Now in this case, Mr. A is abstaining Mr. B from selling the house to C with a view to get the acceptance of B so that Mr. B may sell his house to A. So Mr. A wants that Mr. B shall accept his offer. Why? Because so that Mr. B may sell his house to A. So this statement is an offer. That not to sell your house to C as I want to buy it. So this statement is an offer to B by A. Thus the offer may be by doing an act B or by abstaining from doing an act. Doing an act may be by words or by conduct. So we will discuss these two in detail in the next video. For now, for example, A proposes by letter to sell a house to B for 50 lakh rupees. So A is offering B to sell house for 50 lakh rupees through a letter. So here A is making an offer to B in writing, means by words. B, the bus standing at the bus stand with the gates open is an offer by conduct that anyone who wants to travel can sit and enjoy the journey. So it is an offer by conduct. How? Because when the bus is standing at a bus stand, so it is a symbolic gesture by the bus to the bus standers that you can board the bus and can enjoy the journey. So if a bus is standing at a bus stand, so this is an offer by bus to the bus standers. So we have discussed the meaning of offer and how an offer is made. So for noting down, you can note down this definition from here. Hello friends, welcome back. In the first video, we discussed the meaning of offer under section 2. Now we are going to discuss the types of offer, or you can say classification of offer. So our first type of offer is general offer. So what is general offer? An offer which is given to public at large. So public at large in the sense that I had given an offer and anyone can accept it. For example, suppose my car is available at sale for 50,000 rupees. What did I say? My car is available at sale for 50,000 rupees. So this is a general offer. Why? Because whoever wants to accept my offer can contact me, give me 50,000 rupees and can take the car. So basically a general offer can be accepted by anyone. Offerer will give the offer and offeree can be anyone who will accept the offer. Now thereafter specific offer. So in general offer we have discussed any person can accept it, but in this specific offer there is no such thing. In the case of specific offer, only a target population can accept such type of offer. For example, suppose I want to sell my car for 50,000 rupees to a school teacher. So I am specific here that I want to sell my car for 50,000 rupees to a school teacher. So here there's a specific target audience to whom I want to sell my car. Which target audience? School teacher. So this is a specific offer. So if a specific offer has been given, only a specific population can accept it. Means the specific target population to whom the offer wants to offer. So now let's just read once. It is an offer made to the public in general. So what is a general offer? It is an offer made to the public in general, or you can say public at large, and anyone can accept it. The Indian Contract Act points out that the performance of the conditions of a proposal is an acceptance of the proposal. So what is the meaning of this line? So listen carefully. Suppose I offered my car for 50,000 rupees. Anyone interested can come with the money. So here any person can accept my offer if he comes to me with the money. So if the person comes with the money, this implies that he has accepted my offer. So what was the condition for the acceptance of my proposal, or you can say offer? That the person shall comes to me with the money. So if the person had come to me with the money, so this implies that he had accepted my offer. So remember that anyone can perform the conditions of the proposal, and so anyone can accept it. So whosoever performs the conditions of the offer, then it implies that such a person had accepted the offer. The next specific offer we have already discussed it. The specific offer is made to a specific person and can be accepted by an identified person only. So till now we have discussed two types of offer, general offer and specific offer. Now our third is cross offer. This one is important, so listen carefully. When the offer is made by two parties to each other in ignorance of each other's offer. So this is a little bit technical. So firstly, let us take an example and then we will understand this text also. Suppose you have sent a message to me that you want to purchase my car for 1 lakh rupees. So you are giving me the offer. And at the same time, I sent you a message that I want to sell my car for 1 lakh rupees. So when you have sent the message, at that time I did not know about your offer of purchasing my car for 1 lakh rupees. And at the same situation, when you have messaged me, that when you have sent the message, you did not know about my message of selling my car for 1 lakh rupees. Means we both made offers to each other in ignorance. Ignorance means I did not know about your offer, so I had given you an offer. In the same way, you did not know about my offer, so you also had given an offer to me. So we both made offers to each other in ignorance of each other's offers. So such type of offers are known as cross offers. Also there's one more thing. Cross offer does not means that you treat one's offer as an offer and others offer as an acceptance. Like I sent a message to you that I want to sell my car, and you also sent a message to me that you want to purchase my car. So this is an offer from both the sides. It is not like that my offer is an offer and your offer will be treated as an acceptance, or vice versa. The position of both the statements is that of an offer. So now let's just read once. When two parties exchange identical offers but in ignorance of each other's offer, such offers are called cross offers. So we have already discussed this example. You can read at your level. Now next one, counter offer. So what exactly a counter offer is? Suppose I gave you an offer that I want to sell my car to you for 50,000 rupees. Will you purchase it? What offer did I give? That I want to sell my car to you for 50,000 rupees. Will you purchase it? Now, what did you do? You immediately override my offer by putting a new offer on me. Will you sell your car to me for 40,000 rupees? So, are you getting my point? What did I offer? Will you purchase my car for 50,000 rupees? You override it instead of accepting it, and you said, so you have given me a counter offer that will you sell your car for 40,000 rupees. So your offer is a counter offer. So let's just read from here. When the person to whom the offer is made makes the qualified, or you can say conditional acceptance. See, I have made you an offer that I want to sell my car for 50,000 rupees. But instead of accepting my offer for 50,000 rupees, you made your offer that will you sell your car for 40,000 rupees. This means that you are ready to purchase my car, but not in 50,000 rupees. You are ready to purchase my car for 40,000 rupees. So you have made a qualified acceptance, or you can say a conditional acceptance, that you are ready to accept my offer but on the condition that you will pay only 40,000 rupees for my car. So when the person to whom the offer is made makes the qualified, or you can say conditional acceptance of the offer, he is said to have made a counter offer. So you are ready to purchase my car but on the condition that you will purchase it for 40,000 rupees. So you have made a counter offer, means a qualified acceptance. The counter offer so made in rejection of the original offer. When you have made a counter offer, this implies that you have rejected my original offer of 50,000 rupees. So here example is also given. You can read it at your own level. Now our last one is standing, open and continuing offer. All these are same things. So what it is exactly? An offer which is open over a period of time. For example, suppose I put out an advertisement in a newspaper. I want to sell my car for 50,000 rupees. If anyone interested, contact me in 15 days. So I made this offer a time bound offer. This offer is open for a limited time period. Means after 15 days no one can accept my offer, as the offer was open for only 15 days. Means the offer is standing for only 15 days, or you can say the offer is continuous for 15 days only. So where a time period has been notified while making an offer, then such an offer is known as standing, open or continuing offer. So an offer that is allowed to remain open for acceptance over a period of time is known as a standing offer, open offer or continuing offer. For example, tender for supply of goods is a kind of standing offer. So all these are types of offer, and for noting down you can note down from here: types of offer, general offer, specific offer, cross offer, counter offer and open offer. General offer made to public at large and anyone can accept it. Specific offer made to a specific person, only such person can accept it. Cross offer, parties made offer to each other simultaneously, means at the same time, plus parties did not know of each other's offer. Counter offer, when another party makes a conditional acceptance to original offer, means the party is ready to accept the offer but on a condition. Open offer, offer open to be accepted for a fixed period of time. So I hope that you have understood all these types of offer. Now in the next video we will discuss the rules as to offer. Hello friends, till now we have discussed meaning of offer and types of offer. Now we are going to discuss our next topic, which is important from the point of view of case studies. Firstly, we will discuss the main point. So rules as to offer. So rules as to offer means these rules. if these rules are followed while making the offer, then we can say that such an offer is a valid offer. So firstly, our second point, the offer must be certain, definite and not vague. So now, sir, what is the meaning of this offer must be certain, definite and not vague? So let's take an example. Suppose I am an oil dealer and I deal in various types of oils. Okay. So I came to you and offered you that I want to sell 50 liters of oil at the rate of 100 rupees per liter. What did I offer? To sell 50 liters of oil at the rate of 100 rupees per liter. Now I deal in multiple oils, means many different types of oils, and I offered to sell you 50 liters of oil at the rate of 100 rupees per liter. So it's an uncertain offer. Why so, sir? Because here I told you that I want to sell oil to you, but I did not specify as to which oil I want to sell you. Because since I deal in multiple types of oils, so at the time of giving you the offer, I should specify the type of oil which I want to sell to you. Only then it will be a valid offer. Because after specifying the type of oil, there will be a certainty in this offer. We will be seeing a definite part in this offer, which is as to the type of oil offered by me. But if I would have dealt in a single type of oil, means I do not deal in multiple types of oils, and at that time I would have offered you to sell 50 liters of oil at the rate of 100 rupees per liter, means the statement is same as per the previous example. Then it will be very much valid. Why? Because here I deal in single type of oil, so it would be obvious that I am offering to sell you that single type of oil only. So an offer shall be definite, it shall be certain and it shall not be vague. Means when it is become difficult to identify what has been offered, so it means vague. So this point, it completely depends upon case to case. Like the previous example, I deal in multiple types of oil and I offered you that I will sell you 50 liters of oil at the rate of 100 rupees per liter. So at that time the statement has become vague, means the offer has become vague. Why? Because it is difficult to identify that which type of oil I am selling to you. But as per the second case, if I am dealing in a single type of oil and the statement is same, so at that time the offer is certain and definite. Why? Because I deal in single type of oil, so it is obvious that I will sell you that single type of oil only. So let's just read once from here. If the terms of an offer are vague or indefinite and the person to whom it is made does not know what he has to accept, means it has become difficult to identify what has been offered, and then this cannot be termed as an offer. Why? Because an offer shall be certain and definite, it shall not be vague. But if an offer is vague, means the terms of offer are vague or indefinite and the person to whom it is made, he does not know what he has to accept, means he is not able to identify that what has been offered to him, so such an offer is not a valid offer. Now we came to our next point. Only important points we are discussing first. So our D point, the offer must be distinguished from an invitation to offer. So now what is this invitation to offer and what is offer? Very important from the point of view of exam, so listen carefully. So firstly, what is an offer? An offer is something that as soon as you will accept it, both the parties will get bound by it and will come into an agreement. This is an offer. But an invitation to offer is something entirely different. Invitation to offer, concentrate on these words. Invitation to offer means that I want you to give me an offer and I will accept it. See, in offer I gave a statement, as soon as you accept it, both will get bound by it. But in invitation to offer, I am not giving you an offer. I am just inviting you to give me the offer so that I have the option whether to accept it or not. So now you will be beginning to understand a little bit about this concept, that invitation to offer. But let us take first two examples and then this concept will be clear to you. So let us take an example. So suppose, as you know, that colleges release their prospectus for filling out forms. So if a college has given you a prospectus for filling out the forms, whether it is an offer or invitation to offer, this is the question. So till now what we have learned, let's apply all that to this statement. Now suppose SRCC, Shriram College of Commerce, releases their prospectus. Now I took the prospectus, fill out the form attached with it and then submit it at the admission counter, and I said give me the admission. But the college refused to give me the admission by saying that I did not score that much to get the admission in SRCC. So I was stunned that what you are saying. So I countered them by saying that I only know that you release a prospectus, you gave me an offer and I accepted it. So as soon as I am accepting the offer, we are bound by it. So now you have to give me the admission and I shall also took the admission because I am also bound by it. But the college said releasing the prospectus was not an offer. It is an invitation to offer. How, sir? How it is an invitation to offer? See, you purchase our prospectus. You filled out the form attached in the prospectus. After filling out the form, when you reach the admission counter, you gave an offer to the college that I want to take admission in this college. Now it is up to the college whether college will accept your offer or college will reject your offer. So the prospectus which was issued, that cannot be considered as an offer, that was the invitation to offer. If you want to get admission, college is saying if you want to get admission, then purchase the prospectus, fill out the form, submit it at the admission counter, that is give us the offer. So when I submit the form at the admission counter after filling it, then at that time I as a student gave an offer to the college for giving me the admission. So you should understand that an offer is something that as soon as someone accepts it, both the parties are bound by it and entered into an agreement. But if a party accepts an invitation to offer, accepts your invitation to offer, then such an acceptance is not an acceptance to the offer. Then that party will come and give you an offer if that party has accepted your invitation to offer. So this is the difference between an offer and an invitation to offer. Now let us take another example. A bus is plying on a road, means a bus is moving on a road. It is an invitation to offer if a bus is plying on a road. How, sir? If you want to travel in the bus, then signal it to stop. Now when we will signal the bus to stop, so here the bus will stop or not. So if the bus stops, then the bus has accepted your offer, means when you have signaled the bus to stop, so you are giving the offer to bus to stop. So if the bus stops, then the bus has accepted your offer. But if the bus does not stop, then it implies that the bus has not accepted your offer. So if a bus is plying on a road, it is an invitation to offer, not an offer. But if you are signaling a plying bus to stop, then here you have accepted the invitation of bus, means the bus is inviting you to give it the offer. So if you have accepted the invitation, so how you have accepted the invitation? By signaling the bus to stop. So here either the bus will stop or not. So hopefully you are getting my point. Let us take the third example. If that same bus is standing at the bus stop and the gates of the bus are open, then it is giving you the offer, because as soon as you board the bus conductor cannot refuse you to step down from the bus. So if a bus is plying on a road, it is an invitation to offer. But if a bus is standing at a bus stop with the gates open, then it is an offer. And as soon as you board the bus standing at the bus stop with the gates open, then both the parties are bound by such an offer, because bus is giving you the offer, and by boarding the bus you are accepting the offer of bus. Same way, another example, goods are put in display. That's an invitation to offer. Why so, sir? See, if the goods are put in display, then pick it up, take it to cash counter and tell them you want to buy it. Now it is up to the shopkeeper whether to sell it or not. Sir, it is up to the shopkeeper. So why he has opened the shop for selling the items if it is up to the shopkeeper whether to sell the items or not? See, there are some items which are only for display purpose. Okay, they are not for selling. So it is as simple as that. In invitation to offer, the other party cannot directly accept the offer. Means the power to accept the offer lies in the hands of the person who is giving the invitation to offer. So let's just read once from here. In order to ascertain whether a particular statement amounts to an offer or an invitation to offer, the test would be the intention. Please double underline this. The intention which such statement is made. Second, the person who makes the statement intends to be bound by it as soon as it is accepted by the other person, then it is an offer. So if a person makes a statement and by accepting such a statement the other party is bound by such a statement, means both the parties are bound by such a statement, then it is an offer. Where the person intends some further acts to be done before he becomes bound by it, then it is an invitation to offer. Means that you want the other person to give you the offer and it is up to you whether to accept his offer or not. So you are inviting the other person to give you the offer. So till now we have discussed an offer must be certain, definite and not vague, and second one is the offer must be distinguished from an invitation to offer. Now our next 2 points, E and F. So firstly, E part, the offer should not contain a term the non-compliances of which will amount to acceptance. See, an offer shall not have any term that its non-compliance automatically leads to its acceptance. For example, I said to my friend, I want to sell my house to you for 1 crore rupees, and if you did not reply to me within 1 hour, then I will consider the offer as accepted. So what joke is this going on? So these types of offers are not valid. Why? Because in this offer I put a condition such a way that its non-compliance automatically leads to its acceptance. So if an offer which contains a condition of whose non-fulfillment will automatically lead to its acceptance, then such an offer is not a valid offer. So see, an offer is something which provides freedom to another party whether to accept it or to reject it completely. You cannot include any term or condition the non-fulfillment, the non-compliance of which will tend to amount to its acceptance. So hopefully you are getting my point. So let's just read once from here. If the offer contains a condition that if an acceptance is not communicated by a certain time, the offer shall be deemed to be accepting. Non-communication of acceptance by a particular time cannot be taken as acceptance. So if an offer contains a condition or a term and the non-fulfillment of that condition or of that term automatically amount to its acceptance, so such a condition or the term is not valid. So an offer is automatically not valid. Now coming on to the next point, special terms of an offer shall be brought to the notice of the other party. Very important point. So let's take an example to understand this point. So suppose you go to buy something, any goods. You take the bill. Now there were certain terms and conditions regarding the goods you bought and they were written on the backside of the bill. Now you took the bill from the shopkeeper. Then a problem occurred with the goods. Now what did you do? You took the bill to shopkeeper. He showed us the terms and conditions and said this is not our responsibility if the goods are in problem, if the problem has occurred in your goods. You said I did not have any knowledge about those terms and conditions. Now the issue arises, the shopkeeper expressed those terms and conditions but you did not saw it. So here who is liable? See, shopkeeper wrote special terms and conditions on the back of the bill. You did not saw it. Then a problem occurred with the goods. You took the bill to shopkeeper and there the shopkeeper is showing you the terms and conditions. Now here the shopkeeper will be liable. Why? Because when he had issued the invoice, or you can say bill, whether the words "see back" were printed on the face of the invoice? No. So if the words "see back" are written on the face of the bill, then only the customer is bound by those terms and conditions which are written on the back of the bill. Otherwise the customer will not be bound by those terms and conditions if "see back" is not written on the bill. So here the law presumes that if the words "see back" are not written on the bill, then those terms and conditions were never communicated to the customer by the seller. So if the offer contains any special terms and condition, then it shall be brought to the notice of the other party. So the duty of the offerer is to take some sufficient efforts to brought special terms and conditions of offer to the notice of the other party, which is the offeree. So the same example is given in this third point. You can read it at your level. So let's just read once from here. Where special terms are included in the offer, they must be duly brought to the notice of the other party at the time when the proposal is made. So double underline this, at the time when the proposal is made means when the offer is made. If this is not done and the contract is entered into, the other party will not be bound by a specific term which has not been brought to the notice of the other party. These special terms should be so presented that a reasonable man may become aware of them before he enters into a contract. So, if an offer contains a special term, then such a special term shall be presented in such a way that a reasonable man may become automatically aware of these special terms before entering into the contract. So till now we have discussed all the important points related to rules as to offer. Now let's just discuss the left out points, which were A point and C point. So firstly, C point, the offer may be express or implied. Express offer can be of two types. We have already discussed this in our first video. Oral offer means by words of mouth. Written offer in writing. Implied offer means an offer by doing an act. Like for example, a bus standing at the bus stop. So it is an implied offer. And express offer, oral means by word of mouth, by speaking to someone, by telling someone that I am offering you this, and in writing by writing a letter or a telegram or anything or an email. Now last one, the offer must be capable of creating legal relations. So no social invitation is an offer. Suppose Mr. A invited Mr. B for his birthday party. Mr. B missed a meeting, an important meeting for Mr. A's birthday. When Mr. B reaches Mr. A's house, Mr. A said that it was a prank. Ha ha ha. Today is not my birthday. Now Mr. B got furious on Mr. A. Can Mr. B sue Mr. A? Not at all. Why? Because it is not an offer. It's just a social invitation. A social invitation is not capable of creating any legal relationship. So an offer must be capable of creating a legal relations. A social invitation, even if it is accepted, does not create a legal relation. An offer should be such, when it is accepted, should result in a contract that is binding on both parties. So here, if Mr. A had invited Mr. B, it is not binding on Mr. B to accept the Mr. A's invitation. And even if Mr. B had accepted the invitation of Mr. A, then also it is not binding on Mr. B to go to Mr. A's house. So this is the end of discussion on all topics related to offer. So you can make notes on your own through these points. Hello friends, now we are going to start our next topic, that is acceptance. So till now we have discussed the meaning of offer along with its types and rules of offer. Now we will start our discussion with acceptance. So what is acceptance? So if we look as per the point of view of definition, according to the Indian Contract Act 1872, Section 2, Clause B, the person to whom the offer is made signifies his assent. Please double underline it. Assent. The proposal means offer. The proposal is said to be accepted. So it means the person to whom the offer is made, if he signifies means to speak, gives his assent. Assent means he says yes to the offer for the offer had made to him. So the person to whom the offer is made signifies his assent, the proposal is said to be accepted. So let us take an example to understand this more clearly. So suppose I said to you, I want to sell my car to you for 1 lakh rupees. What did I said? I want to sell my car to you for 1 lakh rupees. So this is an offer. As we all have discussed, willingness to do with a view to getting the assent. I hope you all remember the definition of offer. Now you replied, I want to buy it. So what did you do here? You signified your assent, means you consented to the offer, that you are ready to accept it. Then it will become the acceptance when you will say yes, that I am accepting your offer. That when you will signify your assent. So as soon as you signified your assent, that offer is said to be accepted. And also as soon as an offer is accepted, it becomes a promise. Here also it is written, a proposal when accepted becomes a promise. So you understood offer. When another party give its assent to your offer, then it becomes the acceptance, and the moment it is accepted means the moment when the offer is accepted, it becomes a promise. So very important point. So now we are going to start our discussion with the rules of acceptance, means rules regarding acceptance. Very important point. So listen carefully each and every point. So our first one is, acceptance must be absolute and unqualified. It means the acceptance should be unconditional. It shall be absolute. Otherwise a conditional acceptance, or you can say a qualified acceptance, is a counter offer. So let us take an example to understand this. So suppose I said to you, I want to sell my car to you for 1 lakh rupees I offered you. Now you replied, I am ready to buy it for 80,000 rupees or 50,000 rupees or 20,000 rupees, whatever the amount is. So suppose you said 80,000 rupees, that I am ready to buy it but for 80,000 rupees, not for 1 lakh rupees. So here, although you have given your acceptance, but you gave a conditional acceptance, qualified acceptance, that you are ready to buy the car but in 80,000 rupees, not in 1 lakh rupees. And as we have discussed already, when these type of cases happen, then they are counter offer. So an acceptance shall be unqualified, unconditional and absolute, because if there is no such type of acceptance, means which type? Unqualified, unconditional and absolute, then it will be a counter offer if the acceptance is conditional or qualified. So let's just read once from here. An acceptance to be valid should be absolute and unqualified. One should accept what is offered to him. So you have to accept what is offered to you. Instead of accepting what is offered to you, you put a counter offer, like the example we have already discussed. So a qualified acceptance is no acceptance, rather it is a counter offer, because a qualified acceptance is a conditional acceptance, means the party is ready to accept the offer but on a condition. So now our next point is, acceptance must be to an offer. Very important point. And acceptance can only happen when there is an offer. So there is a very famous case law related to this rule, Lalman Shukla versus Gauri Dutt. So we will understand this case law with a simple example. So now there was a person, Mr. A. So suppose son of Mr. A got missing. Although as per the case law it was a nephew, but here we are taking an example. So suppose there is a person Mr. A and his son got missing. Now what Mr. A did? Mr. A ordered all his servants to find his son. Mr. A had many servants, S1, S2, S3. They were all servants of Mr. A. Servants of Mr. A. So Mr. A ordered all his servants to find his son. Now all the servants were busy in finding Mr. A's missing son. Now Mr. A was very much worried about his son, so a friend of Mr. A advises him to publish an advertisement in a newspaper. What advice did Mr. A get? Publish an advertisement in newspaper. So Mr. A's friend advises him to get publish an advertisement in newspaper that whosoever finds Mr. A's son, that person will get 10 lakh rupees. So Mr. A declared a prize money of 10 lakh rupees. And for who will trace A's son? Whosoever trace Mr. A's son. So whosoever person will trace Mr. A's son, Mr. A will reward him with 10 lakh rupees. Now Mr. A had declared prize money. Now what happens after declaring the prize money? S1, who was one of the servants of Mr. A. S1, one of the servant. He found Mr. A's son. Traced Mr. A's son. Now when S1 was on his way to Mr. A to unite him with his son, he found out about the prize money of 10 lakh rupees that was declared by Mr. A through an advertisement in a newspaper. Now what S1 did? S1 reached A's house and claimed the prize money of 10 lakh rupees. So when S1 reached Mr. A's house, he claimed the prize money of 10 lakh rupees from Mr. A. Now what happens? Mr. A refused to give any prize money to S1. Although S1 said, I found your son, so I am entitled to claim the prize money of 10 lakh rupees. But still Mr. A was stubborn and he refused to give any prize money to S1. Now both A and S1 goes to court. So now here, what judgment did the court give? Now understand carefully. What did court observe? The prize money declared by Mr. A was undoubtedly an offer. Point number 2, it was a general offer. Means anyone from the public can accept it. So this is what court observed. Also S1 found out Mr. A's son. This point is also cleared. S1 traced Mr. A's son. Undoubtedly this is also correct. But see, the point is this: when S1 found Mr. A's son, does he know about the offer of Mr. A, or whether he found out about the offer after finding Mr. A's son? So this question arises here. So the answer is he found out about the offer after finding Mr. A's son. When S1 was finding Mr. A's son, he did not knew about the offer. But when S1 finally traced Mr. A's son, then he got to know about the offer when he was on his way to Mr. A's house. So now what law said here? Law said acceptance can't be before offer. Means a person cannot give acceptance what is not offered to him, and acceptance cannot be before offer. It will always be after offer. So first of all, offer will be made, thereafter there can be acceptance. First of all, there should be offer. Only then it can be accepted. And also here, when S1 traced A's son, he was unaware about the offer, and if he was not aware about the offer, how can he accept it? So hopefully now you are getting it. So here S1 cannot claim the prize money because he cannot accept what was not offered to him, or you can also say he cannot accept what he did not know of. Acceptance can't be before offer. So let's just read once from here. An acceptance should be a response to an offer. One cannot accept what is not offered to him. Please double underline this line. One cannot accept what is not offered to him. For example, X cannot accept to buy Y's car without the offer being made by Y. So until and unless Y offered his car for sale to X, X cannot accept to buy Y's car without the offer being made by Y. Now the case law, Lalman Shukla versus Gauridhar. Master sent his servant to trace his missing nephew. So here master is Mr. A and servant is S1, and there we have taken the example of son. So here the nephew is son. The master did not hear anything about the missing nephew for some days. Ultimately, he announced a reward for anyone who may find his missing nephew. The servant, without the knowledge of this announcement, found out the boy. Subsequently, on becoming aware of the reward, he claimed the reward. The servant was not entitled to it. So, until and unless servant had the knowledge of this offer by the master, the servant cannot claim the reward money because he did not know about the offer when he was finding the missing nephew of master. So this is the same case law which we have discussed here in the form of an example. So please kindly note down this note side by side. So now in our next video we will talk about the rest of the rules of acceptance. Hello friends, in the first part we discussed the meaning of acceptance and rules of acceptance. And also we have already discussed two rules: acceptance must be absolute and unqualified, and second one, acceptance must be to an offer. Now our next rule is acceptance must be made in the mode prescribed. So if a mode has been specified for the acceptance of an offer, then the offer shall be accepted in such a mode only. So let us take an example. Suppose I said I want to sell my car for 1 lakh rupees. What did I said? I want to sell my car for 1 lakh rupees. If anyone interested, email me or WhatsApp me. So if I have specified something like email me, WhatsApp me, text me or call me, so if I have specified a method of accepting my offer, then you can accept my offer by such a specified method only. It will be a valid acceptance. But if I have specified WhatsApp me, you are calling me. If I have specified text me, then you are emailing me. So it will not be a valid acceptance. So to be a valid acceptance, it should be in a mode prescribed. Otherwise, it will not be a valid acceptance. So normally acceptance must be in the usual and reasonable manner. See, if I have offered I want to sell my car for 1 lakh rupees and I have not prescribed any mode of acceptance, so you can accept my offer through any usual or reasonable manner. Like for example, you can WhatsApp me, call me, text me, email me. So that is usual and reasonable manner. Why? Because I have not prescribed any mode of acceptance. But if the mode of acceptance is prescribed in the proposal, means offer, it shall be accepted in the manner prescribed. But if I have prescribed that you can accept my offer through email, so you can only accept my offer through email only. You cannot text me, call me, WhatsApp me. If I have prescribed that email me, then you can only email me for accepting my offer. Now thereafter, next point, acceptance must be given within the time specified. So acceptance shall be given in a specific time, but if the time is not specified, then you can accept such an offer anytime. Why? Because time is not specified, so you can accept it anytime. But if the time is specified for accepting an offer, then the acceptance shall be given within such specified time. Like for example, let's same example we are taking. I want to sell my car for 1 lakh rupees. If interested, tell me in 7 days. So such an offer will automatically lapse after 7 days. Means you cannot accept such an offer after 7 days. If you want to accept such an offer, you shall give your acceptance within 7 days. Why? Because here the time of acceptance is specified, that is 7 days. So let's just read once from here. Acceptance must be given within the time specified, but if no time is specified, the acceptance must be given within reasonable time or before the offer lapses. So if the time is specified for giving the acceptance, then you shall give your acceptance within that specified time only, because after the expiry of such specified time the offer automatically lapses. Means then you cannot give your acceptance. But if the time is not specified, then you can give your acceptance within a reasonable time. Like for example, I want to sell my car for 1 lakh rupees. Now I have not specified any time here. But if a person comes to me after 1 year to accept my offer, then in that 1 year I might have changed my mind to sold my car, that I do not want to sold my car, or my car might have been sold to someone else. So that 1 year time is not a reasonable time. Now what is reasonable time? The reasonable time depends on the facts and circumstances of each case. So reasonable time totally depends upon case to case. It is not uniform in every case. Now let's just summarize these 2 points. Acceptance must be made in the mode prescribed and acceptance must be given within the time specified. You can also note it down side by side. Acceptance, mode specified, mode not specified. So if the mode is specified, only through directions provided. So acceptance can be given in a directions which are specified, which are provided, only through directions provided or specified. If the mode is not specified, usual and general manner. And now next one, time specified, time not specified. So if the time is specified, then acceptance can be given within such specific time only, within specific time. If the time is not specified, then acceptance can be given within a reasonable time. So please kindly note down these 2 points. Now the next one is mere silence is no acceptance. Very important point. So listen carefully. We have already discussed it in the rules of offer. There we have discussed offer should not contain a term the non-compliance of which will amount to acceptance. Hopefully you all remember this point. So this point is also same as that of the rule of offer which we have studied. Let's take an example to understand this point. Suppose there's a person A. A said to B, means A offered to B, I want to buy your car. I want to buy your car. So A offered to B that I want to buy your car, and B was about to auction his car for sale. But see here, A put a condition in his offer. And what was the condition? If I hear nothing, then I will consider the car as mine. So A offered to B that I want to buy her car, and A also put a condition in his offer that if I hear nothing, I will consider the car as mine. Now what happens? B instructed his auctioneer. Auctioneer is the person who get things auctioned. So he instructed his auctioneer. And who was the auctioneer? Auctioneer was C. So he instructed him, do not sell the car to anyone, as I had already sold it to A. So B instructed his auctioneer C that do not sell the car to anyone as he had already sold this car to A. So see, B had communicated to C to not to sell the car. but by mistake B forgot to communicate his acceptance to A. B did not inform A about his acceptance, because since B had instructed his auctioneer C to not to sell the car to anyone, so here B had accepted the offer of A, but here B did not communicate about his acceptance to A. Now afterwards C also committed a mistake. By mistake C sold the car to D. Now what happens? Now A got furious on B, that how dare you to sell the car to D. Now see what happened exactly. A offered to B, I want to buy your car, and he puts a condition that if he hears nothing from B, he will consider the car as his. Now B also instructed to his auctioneer C that not to sell the car as he had already sold his car to A. But B here did not inform A about his acceptance. Did not inform A about his acceptance. But here what did C do? C by mistake sold the car to D. Now the question arises whether A can claim back his car or whether A can claim compensation from B or C. See, first of all here the offer made by A is not valid. Why so, sir? Due to this condition. Offer made by A is not valid because it includes condition the non-compliance of which is acceptance. See, if the offer is not valid, then how the acceptance can be made? Because the acceptance is secondary issue. The first issue is offer, and that should be valid. If the offer is not valid, then how the acceptance can be made? Tell me this. So if the offer is not valid, how we can accept the offer? So are you getting the point? So from another angle you can say mere silence is no acceptance. This is what you are seeing here, because due to this condition the offer of A has become invalid. What was the condition? If I hear nothing, I will consider the car as mine. So due to this condition we can make a statement: mere silence is no acceptance, because due to this condition offer of A was not valid. So how can B give his acceptance to such an offer? So hopefully you got the meaning of this point. So now to the text. The offer cannot be made as to constitute the silence as the acceptance. Now here there is a related case law, Feldhaus versus Bindley. No need to remember the name of this case law. So first person is the one who sues, second person is the one who defends his case. So see, this is the same case law which we have discussed here in the form of an example. Now let's just read once from here. A wrote to B, offered to purchase his horse at 35 pounds. In the example we have taken the example of car. Here in the case law it is horse. So A offered to B to purchase his horse at 35 pounds. He further stated, means the condition of A: if I hear nothing, I shall consider the horse as mine. No reply was ever sent by B. B forgot to give his acceptance to A, means he forgot to communicate his acceptance to A. On the other hand, B instructed his auctioneer. Who was the auctioneer in the example? C. Not to sell the horse as it was already sold to A. By mistake, the auctioneer C sold the horse of B to D against his direction. A proceeded against C claiming that horse is mine, but the action of A failed. Why it was failed? Because in this case it is not a valid offer, as we have discussed earlier that for a valid offer it should not contain a term the non-compliance of which amounts to acceptance. Here A considered the mere silence as acceptance, which was not correct. So hopefully you are clear on this point. If you have understood this example, then you can easily write about this point and about this case law also. Now in our next video we will cover the rest of the rules of acceptance F, G and H. Hi everyone, now let's discuss our next topic, communication of offer and acceptance. Till now we have discussed in detail what is an offer and what is an acceptance. Now we will discuss if the offerer has made an offer to someone, to the offeree of course. So when we will consider that offer has been communicated to the offeree, and if the offeree wants to accept such an offer, then when we will consider that the offeree has accepted such offer and he has become acceptor, and when he has communicated such acceptance. Like for example, there are persons A and B. Now they are standing in front of both of each other. Okay, Mr. A made an offer to B and Mr. B accepted it. No problem. But what if Mr. A is in state 1 and Mr. B is in state 2? So how A will make an offer to B? Through a letter. Okay, because it is Indian Contract Act 1872, and in 1872 there were no mobile phones, so no WhatsApp, no Facebook. So at that time there were letters. Through letters people used to communicate who live far aside. So if A and B both are in different state, so they both have to make the communication of offer and acceptance through letter. Suppose Mr. A has make an offer through a letter and Mr. B wants to accept it, so Mr. B also made his acceptance through a letter. So when we will consider that Mr. A has made an offer to Mr. B, and when we will consider that Mr. B has made an acceptance to Mr. A's offer, means when we will consider that the communication of offer and acceptance is completed. So now let's discuss in this video. So first point, communication of offer. Communication of offer is complete when it comes to the knowledge of the offeree. Offeree is the person to whom the offer has been made. So when the offer comes into the knowledge of the offeree, then we can say that the communication of offer is completed. If the offer has been communicated through post, then communication is complete when the letter reaches to the offeree. So if Mr. A has made an offer to Mr. B through a letter and the letter has reached Mr. B, so we can say that the communication of offer of A has been completed because the letter of offer has reached Mr. B. Who is Mr. B? Mr. B is a offeree, and if Mr. B has accepted such an offer, then he becomes the acceptor. Now let's just understand this single line with a simple example. Suppose there are two persons, Mr. A and Mr. B. Now Mr. A drafted a letter of offer and Mr. A posted such letter on 12th May. He posted such letter to Mr. B on 12th May. Now here the letter of offer reaches to Mr. B on 15th May. But Mr. B reads such letter on 20th May. So here the confusion arises that, sir, when we will consider that the communication of offer has been completed. So here what we have learned that communication of offer is completed when it comes to the knowledge of the offeree. So here who is offeree? Mr. B is a offeree. So on which date that the communication of offer comes to the knowledge of Mr. B? On 15th May, because on 15th May he received the letter but he reads it on 20th May. So here we can say that communication of offer is completed on 15th May. Simple. Because here Mr. B knows that the letter of offer has been reached to him on 15th May, but he reads it on 20th May. So it doesn't matter that on which date he has read the letter, on which date that the letter comes to the knowledge of Mr. B on 15th May. He knows that the letter has reached to me on 15th May. So communication of offer is completed on 15th May. So now let's just read it from here. The communication of an offer is complete when it comes to the knowledge of the person to whom it is made. So who is this person? he is offeree. Proposal is made by post, means through a letter. Through letter. Now the communication will be completed when the letter containing the proposal, means offer, reaches the person to whom it is made. So if you have make an offer through the letter, so when we will consider that the communication of offer is completed, when the letter containing the offer reaches the person to whom it is made, means when the letter reaches to the offeree, then we can say that communication of offer has been completed. So now you can note down these notes here, and you can also note down this example. Now let's discuss our next topic, communication of acceptance. For example, Mr. A make an offer to Mr. B. Now Mr. B wants to accept it. So now Mr. B makes a letter of acceptance and posts such letter of acceptance. So now when we will consider that the letter of acceptance, that the communication of acceptance has been completed. So here there are two cases for the completion of the communication of acceptance. Communication of acceptance as against the proposer, means offer. You can write here offer. And communication of acceptance as against the acceptor. See, Mr. B was offeree when the offer was made to him. When he has accepted such offer, the offeree becomes the acceptor. You can also write here offeree. So offeree becomes acceptor when he accepted the offer. So now when we will consider that the communication of acceptance is completed as against the offer, and when we will consider that the communication of acceptance has been completed as against the acceptor. So now let's understand this both the points with a simple example. So before we move forward, if you look clearly, if you see clearly, unlike the case of communication of offer, here there are two cases for communication of acceptance. Why this, sir? Because when we will discuss about the revocation of offer and acceptance in our next video, then in a revocation case also there are two cases, as against the proposer and as against the acceptor, and that topic of revocation of offer and acceptance is directly linked to the topic of communication of acceptance and these two cases, as against the proposer and as against the acceptor. We will discuss that in the next video, but here we will discuss only about communication of acceptance. So for example, suppose there are two persons, Mr. A and Mr. B. Now Mr. A is the offerer and Mr. B is offeree. Later on he will become the acceptor when he will accept the offer. So we can also write here /acceptor. So Mr. A posted his letter of offer. Letter of offer posted on 20th June. On 20th June. Now let's come to Mr. B. When he has received the letter of offer. So when he received the letter of offer on 22nd June. He read it on 25th June. He drafted a letter of acceptance, means he is ready to accept the offer of Mr. A. Drafted letter of acceptance. He drafted the letter on 27 June and he posted it on 28 June. Mr. B posted his letter of acceptance on 28th June. Now Mr. A received such letter of acceptance on 30th June. So received letter of acceptance. Mr. A received the letter of acceptance from Mr. B on 30th June. So we can say that communication of acceptance as against offerer, or you can say proposer, is completed on 28th June when the letter was posted. When the letter was posted. So as against the offerer, when the communication of acceptance is completed on 28th June when Mr. B posted his letter of acceptance. Now let's just read this case once from here. Communication of acceptance complete when acceptance is put into the course of transmission. So communication of acceptance as against the proposer, or you can say offer, is completed when the acceptance is put into the course of transmission. It means that when the letter is posted, when the letter is into the course of transmission, when the letter is posted, so when the acceptor posts his letter of acceptance, then communication of acceptance as against the proposer is completed. Now our second case, communication of acceptance as against the acceptor. It is completed on 30th June when the letter of acceptance was received by the offerer. So the communication of acceptance is completed as against the acceptor when the letter was received by the offerer. So here if we read it, it is completed when acceptance comes into the knowledge of proposer. So Mr. A received the letter on 30th June. So on 30th June, the letter of acceptance comes into the knowledge of Mr. A. So again, communication of acceptance as against the offer is completed when the letter was posted, when it was put into the course of transmission. When the letter was put into the course of transmission so that it is out of the control of acceptor. How? Because when Mr. B posted such letter and the letter was in transit, means it was in way to Mr. A. So here Mr. B cannot stop such letter from reaching Mr. A. So this is why we say that letter of acceptance, when it is put into the course of transmission, so it is out of control of acceptor. And communication of acceptance as against the acceptor is completed when the letter of acceptance, or you can say only acceptance, comes into the knowledge of the proposer, or you can say offerer. So communication of acceptance as against offerer when it is put into the course of transmission so that it is out of control of acceptor. So when the acceptor, the offeree, when he posts his letter of acceptance and the letter of acceptance is in transmission, so that the acceptor cannot control the transmission of his letter, means he cannot stop such letter from reaching to offerer. So at that point of time when he posts such letter, the communication of acceptance as against the offer is completed. And communication of acceptance as against acceptor when it is received by the person to whom the acceptance has been made. So to whom the acceptance has been made by the acceptor? To the offerer. So communication of acceptance as against the acceptor is completed when his letter of acceptance comes into the knowledge of the proposer, means the offerer, means when the letter is received by the offerer, so the communication of acceptance as against the acceptor is completed. Let's just read it from here. The communication of acceptance is complete on two different dates, on one date as against the proposer and on another date as against the acceptor. Means there are two cases, as against the proposer and as against the acceptor. The communication of acceptance is completed on two different dates for both acceptor and proposer. B. When a proposal is accepted by a letter sent by post, the communication of acceptance will be completed against the proposer when the letter of acceptance is posted and against the acceptor when the letter reaches the proposer. So proposal means offer when it is accepted by a letter sent by post, means when you have sent a letter of offer and the offeree has accepted such offer by posting a letter to you, then the communication of acceptance as against the proposer is completed when the letter of acceptance is posted and the communication of acceptance is completed as against the acceptor when the letter reaches the proposer, means the offerer. Here also an example is given, as against the proposer. Assuming the acceptance is put into the course of transmission. What it means? That the letter of acceptance is posted on 15th March, put into the course of transmission on 15th March. Now the communication of acceptance is complete against the proposer on 15th March. As against the acceptor, when the acceptance comes to the knowledge of the proposer. Suppose in this case the proposer receives the letter of acceptance on 17th March. The communication of acceptance is complete against the acceptor on 17th March. So communication of acceptance as against the proposer completed on 15th March when the letter was posted, and communication of acceptance as against the acceptor is completed when the letter of acceptance reaches to proposer. That is when the letter of acceptance reaches to proposer on 17th March. So I hope that you have now understand these provisions, and now let's just note down these notes and note down this example also. Hello everyone. Till now we have discussed when we will consider that the communication of offer and acceptance is completed. Now we are going to discuss revocation of offer and acceptance. In this video we will discuss when can the offerer or acceptor can revoke their offer or acceptance. Now firstly let's discuss revocation of offer. When can an offer be revoked? Offer can be revoked at any time before communication of acceptance completed against offerer. Offer can be revoked at any time before the completion of communication of acceptance as against the offer. Let's understand this with a simple example. Example: suppose there are persons Mr. X and Mr. Y. Now Mr. X posts his letter of offer. On 10 July. Mr. Y received the letter on 12 July. Mr. Y accepted the offer of X on 13 July. Means on 13 July he was ready to accept the offer of Mr. X. And Mr. Y posts his letter of acceptance. On 15th July. Now if you clearly see, 15 July is a date on which the communication of acceptance will be completed as against the offerer. Completion of communication of acceptance as against the offerer. Because on 15 July Mr. Y will post his letter of acceptance, so communication of acceptance as against the offer will be completed on 15th July. So as per this example, Mr. X can revoke his offer up to 14th July, or you can say before 15th July. Both are same, no difference. Mr. X can revoke his offer at any time before communication of acceptance is completed as against the offerer. So as per this example, Mr. X can revoke his offer before 15th July, or you can say up to 14th July, because in before 15 July will not be counted. Okay, so we will take the date which is before 15 July. And what is the date before 15 July? Of course, 14 July. So Mr. X can revoke his offer at any time before 15th July. So this will be considered as the revocation of offer at any time before the communication of acceptance completed against offerer. Now our second point, revocation of acceptance. When can the acceptor can revoke his acceptance? Acceptance can be revoked at any time before communication of acceptance completed against acceptor. So the acceptor can revoke his acceptance at any time before the communication of acceptance is completed as against the acceptor. So suppose as per the last example, this same example, Mr. Y posts his letter of acceptance on 15 July. So as per this same example, suppose Mr. X received letter of acceptance on 20th July. Mr. X received the letter of acceptance on 20th July. So on 20th July, the communication of acceptance as against the acceptor will be completed. So if we combine all these sentences of this example, so as per this example, Mr. Y can revoke his acceptance up to 19th July, or you can say before 20th July, because on 20th July communication of acceptance will be completed as against the acceptor. So before 20th July at any time Mr. Y can revoke his acceptance. So now I hope that you have all got when can the offerer and acceptor can revoke their offer and acceptance. So now you can note this down, example plus this statement. And now in our next video we will discuss when will be the communication of revocation of offer or acceptance will be completed. Hello everyone, now let's start with the next topic, communication of revocation of offer and acceptance. In this video we are going to discuss that when will be the communication of revocation of offer and communication of revocation of acceptance will be completed. So see, whether it is communication of revocation of offer or communication of revocation of acceptance, both these concepts are governed by these same two rules. What are these rules? Communication of revocation of offer and acceptance as against the person who makes it and as against the person to whom it is made. Both these concepts, communication of revocation of offer and communication of revocation of acceptance, both these concepts are based on these two rules only. Means both the concepts are governed by these two rules. Both have same rules. But now let's just understand with the simple examples for both of these cases, for communication of revocation of offer and communication of revocation of acceptance. After understanding the examples, then we will discuss about these rules. Means while understanding the example, we will also understand the meaning of these rules. So firstly, communication of revocation of offer. First case. Okay. So for example, suppose there is Mr. A. Now Mr. A has given an offer to Mr. B. Now Mr. A wants to revoke his offer. Means he wants to take back his offer. So here Mr. A posted his letter of revocation of offer. Letter of revocation of offer on 1st July. And Mr. B received such a letter of revocation of offer. Such letter of revocation of offer. Mr. B received such letter on 5th July. So now if we just look carefully at this rule, communication of revocation of offer, just concentrate on this line only. Communication of revocation of offer, when it will be completed as against the person who makes it. Who is making the letter of revocation? Mr. A. When it is put into the course of transmission, this means when the letter is posted. When the letter is posted. We have discussed this same line in the communication of acceptance also. When it is put into the course of transmission so that it is out of control of person who makes it. So on 1st July, Mr. A posted his letter of revocation of offer. So now Mr. A here posted this letter on 1st of July, and after posting it, Mr. A cannot stop such letter from reaching Mr. B. So it is out of the control of Mr. A. So after this analysis, we can conclude that communication of revocation of offer is completed. So our first is as against offerer. As against offerer, because as against the person who makes it, and in this case who is making the revocation of offer? Mr. A, who is the offerer. So as against the offerer, or you can write Mr. A. So it is completed on 1st July, the date on which the letter was posted, or you can say letter is posted on 1st July. And now our second rule, communication of revocation of offer as against the person to whom it is made. So as per this example, Mr. A made his letter of revocation of offer to Mr. B. So as against the person to whom it is made, when it comes into the knowledge of person to whom it is made. So communication of revocation of offer as against the person to whom it is made means, as per this example, communication of revocation of offer is completed as against acceptor, or you can say offeree, or also you can say Mr. B. It is completed on 5th July. Means when it comes into the knowledge of person. So here when it comes into the knowledge of person, this means that when the letter is received, when the letter is received. So Mr. B received such letter of revocation of offer on 5th of July. So on 5th of July, the communication of revocation of offer is completed as against the acceptor, or you can say offeree, or as per this example you can say Mr. B. When the letter is received. So this whole case is of communication of revocation of offer. Now let's discuss communication of revocation of acceptance. So for communication of revocation of acceptance, this same rule is applicable. And how the same rule is applicable? Now let's understand this with a simple example. So communication of revocation of acceptance. Example, suppose here a person Mr. B. Now Mr. A had given an offer to Mr. B and Mr. B had accepted it. But now Mr. B wants to revoke his acceptance. So Mr. B wants to revoke his acceptance. Means he wants his acceptance to be revoked. So here Mr. B posted his letter of revocation of acceptance and he posted it on suppose 7 July. And Mr. A received such a letter of revocation of acceptance. He received it on 10th July. So from the point of view of revocation of acceptance, if we see this rule, communication of revocation of acceptance as against the person who makes it. So here who is making the letter of revocation of acceptance? Mr. B. When it is put into the course of transmission so that it is out of control of person who makes it. So for Mr. B, communication of revocation of acceptance is completed on 7 July when he posted such letter. So if we write this here, communication of revocation of acceptance is completed, again here two cases, as against the acceptor, because here acceptance is being revocated. So as against acceptor, or you can say as per this example Mr. B for more clarity. It is completed on 7 July. And for second rule, as against the person to whom it is made, communication of revocation of acceptance as against the person to whom it is made. Mr. B posted his letter of revocation of acceptance to Mr. A. So communication of revocation of acceptance is completed as against the offerer, or as per this example you can say Mr. A. It is completed on 10 July. Why? When it comes into the knowledge of the person to whom it is made. So Mr. A received the letter of revocation of acceptance on 10 July. So the revocation of acceptance comes into the knowledge of Mr. A on 10th July. So communication of revocation of acceptance is completed as against the offer, or as per this example you can say Mr. A, it is completed on 10th July. So if we just once summarize it all. So for first summary, communication of revocation of offer as against offerer when the letter is posted, and for as against offeree, or you can say acceptor, when the letter is received by the offeree. So it is communication of revocation of offer. It is completed as against the offer when the letter is posted, and it is completed as against the offeree or acceptor when the letter is received by the offeree. And second, communication of revocation of acceptance. So when it is completed as against acceptor, same when the letter is posted, and communication revocation of acceptance as against offer when it is completed when the letter is received by the offerer. So for both the cases same rule is applicable, just the difference is that these things change. Here as against the offerer and as against the acceptor, and in the communication of revocation of acceptance this rule is reversed. First as against the acceptor, then as against the offerer. So now let's just once read this whole concept from here. The communication of a revocation is completed as against the person who makes it when it is put into a course of transmission to the person to whom it is made, so as to be out of the power of the person who makes it. Second, as against the person to whom it is made when it comes to his knowledge. So for both communication of revocation of offer and communication of revocation of acceptance, these two rule is applicable. So now I hope that you have got this provision clearly, there is no confusion. So now you can note down these notes and these examples, and this also, this is summary. Hello everyone, now let's discuss our next topic, lapse of offer. Lapse of offer means the offer is finished or taken back or revoked. As we have discussed in the previous videos, revocation of offer, revocation of acceptance. But in this video, we will going to discuss what are the different cases and circumstances in which the offer lapses. So here there are total 7 cases in which the offer lapses, and most of these cases we have discussed in our previous videos. Like first is by notice of revocation. In the previous videos we have learned about the when the offerer wants to revoke his offer, so he communicates his revocation of offer to the offeree. So by communicating his revocation of offer, the communication of revocation of offer is completed. So by notice of revocation the offer lapses. Our second case is by the lapse of the time specified for the acceptance. If the offer is not accepted in a specified time, then also the offer lapses, where we have discussed about the rules of acceptance. So if the acceptance to an offer is not given in a specified time, then the offer automatically lapses. For example, A offers his car to B for 50,000 rupees and also said to him that if you did not accept my offer after 10 days, then the offer automatically lapses. Then if B does not reply to A within 10 days, then on 11th day the offer of A for his car of 50,000 rupees will automatically lapse. But see, here's the thing, that in the second point, if the time is specified and in that specified time if the acceptance is not given to the offer, then the offer automatically lapses. But what if the time is not specified? Then the acceptance shall be given within a reasonable time. And what is reasonable time? Then the reasonable time is dependent upon the facts and circumstances of the case. Our third one is by the failure of the acceptor to fulfill the condition precedent to the acceptance. For example, A has offered his car to B for 50,000 rupees and A also said to B that if you want to accept the offer, then within 3 days you shall deposit 10,000 rupees to my bank account, then only we will further proceed our contract. But B did not reply and did not deposit 10,000 rupees within 3 days into A's bank account. Then if B is failed to fulfill the condition of A, then also the offer automatically lapses, because to accept the offer there was a condition of A that B shall deposit 10,000 rupees to his account if he wants to accept his car. But B did not fulfill the condition that is precedent to the acceptance. It means that before accepting the offer you have to fulfill a condition. But B did not fulfill the condition, so here automatically the offer of A lapses. Fourth one is by the death or insanity of the proposer. Who is proposer? Proposer is offerer. Take the same example. A offered his car for 50,000 rupees to B. Before B can accept A's offer, A dies or becomes insane. Insane means the person who has become of unsound mind, mentally unstable. So before accepting the offer of A, if A dies or becomes insane, then also the offer automatically lapses. Our fifth one is by the communication of counter offer. Counter offer we have discussed in a second video, types of offer. So counter offer, what is counter offer? Rejection of the original offer. For example, if A is offering his car to B for 50,000 rupees, B is ready to accept the car of A, but on the condition that he will pay only 25,000 rupees. So here B is making a counter offer of 25,000 rupees. So here this implies that B is rejecting the original offer of A for 50,000 rupees. So if you communicate your counter offer to someone, means to the offerer, then also the original offer of the offerer automatically lapses by the communication of the counter offer, because counter offer is the rejection of the original offer. Our sixth one is when the offer is not to be accepted in the prescribed manner. This is also we have discussed in the video of rules of acceptance. When the mode of acceptance is prescribed by the offerer, that the offer shall be accepted in such prescribed manner, and the offeree does not accept such offer in the prescribed manner, then the acceptance given shall be invalid. So automatically the offer also lapses. For example, A has offered his car to B for 50,000 rupees and A said to B that if you want to accept my offer, then you shall mail me the acceptance. But what did B do? B telephonically tells A that I have accepted your offer. So this type of acceptance is not valid if the manner to accept the offer is prescribed. So automatically offer also lapses if the offer is not accepted in the prescribed manner. But if the mode of acceptance is not prescribed, then the acceptance shall be made in the usual manner as per the prevalent business practice, whichever is prevailing. Our last and seventh point is when the law is changed. For example, A offers to B that I will make a 4-story building on your land. B also accepted such an offer. But after accepting such an offer, a law is passed by the government that there will be no construction in the state on any land of more than 3 stories. So here the offer of A automatically lapses due to the change in law. So these all are our 7 cases where the offer automatically lapses. So now let's just read all these cases from here. By notice of revocation, the offerer may revoke the offer before acceptance. He may send the notice of revocation to the other party. So the offerer can revoke his offer any time before acceptance to his offer. So he can send a notice of revocation to the other party to whom he had made such offer. By the lapse of the time specified for the acceptance, an offer gets lapsed if it is not accepted within a specified time. However, if no time is specified, then by the lapse of the reasonable time. The reasonable time depends on the facts and circumstances of the case. By the failure of the acceptor to fulfill the condition precedent to the acceptance. Precedent means prior, means before accepting such an offer you have to fulfill a condition. If the condition is not fulfilled by the acceptor, means the offeree, then the offer automatically lapses. Assuming that offerer while making an offer puts the condition that for the offer to be accepted an amount of advance should be sent. The sending of the amount of advance is a condition precedent. If the condition has not been complied with, then the offer is deemed to have lapsed. Fourth, by the death or insanity of the proposer. Death or insanity of the proposer comes to the notice of the acceptor before he accepts the offer. So what it is written, death or insanity of the proposer comes to the notice of acceptor before he accepts the offer. So before accepting the offer, if the offerer dies or becomes insane and the notice of his death or insanity comes into the knowledge of the acceptor, then the offer automatically lapses. It results in the revocation of the offer. By the communication of the counter offer. We already know counter offer is the rejection of the original offer. Communication of counter offer results in the rejection of the original offer. When the offer is to be accepted in the prescribed manner. If the acceptance is not in the prescribed manner, the offer is revoked. So if the mode of acceptance is prescribed and the acceptor did not accept the offer in such prescribed mode, then the offer gets revoked, or you can say lapsed. However, if the mode of acceptance is not prescribed, the acceptance should be in the usual and reasonable manner. If the mode of acceptance is not prescribed, then it shall be in the usual and reasonable manner. If the acceptance is not so, the offer is revoked. But then also, if the mode of acceptance is not prescribed, so acceptance shall be in the usual and reasonable manner, but the acceptor did not accept the offer in the usual and reasonable manner, then also the offer gets revoked or lapsed. When the law is changed, an offer comes to an end if the law is changed so as to make the contract contemplated by the offer illegal or incapable of performance. So if the offer has been accepted and after accepting such an offer, due to a change in law, such offer becomes illegal or incapable of performance, then also the offer gets automatically lapsed. So I hope that you have got all these points. So now let's just note down these notes. Hello everyone, now let's discuss with the next topic, consideration. Till now we have discussed everything about offer and acceptance. So offer plus acceptance, it forms an agreement between the parties. When the offer is given and when it is accepted, it forms an agreement. But when the agreement becomes enforceable by law, means you add enforceability to it. Enforceability by law. So then it becomes a full-fledged contract. And from here, means from this topic, we are going to discuss about all the enforceabilities regarding law. Means what are the enforceabilities which are required to form a valid contract as per the Indian Contract Act 1872. So our first rule of enforceability is consideration. So now let's discuss what is the meaning of consideration. So consideration simply means something in return. In legal language, it is called quid pro quo, something in return. For example, A wants to sell his car to B for 1 lakh rupees. So A will sell his car to B and B will give 1 lakh rupees to A. So here rupees 1 lakh is consideration for A and car is consideration for B, because both A and B are getting something in return. So car is a consideration for B and 1 lakh rupees is a consideration for A. And if you clearly observe, it is written something in return, not anything in return. See here, something in return means something means which is related to contract. Here, if A had offered his car to B and in return for the car, B would have given his old scooter to A. So that would not be appropriate for A. Here A has sold his car to B and B has also given a valid money to A for his car. So that is why here something in return means which is related to the contract. Now let's discuss what is the legal definition of a consideration as per section 2D of Indian Contract Act 1872. So we will discuss the definition line by line. When at the desire of the promisor, promisee or any other person has done or abstained from doing, does or abstains from doing, promises to do or abstain from doing, such an act is consideration. Such an act is consideration. So if we again here go to the example, what A wants from B? A wants 1 lakh rupees for his car. And if B had accepted the A's offer, then what B wants from A? B wants A's car. So now let's just understand the meaning of this whole definition line by line. First, when at the desire of the promisor. Let's just first discuss the meaning of this line. What is the meaning of this? When at the desire of the promisor. So now let's understand this line, when at the desire of the promisor, within example. So there was an officer of a town, a government officer. Okay. He ordered Mr. A to construct shops. He ordered construction of some shops to Mr. A. Mr. A built few shops in the market at his own expense on the order of the officer of the town. Mr. A constructed shops at his own expense. Now there was a person, Mr. B. He applied to the officer for a shop and the officer allotted one shop to Mr. B. One shop allotted to Mr. B by the officer. So out of the joy of getting a shop, Mr. B promises to Mr. A that I will pay for the shop that was allotted to me. So out of the joy of getting a shop, Mr. B promises to Mr. A that I will pay for all the expenses for the shop that I get, which you have incurred while building them. So Mr. B promises to Mr. A to pay some money for the shop which he has got allotted from the officer. But later on, Mr. B refused to pay Mr. A. Now Mr. A goes to court against B that B promises me that he will pay to me for the shop that he had got allotted, but he is now refusing to pay. So I want from the court that Mr. B shall pay what he has promised to me. So after understanding this whole situation, there's a question arises whether A is eligible to recover the amount from B as promised. So now let's just discuss what judgment did the court give. So before we directly move on to the judgment of the court, firstly let's just analyze this whole case, means analysis of the whole case. So what is the first line of the definition of consideration? When at the desire of the promisor. At the desire of the promisor. Repeat this line, when at the desire of the promisor. So firstly, there was a government officer of a town and he ordered A to construct few shops in the town. Mr. A constructed shops at his own expense. So here shops were built at the desire of the officer. shops were built at the desire of the officer. Okay, and officer allotted one shop to Mr. B on his own. Afterwards, out of the joy, Mr. B promises to pay for a shop to Mr. A, but later on Mr. B refuses to pay to Mr. A. So when A goes to court against B, court asks A, you want money from B because B promised you to pay. Okay, no problem. But what B is getting in return from you? What B is getting in return from A? Means court asks A that what B is getting from you in return. B will give you money as he has promised you to pay. But what B will get from you? So A said that he is getting a shop which I have constructed. So when A said this, court again counters the answer of A, and court counters by saying this, that shops were built at the desire of the officer of the town, not at the desire of B. Mr. A constructed shops at his own expense, but at the desire of the officer, not at the desire of B. And also Mr. B has get the shop from the officer directly. The officer of the town allotted a shop to Mr. B. Mr. A did not allotted any shop to Mr. B. Neither Mr. A built any shop on the desire of Mr. B. What is the first rule of consideration? At the desire of the promisor. Consideration shall be at the desire of the promisor. So here it was not at the desire of the promisor, because according to the promise which Mr. B had made to Mr. A, Mr. B is the promisor and Mr. A is the promisee. But here shops which were consideration for this promise were not built at the desire of the promisor, which was Mr. B. It was built at the desire of a third party, which was the officer of the town. So here after this, court gave the judgment that Mr. A is not eligible to get any money from B, because shops were built at the desire of the officer, and also Mr. B get the shop from the officer directly through allotment. So what will be the answer to this question? No, Mr. A will not be eligible, because the shop was not constructed at the desire of B, that is promisor. Mr. B was a promisor as he has promised to pay. Rather, it was constructed at the desire of another person, that is the officer of the town. So Mr. A will not be eligible to recover any amount from Mr. B as promised, because the shop was not constructed at the desire of B, who was the promisor. Rather, it was constructed at the desire of another person, third party, which was the officer. And also one more thing, it is the rule number 1 regarding the rules regarding consideration. Okay, and this example is related to a very famous case law. The name of the case law is Durga Prasad versus Baldev. Durga Prasad versus Baldev. So if we connect this case law with this example, here the officer according to the case law was the collector of the town. Collector of town. And the collector ordered Durga Prasad, here Mr. A is Durga Prasad, ordered Durga Prasad to construct few shops in the town, and the collector of the town allotted one shop to Mr. B. So who is Mr. B here? Baldev. Baldev promised Durga Prasad to pay him some money for the allotment of a shop. But later on Baldev refuses to pay money to Durga Prasad. So Durga Prasad was the one who goes to court against Baldeo. But Durga Prasad was not eligible for any money because shops were built at the desire of the collector of the town, not at the desire of Baldeo. And also Baldeo get the shop from the collector, not from Durga Prasad. So if we just read from here, legal requirements regarding consideration. So this example is related to the rule number 1. Consideration must move at the desire of the promisor. If an act done at the desire of a third party, so it is not considered as a valid consideration. So what is the first legal requirement for a consideration? That the consideration must be moved at the desire of the promisor, not at the desire of any third person. So this is a rule number 1 for the consideration. For more rules, we will cover it up. We will discuss it in our next video. So now let's just read once from here. Consideration simply means something in return. Legally means quid pro quo. For a valid contract, there must be a consideration from both sides. So consideration shall be from the both sides, not from any one side. Both the parties shall give consideration to each other. Now the definition of consideration as per the Indian Contract Act 1872, Section 2, Clause D, consideration means when at the desire of the promisor, the promisee or any other person has done or abstained from doing or does or abstains from doing or promises to do or to abstain from doing something, such act or abstinence or promise is called a consideration for the promise. So we have discussed this first line, and in our next video we will discuss all these lines. Now let's just read once also from here the first rule of the consideration. Consideration must move at the desire of the promisor, because we have discussed the whole case law, or you can say example on this rule. The consideration must move at the desire of the promisor. An act done at the desire of a third party is not a consideration. Case law name Durga Prasad versus Baldeo and others. So this is the proper case law. So when the case law name is written Durga Prasad versus Baldeo and others, so the first person whose name is written, he is plaintiff. Plaintiff is the person who sues the other person, means the accuser, you can say. And the second person whose name is written, Baldeo and others, he is the defendant, means who defends his case from the accuser. So I hope that you have all now got the meaning of consideration, that what is consideration, what is the legal definition of the consideration as per the Indian contract, and what is the meaning of the first rule of the consideration, that consideration must move at the desire of the promisor. So now let's just now note down all these notes. Hi everyone, now let's discuss the second point of the definition of consideration, promisee or any other person. In the previous video we have discussed when at the desire of the promisor, and we have also discussed this case study, that Durga Prasad versus Baldeo. So the consideration shall be at the desire of the promisor, but it shall be moved from promisee or any other person. This is the second rule of the legal rules regarding consideration. So consideration shall move from promisee or any other person. What is the meaning of this? We will also discuss this point with the help of an example and later on a case law. Promisee or any other person. Let's understand this with an example. So there are three parties in this example: an old lady, daughter of the old lady, and the sister of the old lady. Sister of old lady. So there are three parties in this example: the old lady, her daughter, and the sister of old lady. So here in this example, the old lady transfers her property to her daughter. Old lady transfer her property to her daughter, but on the condition, the old lady put the condition on the transfer of property that as against this transfer of property, she will give a fixed amount every month to her sister till she dies. So the old lady puts a condition on the transfer of her property to her daughter that her daughter will pay fixed amount every month to the sister of old lady until the sister of old lady dies. So after putting this condition, let's write just some small facts. Initially, daughter paid the amount for some time. After the transfer of property and the death of old lady, because the old lady was dying, so she wanted to transfer her property to her daughter, but on the condition that the daughter will give money to the sister of her mother, which means the old lady, as against the transfer of property, fixed amount every month until the sister of old lady dies. So initially daughter paid the amount for some time, but thereafter daughter refused to pay. In the starting, daughter was paying the fixed amount every month to the sister of old lady, but sometimes after, daughter refused to pay the money to the sister of old lady. So after refusing to pay any money to the sister of old lady, the sister of old lady takes the daughter to the court, and the court asks the daughter that why are you not paying the money. The daughter replied. So what grounds did the daughter give? If I am paying amount to lady, lady means here promisee. Now who is promisee and who is promisor? So here daughter is a promisor who promises to pay fixed amount every month, and sister of old lady is the promisee. So we are referring to sister of old lady as just a lady. Okay. So here if I am paying amount to lady, promisee, what I am getting? The daughter gave the ground that if she is paying the money every month, a fixed amount to the sister of old lady, what she is getting means what I am getting in consideration. That what consideration is the daughter getting from the old lady. So now let's just once read this line. Promisee or any other person. So this is a legal rule of the consideration. Consideration may move from the promisee or any other person. In India, the consideration may proceed from the promisee or any other person who is not a party to the contract. It doesn't matter who is giving the consideration in the contract. There shall be a consideration in the contract. This matters. So in this case, the old lady is any other person because she was the one from whom the consideration moves to the daughter. So what did the daughter get in return? The property of the old lady. It doesn't matter that what she is getting from the sister of old lady. She has got the consideration from her mother in exchange of giving a fixed amount every month to the sister of the old lady. So daughter already get the consideration from any other person, which means her mother, or as per this example you can also say old lady. So here daughter gave the ground, if I am paying amount to lady, what I am getting in consideration. So daughter is getting the property of her mother in consideration in exchange of giving a fixed amount every month to the sister of old lady. So if we recall once, in the case of promisor, in the previous video we have discussed this Durga Prasad versus Baldev, where Durga Prasad was the promisor, shall come at the desire of the promisor only. So in the case of promisor, the consideration shall come at the desire of the promisor only. But in the case of promisee, may come at the desire of promisee or any other person. This is a very interesting point. So you should watch this video with full concentration. In the case of promisor, the consideration shall come at the desire of the promisor only. But in the case of promisee, the consideration may come at the desire of the promisee or any other person. Any other person is the third person who is not a party to the contract. But if the consideration to the contract comes from a stranger, then also that consideration is valid. So what is the conclusion to this example? The daughter needs to pay the amount to sister of old lady as a consideration may move from any other person in the case of promisee. So in the case of promisee, the consideration may move from the promisee himself, herself, or any other person. So that is why here the daughter needs to pay the amount to the sister of old lady as she already got the consideration from the old lady who is any other person. So this example is also a case law and the name of the case law is Chinnaya versus Ramaiya. So if in exam any question comes from this point, so you have to mention the name of the case law, because for this point the name of this case law is important and this is a very important case law. So Chinnaya versus Ramaiya is the name of the case law which is associated with this example. So now let's just once read this point from here. Consideration may move from the promisee or any other person. In India, the consideration may proceed from the promisee or any other person who is not a party to the contract according to the definition when at the desire of the promisor, the promisee or any other person does something such as an act is a consideration. And for notes you can note down this point. Consideration may move from the promisee or any other person. Consideration can be moved from any other person who is not a party to the contract at the desire of promisor. The promisee or any other person does something such as an act is a consideration. So I hope that you have understand this point. So kindly note down this point and this example also. This example is very important and the name of this case law Chinnaya versus Ramaiya. Now our next 3 points in the definition of consideration: has done or abstained from doing, does or abstains from doing, promises to do or abstain from doing. So what is this, sir? So see, this means that the consideration, see, it can be past, it can be present, or it can be a future. Has done or abstained from doing, this is past consideration. Does or abstains from doing, this is present consideration. Promises to do or abstain from doing, this is future consideration. So first we will understand present and future consideration, then later on we will discuss in detail what is past consideration. So now let's just first understand present and future consideration, or you can also say consideration may be executed and executory. So now let's just first read it and then understand it. A consideration that consists in the performance of an act is said to be executed. When it consists of a promise, it is said to be executory. So a consideration that consists in the performance of an act. Like for example, A offers his car for 50,000 rupees to B. So B promises to pay 50,000 rupees and A promises to give car to B, means sold to B. So here car is the present consideration. Why? Because car is present at the time of making the contract, and amount promised by B is future consideration, because when the contract will be executed, B will give the amount to A. It simply means when the consideration for the contract has been already provided, then it is known as executed consideration, or you can also say present consideration. When the consideration is already provided at the time of contract, and where the consideration to the contract is promised to be provided in future. See, these words are important for future consideration. Promised to be provided in future. Then it is known as executory consideration, or you can also say future consideration. You will get more clarity by seeing this example. For example, A pays 5,000 rupees to B and B promises to deliver to him a certain quantity of wheat within a month. So A pays 5,000 rupees to B. This is a present consideration. And B promises to deliver to him a certain quantity of wheat within a month. So wheat is future consideration, because 5,000 rupees are already paid by A. So this is present consideration. And B promises to deliver the wheat within a month, means the wheat is yet to be delivered. So this is future consideration. In this case, A pays the amount, whereas B merely makes a promise. Therefore, the consideration paid by A is executed, whereas the consideration promised by B is executory. So, consideration paid by A is present consideration, and the consideration promised by B is future consideration. And one more thing, please do not get confused by this word, paid by A. So, why you are saying this? Because here, paid is a past tense word, and you will link it to the past consideration, but this is not a past consideration. Money paid by A is a present consideration. It is already paid. So see, already paid is also a past tense, but here in the sense of law we will take it as a present consideration. Past consideration is a totally different concept. So now we will discuss in detail the past consideration with the help of an example, and then later on a case law. So now past consideration, let's understand this with a simple example. There are two friends A and B. Okay, A and B both are friends. Now A murders someone and he requests B to help him. A request to B that will he help him to acquit A of all the murder charges in front of the king. So B agrees to help his friend. So B agrees to help A to acquit him of all the murder charges and the expenses regarding the paperworking, his hearings and all other legal charges. So all the expenses were incurred by B himself. After fighting the case for A, king releases A of all charges. Which means A was proven innocent. So out of the joy, A promises to B that he will pay him a huge sum of money, because B had fought A's case and B proved his friendship to A by acquitting him of all the murder charges. So out of the joy, A promises B to pay him a huge sum of money. The huge sum of money A promises to B to pay was £100. So A promised B to pay him £100 out of the joy of get release of all the charges by the king. So A promises B that he will pay him £100. But later on, A refuses to pay any money. Later on, A refused to pay. So now what B does? B goes to court, and in court asks A that why are you not paying him the money as you have promised. So A gave the ground that what I am getting in return from B, or you can also say where is my consideration. A said I am ready to pay £100 to B, but what B is giving me in return of those £100. So this was the ground put by A in the court against B. So now here what B does, B makes A remember the definition of the consideration, and that one line which was given in the definition of consideration is the person has done or abstained from doing. This is past consideration. The act is done at the desire of promisor, but before any promise is made, called past consideration. Here, what it is written, the act is done at the desire of the promisor. Who is the promisor? A. And at the desire of A. B fought the case for A. But A did not make any promise at the time when he requested B to fight his case. At that time, A doesn't make any promise to pay him the money. But afterwards, when A was released of all the charges, A promises B to pay him £100. So, B had fought case for A. This is the past consideration. Request to help him. This is the past consideration. So that is why I was saying that past consideration is a totally different concept. Here A refusing to pay £100 to B. So A gave the grounds, but I am getting in return. A had already got the consideration from B in the form of getting release from all the charges by King, because B had fought the case for A and he had incurred all the legal expenses by himself. So the fighting of case by B is the consideration which A had already got. So now here A promises to give £100 to B. So if we just summarize this case, we can say that if any act has been performed in past and later on consideration is promised against such performance done in past, then such a past performance shall be deemed to be the consideration. So in this example, the performance done by B in the form of fighting case for A is the consideration for A promising to give £100 to B. So in these type of cases, no fresh consideration is required because consideration has already been provided in the past. So if we want to write about the past consideration, so what we can write in simple words: as soon as promisor promises to pay for an act done by promisee in past for the promisor. So you have to remember that the act done by promisee shall be at the desire of the promisor and shall be done for the promisor. So done by promisee in past for promisor. The act so performed by the promisee for promisor shall become the consideration for the amount promised, and such past act will be termed as, what will it be termed as? It will be termed as past consideration. So as soon as promisor promises to pay for an act done by promisee in past for promisor, the act so performed by the promisee for promisor shall become the consideration for the amount promised, and such past act will be termed as past consideration. So now let's just once read about the consideration may be past, means past consideration. The act is done at the desire of the promisor, but before any promise is made, it is called past consideration. So the act has already happened at the desire of the promisor by the promisee, but no promise has been made when the act was done. Past consideration is no consideration and it is not accepted in England, but in India it is accepted. So the concept of past consideration is not accepted in England, but in India it is acceptable. See the definition, that the person has done or abstained from doing. So by adding this line in the definition of consideration, the Indian government has accepted the concept of past consideration. And there is a very famous case law to explain the past consideration, Lamplek versus Braithwaite. So the case law which we have discussed here about the past consideration is this same case law, Lamplek versus Braithwaite. So I hope that you all now understand the concept of present, past and future consideration. So now for noting down, you can note down these points. This is executed and executory means present and future consideration, and this is about past consideration. Hello everyone, now let's cover the rest of the points regarding the legal rules of consideration. So our 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. These 4 points are only left. So now let's discuss these all 4 points in this video. Adequacy of consideration. See, law did not specify anything about the adequacy of consideration. Law only says one thing, that there shall be a consideration in a contract. Whether the consideration is adequate or inadequate, law doesn't care about this. Like for example, A sells his car for 50,000 rupees. Means B gave A 50,000 rupees and A sells his car. Later on, A realizes that the market value of car is 3 lakh rupees. So here the question arises whether A can sue B to recover his rest 2,50,000 rupees, as A later on came to know that the market value of car is 3 lakh rupees. So here A cannot sue B for his rest 2,50,000 rupees. Why? Because here law also says whether the consideration is adequate or inadequate, it doesn't matter. Consideration shall be there. If there is no consideration, then the contract shall not be valid, but there shall be a consideration. Whether it is adequate or inadequate, law does not care about it. So here we can say that consideration must be present. It is immaterial. Immaterial means not important. Immaterial whether the consideration is adequate or inadequate. So law only wants that there shall be a consideration in a contract. Whether the consideration is adequate or inadequate, law doesn't care about the adequacy of the consideration. So adequacy of the consideration legally is not important, but the presence of consideration in a contract is important for a contract to be valid. So now let's just read once. Adequacy of consideration is not necessary. It is necessary to have consideration, but it is not necessary that consideration should be adequate. If a party gets what he has contracted for and it is of some value, then court will not inquire whether it is equivalent to the promise. So if there is a consideration and it is of some value, then court will not inquire that whether the consideration provided is equivalent to the promise or not. So court does not care about the adequacy of the consideration. It just care about that whether the consideration has been presented in the contract or not. The parties to the contract cannot avoid the contract on the ground of inadequacy of consideration, and neither of the parties of the contract can avoid the contract just on the basis that the consideration is inadequate. It should be noted that where consideration is inadequate on the ground of free consent of parties to contract, then only the contract will be valid. So if the consideration is inadequate and the parties to the contract are ready to enter into the contract on its own, whether the consideration adequate or not, then only the contract will be valid. Otherwise, if the free consent of the parties has been affected through the inadequacy of the consideration, then the contract will be void. So you have to remember that free consent, which we will discuss in later videos. So free consent shall not be affected through the inadequacy of the consideration. if the free consent has not been affected, then the court will not inquire that the consideration is adequate or inadequate. But if the free consent has been affected through the inadequacy of the consideration, then that inadequate consideration shall be void. Now our next point, performance of what one is legally bound to perform is no consideration. So what is this? What is the meaning of this? So now let's understand this with a simple example. For example, A and B. A is the lawyer of B. He is a lawyer. And B is a client of A. So A is fighting a case on behalf of B, and A has charged a fees of 50,000 rupees to fight the case. So now what happens, the case was stretched too long, the case was taking a lot of time. So B requested A to conclude as soon as possible. And for this, B agreed to pay an additional amount. And that additional amount was 20,000 rupees. So A had already charged 50,000 rupees for fighting the case, and later on B requested A to conclude the case as soon as possible. So for this, B agreed to pay an additional amount of 20,000 rupees. So here what A does, A completed the promise and case gets concluded. Within 2 months from the date additional fees was promised. So on the date on which B agreed to pay additional amount of 20,000 rupees, from that date within 2 months A completed the case, means he concluded the case. So now A asks for more 20,000 rupees as B had promised A to pay him as an additional amount for completing the case as soon as possible. Now later on B refused to pay the amount. Which amount? Additional amount. So later on B refused to pay the additional amount of 20,000 rupees to A, which he had promised. So now what happens? A sued B for that additional amount, means for that additional fees, which B had promised to A for concluding the case as soon as possible. So now here court asks from A that you have already taken 50,000 rupees as fees from B. So court asks that why you have taken these 50,000 rupees. So A replied, for fighting the case. Now again court asks, then why are you asking for 20,000 rupees? What are these for? So A replied that these 20,000 rupees B had promised to pay me for concluding the case as soon as possible. But court asked, but you have already taken a fees of 50,000 rupees, and in these 50,000 rupees, being a lawyer, it is a duty to fight the case for your client and to conclude the case as soon as possible for the fees you have charged. See, because here B had already provided a consideration of 50,000 rupees, and in exchange A had provided the consideration in form of fighting the case and concluding the case as soon as possible for B, because it was the duty of A to fight the case and concluding the case for his client as soon as possible. Now court again asks that A wants that B shall pay 20,000 rupees as promised. Okay, no problem. But what you are giving B in return? Are you providing any additional services, or are you fighting any other case for B? A replied, no, I am not providing any additional services or neither fighting any other cases for B. So here court said to A that in those 50,000 rupees which you have charged from B, it was your duty to fight the case for B and to conclude the case as soon as possible, as every lawyer does for his client. So A cannot ask for extra amount because A had not provided any extra services, any additional services for B. A had provided services for B what he was legally bound to perform. So that is why it is written performance of what one is legally bound to perform is no consideration. So here for these 20,000 rupees, A did not provide any additional services to B. So B is not bound to pay 20,000 rupees to A. So now let's just read once from here. Performance of what one is legally bound to perform is no consideration. The performance of an act by a person who is legally bound to perform cannot be a consideration for a contract. The name of the case law is also given, Ramachandra Chintaman versus Kaluraju. No need to remember this case law, but you have to remember what you have been taught, what you have understood by this example. Here there's a A and B example, lawyer and client example. Okay, so you can note down this example here. So now let's just quickly finish these 2 points. These are small points, no need of extra notes. Consideration must not be illusory and must be of some value. For example, A promises to B that A will give his blessings and in return B will give him 10,000 rupees. So this is not a valid contract. Why? Because blessings are illusory. Blessings are not considered as a valid consideration. Let's just take another example. A promises to B that he will find the treasure by magic. A will find the treasure by magic and in return B will give the 20% of the treasure which he will found by magic. So this is not a valid contract. Why? Because the consideration is illusory. It is not of some value. Okay, so it must be competent. It must be something to which the law attaches some values. It should not be physically impossible. It must not be uncertain. Finding a treasure by magic is physically impossible. Okay, so it must not be uncertain. Consideration must be certain that what you are providing, that other party must know. Last point, consideration must not be unlawful, immoral or opposed to public policy. This we will cover in later videos. Okay, there is a separate topic for this point, so we will only just do it here in brief. Only the presence of consideration is not sufficient. It must also be lawful. For example, A gives 1 lakh rupees to B, okay, and in return B is giving 100 kg of drugs to A. Here giving 100 kg of drugs to A is an unlawful consideration. So this is not a valid contract. See, the presence of consideration is not sufficient. It must also be lawful. Means for what purpose you are making a contract, you are entering into a contract, that purpose must be lawful. It must not be unlawful, not immoral, and it must also not opposed to public policy. Anything which is immoral or opposed to public policy cannot be considered as a valid consideration. So for this point we will discuss in detail in later videos. A separate topic has been dedicated to this point. For noting down something, you can note down from here 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th point. Hello friends, now let's discuss our next topic, validity of an agreement without consideration. So when we have started this chapter and when we have come to the consideration in the previous videos, then what we have discussed that any agreement or a contract without consideration is void. Consideration must be present in every agreement or a contract. An agreement without consideration is void. To be valid contract or agreement, anything you can say, consideration must be present. But there are certain exceptions where an agreement or a contract without consideration is valid. As per the provisions of the Indian Contract Act 1872, an agreement made without consideration is void. To be a valid contract, the consideration ought to be present. However, there are certain exceptions to this rule, but there are few cases where an agreement or a contract without consideration is valid. So now let's discuss those cases. So our first case is natural love and affection. Like for example, there's a person A. Now A has incurred a huge debt on himself which he cannot alone repay. So to repay these huge debts, the brother of A, B, who is B? Brother of A. He promised the creditors of A to pay all these debts. B promised pay all debts on behalf of my brother. Means B to help his brother A. B promised all his creditors to pay all his debts on behalf of him. Means A on behalf of his brother. And who is B's brother? A. So in this case, out of the love and affection for his brother, B promised the creditors of A to pay all their debts on behalf of his brother, who is A. So now here later on, B cannot refuse to pay for A's debt by saying that what I am getting in return, because this is a case where consideration is not required for the agreement. Once promised by B, he cannot refuse the payment because B had promised to pay all the debts of A out of the natural love and affection. So that is why here consideration from A is not required. Here agreement between B and A is very well valid. But it is not that simple. For an agreement which is affected by natural love and affection, there are few conditions to be followed, few conditions to be complied. If all those conditions are complied, then we can say that the agreement has been affected by natural love and affection and it does not require any consideration. So our first condition is agreement in writing. Like if we take the same case here, B had promised to pay all the debts of A. So here B shall make an agreement with A in writing. Second, it shall be registered in a court of law. Third, one of the basic condition, it shall be affected by natural love and affection. Means B had made this agreement out of natural love and affection for his brother A. And fourth, parties are in near relation. Like for example here, A and B both are brothers, so this is a blood relation. Okay, it can be brother or sister, or it can be husband and wife. So these are your near relation. So what are the four conditions? First, the agreement shall be in writing, it shall be registered in a court of law, it shall be affected by natural love and affection, and fourth, parties are in near relation like blood relation or husband and wife. If all these four conditions are fulfilled, then we can say that the agreement made by the natural love and affection is valid even without a consideration. And one more thing, when an agreement is affected by natural love and affection, so you have to say this third point at the time of entering into contract. At time of entering into contract. So if at the time of entering into contract, or you can also say an agreement, parties are making the contract or agreement out of the natural love and affection, so the agreement is said to be affected by natural love and affection, and thus it does not require any consideration. It is valid even without a consideration. So I hope that you have got this example, but for more clarity, let's take another example. There are two persons A and B. A is the husband and of course B is A's wife. So both the husband and wife were having some disagreements between them. So both A and B mutually decided to live separately, and A also promised B that he will pay a fixed amount every month to her. Will pay a fixed amount every month to B. So initially A paid. Initially A paid the amount, but thereafter A refused to pay any amount. And why did he refuse to pay any amount to B? So A gave the ground that if I am paying you every month a fixed amount, what I am getting in return. So initially A paid the amount, but thereafter A refused to pay any amount to B on the ground that no consideration was moving from B to A. Because A was getting nothing from B, so A refused to pay any amount further to B. So now A has refused to pay any amount. What B does? His wife took her husband to court. B took A to court, and B pled from the court that A shall pay her a fixed amount every month as promised by him. So court also asked from B that what he is getting in return. So B put his comment that no consideration is required in our case, as this case is on account of natural love and affection. So court asked from B that how your case is on the account of natural love and affection. So B said that it is in writing, it is registered, and we are standing in near relation because husband and wife, and it is on account of natural love and affection. So court asked, these three are fulfilled, but how this condition is fulfilled? So B said because we are husband and wife. So court said that at the time of contract there was no natural love and affection, because you were both having disagreements from starting, and at the time of entering into the contract, or you can say agreement, both A and B were having disagreement. So here no natural love and affection was present at the time of entering into contract. And also we have discussed this now only, that you have to see this point, this third point, natural love and affection, at the time of entering into a contract or agreement. So here B pleas was rejected because there was no presence of natural love and affection at the time of entering into the agreement, or you can say contract. So what is the crux of this case? That if all these 4 points are present in an agreement, then only such an agreement is valid even without a consideration. Now let's just read this from here. Natural love and affection. There is no consideration, yet the contract is valid because it is affected by natural love and affection. In this case, the contract shall be valid if the following conditions are complied with. So a contract affected by natural love and affection is valid without consideration, but these 4 conditions shall be fulfilled, then only such a contract shall be valid without the consideration. There is an agreement in writing, it is registered, it is made on account of natural love and affection. Fourth, it is made between parties standing in near relation to each other, which means blood relation or husband and wife. And name of the case laws are also given in respect of this concept: Raj Lakki Dabbi versus Bhutnath Mukherjee and Venkat Swamy versus Ranga Swamy. So you can learn the name of these case laws, and these case laws are almost similar to the examples which we have discussed here. So you can note down the concept from here and also note down this example also. Now our second case is compensation for past voluntary services. So we have already discussed this case, compensation for past voluntary service, in the form of past consideration in the previous videos of consideration, where we have discussed that if the promisee has done any performance in the past at the desire of the promisor, and now the promisor promises to pay him the money for the performance the promisee has done in the past. So the past performance becomes the consideration for the present promise by the promisor. So this is the same concept which we have discussed in the form of past consideration. So no need to discuss this here, so you can just note it down. But remember, these 4 conditions shall be fulfilled for the compensation for past voluntary services. The service should have been rendered voluntarily. The service must have been rendered for the promisor. The promisor must be in existence at the time when services were rendered. The promisor must have intended to compensate the promisee. So if all these 4 conditions are fulfilled, then there is no need for consideration for the past voluntary service. Now our next point, promise to pay the time bar debt. Now what is this time bar debt? See, there is a Limitation Act 1963 which says that, see, if I want to recover my money from someone, then I have a period of 3 years. If in those 3 years I did not take any legal action for the recovery of my money, then I cannot claim my money from such person. I know that you did not understand it, so let's understand this with a simple example. Suppose A had given a loan of 50,000 rupees to B. Okay. Now here, till 3 years from due date of repayment. So whatever may be the due date which A and B have mutually decided, B did not pay any amount on the due date. So from the due date of repayment till 3 years, A did not take any legal action against B for the recovery of his loan. No legal action against B by A. So now these 50,000 rupees have now become time barred in the eyes of law. Time barred means that now after 3 years from the due date of repayment, A cannot recover his amount from B. So as per Limitation Act, such amount is now time barred. Now later on what happens? Here later on means basically after 3 years. B demanded a further loan of 20,000 rupees from A. B demanded further loan of 20,000 rupees from A. And A also agrees to give a loan of 20,000 rupees, further loan of 20,000 rupees. But here A puts a condition that at the time of repayment, B shall pay the whole 70,000 rupees, in which 20,000 rupees fresh loan and 50,000 rupees time barred debt, on the condition to pay whole 70,000 rupees on due date. And B also agrees to pay whole 70,000 rupees on due date. So as you can see that B had promised to pay the whole 70,000 rupees, of which 20,000 rupees further loan and 50,000 rupees time bar debt. So if there is a fresh agreement between the parties to pay the time bar debt, then the party which has promised to pay the time bar debt shall not be capable to refuse to pay the time bar debt, because a fresh agreement has been entered into by the parties to pay the time bar debt. So here on the due date, B cannot refuse to pay the 50,000 rupees, because B had also promised to pay here 50,000 rupees which were time barred by the law, means by the Limitation Act, because on the condition to pay whole 70,000 rupees on due date. 70,000 rupees include 20,000 rupees further loan and 50,000 rupees time bar debt, and B had promised to pay the time bar debt, so B cannot refuse to pay the 50,000 rupees. B shall pay the whole 70,000 rupees on the due date to A. So now let's just read once from here. Promise to pay the time bar debt. As per the Limitations Act 1963, if a debt is not claimed for a period of 3 years, then it cannot be claimed thereafter. So if the party which has to recover its debt did not take any legal action for the recovery of its debt for 3 years, then after 3 years such a party cannot claim its debt. However, a promise to pay a time bar debt is enforceable. The promise should be in writing, signed by the person making it or by his authorized agent. But a promise to pay a time bar debt is enforceable even without a consideration. So an agreement by which the party is promising to pay a time bar debt is valid even without a consideration. The promise may be for the whole or any part of the debt. Thus a promise to pay a debt barred is valid. Now our next point is agency. If you have appointed a person as your agent, then there is no consideration required to appoint a person as your agent. According to the provision of the Indian Contract Act 1872, no consideration is necessary to create an agency. Okay, it means an agent can be appointed even without consideration and the acts done by him will be very much valid. And if you have appointed an agent even without a consideration, the acts done by him will be very much valid. So let us take a simple example that you have appointed your friend to pay the electricity bill on behalf of you. So your friend is your agent who is paying the electricity bill on your behalf. So there is no consideration required to appoint your friend as your agent. For now, this is sufficient for you to understand the contract of agency. You will study about this in detail at your intermediate level. Now our next point is completed gift. A gift made does not require consideration. The person giving a gift cannot take the same back from the other party by taking the plea that no consideration has moved from the other party. In the case of gifts made, no consideration is required. It is immaterial whether or not the party stands in a near relationship. For example, A gifted a car to B on his birthday. Now later on, after 6 months, A and B got into a fight and A demanded his car back. Here A cannot take the car back. Why? Because here A gifted the car to B. And if you have made a gift to someone, then no consideration is required from the opposite party. A cannot take the ground that what I am getting in return from B, because here A had gifted the car to B, and in the case of gift, no consideration shall be required. Our last point is bailment of goods. Bailment of goods can be effected without consideration. If so created, this will be known as gratuitous bailment. For example, A gave his car to B for safety purposes. A did not gift his car. A gave his car for few days for safety purpose to B. Now after the purpose is fulfilled, A takes back the car from B. So this is known as bailment. See, for bailment and the contract of agency, you will study both these topics in detail at the intermediate level. But for now, you only understand this, that for agency, if you have appointed someone as your agent, no consideration is required. And in bailment, if you have kept your goods or any other things with a person for a purpose, and after the purpose is fulfilled, you take back the goods or that thing. This is a contract of bailment. And for bailment also, no consideration is required. Here A had kept his car at B's place. So here B is not giving anything to A in return. So a bailment of goods is valid even without a consideration. So these are the 6 cases where an agreement is valid even without a consideration. And now for noting down, you can note down this first case from here, natural love and affection. Then afterwards we have done compensation for past voluntary services. Please note down these points: promise to pay the time bar debt, agency, completed gift. And also note down these examples also which we have discussed in this video. And the 6th case, bailment of goods. Note down all these points from here. Hello friends, now let's discuss our next topic, privity of contract. So what is the meaning of privity of contract? Privity of contract means stranger to a contract cannot sue. Stranger to a contract cannot sue. For example, a contract has been entered between A and B. And now there are some disagreements between these two persons. So here either A can sue B or B can sue A. Either A can sue B or B can sue A. For example, there is a third person C. Now C is a third party. Means it is not a party to a contract. Not a party to the contract. Or you can also say stranger to the contract. So here the contract has been entered into between A and B, and if there are some disagreements between A and B, then either A can sue B or B can sue A, but C neither can sue A nor it can sue B. Cannot sue any of the party to the contract. So this is the concept of privity of contract, that stranger to a contract cannot sue the parties to the contract. So I hope that you have understood what is the meaning of privity of contract. A stranger to a contract cannot sue the parties to the contract. But there are certain exceptions. of Privity of Contract. So now Privity of Contract means stranger to a contract cannot sue. So what is the meaning of exceptions of Privity of Contract? It means certain circumstances where stranger to a contract can sue. So there are certain circumstances where the exceptions of Privity of Contract are applicable, which means that a stranger to a contract can sue the parties to the contract. And the circumstances which we will be going to discuss in this video are all based on a one single fundamental, which is that if stranger is a beneficiary under such contract, then he can sue. So if a third party, or you can say stranger to a contract, has some benefit under a contract, then the third party can sue the parties to the contract for his benefits under that contract. So now let's discuss all those circumstances. Now a first exception, a person in whose favor a charge or other interest in some specified property has been created may before enforce it though he is not a party to the contract. So now we are going to discuss this exception with the help of an example, and also there is a very famous case law in respect of this point, Khwaja Muhammad Khan versus Hussaini Begum. Now what has happened in this case law? Suppose there is A and B. Now A has a son and B has a daughter. Now A and B both enter into a contract that if B's daughter will marry A's son, then A will give a fixed amount to B's daughter for her expenses. So A and B both enter into a contract that if B's daughter get married to A's son, then A will give a fixed amount to her daughter-in-law for her expenses. Now what happens afterwards? Later on, A refused to pay. Who is A? Father-in-law of B's daughter. So B's daughter sued A for the amount which A had promised to pay her. So now here what A did, A took the plea in his defense that the daughter of B is just a stranger to a contract and the contract was entered between A and B, not A and B's daughter, stranger to a contract. So as per the concept of Privity of Contract, the daughter of B cannot sue A. So after hearing both the parties, what judgment did the court give? Court held that B's daughter, being a beneficiary to contract, can sue A. So A's plea of Privity of Contract is not admissible in court, which means it is not a valid plea by A. Is not admissible in court because B's daughter is the beneficiary in this contract. So being a beneficiary to a contract, even a stranger to a contract can sue the parties to the contract. So here B's daughter can sue her father-in-law A for the fixed amount which he had promised to his daughter-in-law for her expenses. So I hope that now this case law is clear to you now, and this point also, this exception point. So this is an important point from the exam point of view, and the name of the case law is also important. Now a second point, an agreement is made in connection with marriage, partition or other family arrangements and provision is made for the benefit of a person. Now let's understand this with a simple example. For example, there are three brothers A, B and C. C lives in USA. Now there was a contract entered into between A, B and their father that father has divided 3 floors to A, B and C. 3 different floors for each of the brothers. Later on, father died. But this contract was not known to C. Why? Because C lives in USA. So what did A and B do? A and B took the floor of C and gives it on rent, and they share the rent money which they have received. Now later on, after the death of his father, C comes from USA to India. C asks for his floor, but A and B both refuse to give him the floor which they have put it on rent. So C sued A and B both. So A and B took the plea that the contract was entered between A and B and their father. C is a stranger to a contract. As per the Privity of Contract, he cannot sue us. So here court held that the contract was made for the benefit of A, B and C, for all of them, and C is also a beneficiary of the contract, even though he was not a party to the contract, but he was a beneficiary to the contract because his father gave a floor to C also. So that is why C is a beneficiary to the contract, and as being a beneficiary to a contract, even though C is a stranger, C can sue A and B for his floor. So if there is any agreement made in connection with the marriage, partition or other family arrangements, and there is a provision for the benefit of a stranger, then that stranger can sue the party to the contract for his benefit. So let's just read once. He may take advantage of that agreement although he is not a party to it. In the case of a family arrangement, if the terms of the arrangements are in writing, the members of the family who originally had not been parties to the agreement may enforce the agreement. Now, our next point, a female member can enforce a provision made for marriage or other expenses. See, suppose there was a division of property between brothers, and subject to the condition that whenever the sister will get married, all marriage expenses shall be borne by the brothers. So this was the condition for the division of property between the brothers. The contract was happened between brothers and their father. Sister was the beneficiary of the contract. Now at the time of marriage, brothers refuse to bond any expense. So whether the sister can file the case on her brothers? Yes, because she is a beneficiary to the contract. This provision was made on the partition of the Hindu undivided family. So this provision is basically, or you can say specifically, applied to the partition of the Hindu undivided family. But if there is no Hindu undivided family and there is another family in which such a similar case happens, so then also this point is applicable there. Now our next point, in the case of estoppel, stop from denying by acknowledgement of liability. So firstly we will understand the meaning of estoppel. Estoppel means stop from denying, which means that you cannot refuse. You cannot refuse. Like for example, the teacher yesterday gave the homework to students. So now teacher is asking for the homework and the students did not do the homework. So teacher asked, why did you not do it? Student said that I was busy somewhere else. Teacher said, do not lie. So here when the teacher said do not lie, so which means that he is stopping the students from lying, means he is stopping the students from denying. So this is the meaning of estoppel. So now we will discuss this point with the help of an example. This can be illustrated with the help of an example. L gives to M 2000 rupees to be given to N. Now L owed 2000 rupees to N. So L gives 2000 rupees to M because M was going that way where N lived. So L gives 2000 rupees to M to be given to N. Now M informs N about the 2000 rupees which L had given to M to pass on to N. M informs N that he is holding the money for him. Afterwards, M refuses to pay the money. N will be entitled to recover the same from M. Here M will be stopped, that is stopped from denying. So see, here M already informs N that he is holding 2000 rupees for him. Now N goes to M and M refuses to pay 2000 rupees to him. So here N will be entitled to recover those 2000 rupees from M, because here N will stop M from denying, means he will stop M from lying. Here M will be stopped, that is stopped from denying. So here simply you can understand this, that even though the contract was between L and M, because L had given 2000 rupees to M to be given to N, but the contract was happened between L and M, or you can also say agreement. The agreement has happened between L and M, but the N, he was a beneficiary to the agreement. Why? Because those 2000 rupees was to be given to N. So here N is a stranger to a contract. But even though he is a stranger to a contract, he can sue M by applying the concept of estoppel, means stop from denying. Now the last exception, there is a condition covenant running with the land. See, suppose A sold a land to B, and on that land 2 lakh rupees government taxes were arrears. Means these taxes are yet to be paid to the government. These are arrears. A sold the land and got out, because now A has sold the land to B. So now B is the new owner. But the government can recover those taxes from B, because B is now the owner of that land, even though B is the third party, because the actual contract was between A and government, because previously A was paying those taxes, but now B is the new owner. So even though B is a third party, government can recover their taxes from B, because B is now the new owner. Law had specifically said here that the person purchases land with notice that the owner of the land is bound by certain duties, conditions, covenants affecting land. So here B is bound by the duty as the new owner to pay the government taxes on that land. He shall be bound by such conditions, covenants, even though he is not a party to the original agreement containing those conditions or covenants. Thus the covenant condition affecting the land may be enforced against him, though he was not the original party to the contract. So these all 5 points are the exceptions to the privity of contract. Means in all these 5 points, the stranger to a contract can sue the parties to the contract, and in all these 5 points you can notice that the stranger is the beneficiary in the contract. So for noting down, you can note down this example and also these all points which have been written here. Okay, so I hope that you have all got these points, and now the concept of the privity of contract and exceptions to it are clear to you. Hello friends, now we are going to discuss our next topic in the Indian Contract Act, which is contractual capacity. So till now we have discussed that when offer and acceptance comes together, it forms an agreement. But when enforceability by law is added to such an agreement, enforceability by law, then such an agreement becomes a contract. So in enforceability by law, we have already discussed about consideration and other topics related to consideration, and I hope that all those topics are clear to you now. Now today we are going to discuss our second topic in enforceability by law, which is parties must be competent to contract. What it means? It means that which parties are competent to enter into a contract or to make a contract. Now the question arises, what is the meaning of competent? Means when will be parties regarded as competent to contract? So listen carefully. Parties will be competent when. So there are 3 points. We will discuss those 3 points in detail. So first point is they have attained age of majority. Now what is this majority? See, as per the Indian Majority Act, in India, a person who has the age of 18 years or more is said to have attained the age of majority. So you can just simply write here 18 years or above. So persons who are of 18 years or above are said to have attained the age of majority. Second point is should be of sound mind. Means the parties will be competent when the parties are of sound mind. Means should be of sound mind at the time of entering into contract. So if the parties are of sound mind at the time of entering into contract, the parties are competent to contract. So now the question arises, what is the meaning of sound mind? So see, sound mind means parties in contract can take a rational judgment about the effects of such contract on their interest. So it simply means that at the time of entering into contract, if the parties are capable of thinking about the benefit and losses of their interest in respect of the contract, then we can say that the parties are of sound mind. Now there are two more points related to sound mind. If the person is usually of sound mind but at the time of entering into contract is of unsound mind. So a person is normally of sound mind, but when at the time of entering into contract he is of unsound mind, so the contract shall be void. And if the person who is normally of unsound mind means he is always in the condition of unsound mind, usually of unsound mind, but at the time of entering into contract is of sound mind, so here the contract shall be valid. So what you have to see, that the person has attained the age of majority, and at the time of entering into contract the parties in contract are of sound mind, so parties in contract are competent to contract. And one more thing, sir, what is the meaning of unsound mind? You have told us who is of sound mind, but who is of unsound mind? So a person who is an idiot, or you can say stupid or lunatic, means he is mentally ill, or a drunken person. So if a person is falling in one of these three criteria, then such a person is of unsound mind. So parties will be competent when they have attained age of majority. They should be of sound mind at the time of entering into contract. And third and last point, they are not disqualified by law. Now what is this disqualified by law? So there are various categories in this point. Let's discuss those categories one by one in detail. So our first point in disqualified by law is alien enemy. So what is this alien enemy? Is it from Mars? See, if India is at war with a country, then such country is alien enemy. If India is at war with a country, then such country is an alien enemy. And also here at that point of time when the war is declared, if there is an existing contract and a new contract. So if a war has been declared of India with a country, then such country is an alien enemy. And if a person of India has any existing contract or a new contract with the citizen of that alien country, means you can say alien enemy, then the new contract can't be entered and the existing contract shall not be enforceable, or you can say it will be void. So if there is any existing contract with an alien enemy, then such an existing contract shall not be enforceable. But if you have the permission of the central government, then it will be enforceable. So however, if permission from central government is obtained, then existing contract can be enforced and the new contract can be entered. If the central government has given the permission for entering into a new contract, then that new contract will also be enforceable and the new contract can be entered. But if you are not having the permission of central government, then existing contracts will become not enforceable and new contracts with an alien enemy cannot be entered. Next are convicts, means persons who are in jail. So this case is as same as that of alien enemy. In this also existing contract, new contracts. So if the person is having any contract with a convict, so existing contract shall be not enforceable and new contract can't be entered. But if the person is having the permission of the central government, then existing contracts will become enforceable and new contracts can be entered. Now third is foreign diplomats. Foreign diplomats are those persons who represent other country in India. Like you can say foreign ambassadors, like a US ambassador who is representing US in India. So they can sue others. They can sue others in respect of a contract. But if a person has entered into a contract with a foreign diplomat, then he cannot sue the foreign diplomat in respect of that contract until and unless he surrenders himself, or you have the permission of the central government. So you cannot directly sue a foreign diplomat. This is the biggest advantage given to them. Fourth is company. Sir, how a company is disqualified by law? See, if company enters into a contract beyond its object clause, then such a contract shall not be valid, or you can say such a contract is void. Sir, we did not understand this. See, suppose we are a company, Grooming Limited, and our main object of the company is to provide education. This was written in our object clause. Now we are giving loans and charging interest from different persons. For example, the company is Grooming Limited. Our main objective is to provide education. But now we started giving loans to different persons, to A, B and C, and now we are charging interest on those loans. So now we are in a loan business, financing business. So the persons who have taken loan are not liable to return to company those loans. Why? Because the company has worked beyond its object clause. Because the main object of this company is to provide education, not to provide loans. But you will study this in detail in Companies Act 2013. For now, you only understand this. If a company enters into a contract beyond its object clause, then such a contract shall be void. Now let's just quickly revise once. Competent to contract. Person should be major, sound mind, not disqualified by law. Sound mind at the time of entering into contract. Age of majority. The Indian Majority Act 1875 says that age of majority in India is 18 years or above. Means a person who has attained the age of 18 years or above is said to be a major. Sound mind. The person should be sound mind and capable of making the contract. A person who is usually of unsound mind but occasionally of sound mind may make a contract when is of a sound mind, or vice versa. Idiots, lunatics, drunken persons are example of having unsound mind. Disqualified by law, alien enemy, convicts, foreign diplomats, company. Where a party to the contract belongs to country from which war is declared, then from the date of declaration of war, such party become the alien enemy. Existing and new contracts cannot be enforced with alien enemy. Existing contracts cannot be enforced and new contracts can't be entered. But exception is that if the central government has given the permission to enforce the existing contracts or to enter into new contracts, then it is possible. Convict, same as that of alien enemy. Existing contract with the convict cannot be enforced. New contract cannot be entered with the convict. Only with the permission of central government both are possible. Existing contract can be enforced and new contract can be entered into. For foreign diplomats, they can sue others. They can be sued only if approval of central government is obtained or he submit himself to the court. So foreign diplomats have the biggest advantage that if any person has entered into a contract with them, then such a person cannot sue such a foreign diplomat, but only if such person has the approval of central government or such a foreign diplomat has surrendered himself. Otherwise, foreign diplomats can sue other parties, but the other parties cannot sue any foreign diplomat. For a company, the company cannot make a contract beyond the scope of MOA, means beyond its object clause. So now you can note down all these notes and these extra notes also, which we have made while discussing these topics. Hello friends, till now we have discussed what is agreement. If it's enforceable by law, then it is a contract. And in enforceability by law, first we have discussed about the consideration and its related points. Then we have discussed about the competency of the parties to the contract, and the very first condition of the competency is the age of majority. Age of majority means the person has attained the age of 18 years. So what if the person has not yet attained the age of majority? The contract is with a minor, because if the person has not yet attained the age of majority, then such a person is a minor. And if there is a contract with a minor, then what will be the law applicable to such a contract? So now we are going to discuss position of minor's agreement. So if a minor has entered into a contract, then what will be its validity in the eyes of law? This is one of the most important topics. So now in this video we will going to discuss about the position of minor's agreement. So see, law said a very simple thing: an agreement with a minor is void ab initio. So what is the meaning of void ab initio? So see, ab initio means from beginning, and void means not valid, or you can say not enforceable, means it cannot be enforceable in court of law. So law says that an agreement with a minor is a void ab initio. It is void from the very beginning. It means that the day on which you entered into an agreement with a minor, you cannot sue him in the court of law even if the minor takes any unnecessary advantage from you. So an agreement with a minor is not enforceable in court of law. So let's understand this with the help of a simple example. So now we are taking an example based on a very famous case law, Mohiri Bibi versus Dharmodas Ghosh. See what happened in this case law. There was a minor A. He gets his property mortgaged to B. B was a major. Major means he was of 18 years or above. 18 years or above. So minor A gets his property mortgaged with B, and in turn B gives an advance to minor A. An advance. Later on, the minor refused to repay any amount. So later on, A refused to pay any amount. So now what happens? B sued A for recovery. Means that B took A to court and sue him for the recovery of his amount which he has provided to A. So now here what happens? The court saw, who is this A? Who is A? A is a minor, and a contract with a minor is not valid from day one, because an agreement with a minor, or you can say contract, is void ab initio. So whether it is an agreement or a contract with a minor, both are void ab initio, means they are not valid from day one. So what was decided here? The advance given to a minor cannot be recovered. In fact, the court does not allow B to keep A's property as a mortgage. So the advance given to a minor cannot be recovered. Also, B was not allowed to keep A's property as a mortgage. So if B is allowed to sell A's property to recover his amount, then it is against the law. Sir, why it is against the law? Because the law makes it very clear that any agreement with the minor is void from the very beginning. If B is allowed to sell A's property to recover his amount, then somewhere you are putting a liability on A, and which is against the law, means you are binding a minor to such an agreement or to such a contract. So B also was not allowed to kept A's property as a mortgage. So position of minor's agreement, you can make the notes from here. An agreement made with minor is void ab initio. Minor is incapable of making the contract, means is not competent to contract. A promise paid by minor is not enforceable even if minor takes the unnecessary advantage from such a contract. Therefore, the agreement with minor is void ab initio, means void from the very beginning. Let's just also read once from here. An agreement made with a minor is void ab initio. An agreement by a minor involves a promise on his part, and in the eyes of the law, he is incapable of giving a promise which imposes a legal obligation. So, as per the provisions of the Indian Contract Act 1872, a promise made by the minor is not enforceable in the court of law, even if the minor has obtained unnecessary advantages from such a contract. Therefore, the agreement with the minor is void ab initio, and the name of the case law is Moheri BB versus Dharmodas Ghosh. So, if a question comes related to this point, an agreement with the minor is void ab initio, so you have to mention the name of this case law. Now, thereafter coming to the next point. What is the next point? Very important point. Minor can be a beneficiary. Law makes it very clear that minor can be beneficiary. It means that if a minor has given money to another person, then such minor can recover the amount from such another person. But if a person has given money to a minor, then such person cannot recover his money from such minor. Why? Because minor can be a beneficiary. See, let us take an example. I promise a minor that I will give you 10,000 rupees. Whether the minor can recover it? Yes, the minor can recover it because the minor can be a beneficiary. But if minor had promised to me that he would pay me 10,000 rupees, can I recover from minor? No, because an agreement with a minor is a void ab initio. So that is why this is a very famous line, a promissory note executed in favor of minor. It is also given in a third line. It is a very famous line. This question also comes in the exam. Okay. A promissory note executed in favor of a minor is valid, but whereas a promissory note executed by a minor is void. So now let's just read once from here. Though a minor is not competent to contract, there is nothing that prevents him from making the other party bound to the minor. Minor is not competent to contract, but a minor can make another party bound to himself. Thus, a minor, though incompetent to a contract, may accept a benefit under a contract. A promissory note executed in favor of a minor is valid because he can be a beneficiary. Because a promissory note executed in favor of a minor means minor will receive the money. Okay, so he can be a beneficiary. Such a promissory note shall be valid. Whereas a promissory note executed by the minor is altogether void because a contract or an agreement with a minor is void ab initio. Where the minor has performed the part of his obligation and the other party to the contract has not performed his obligation, the minor can sue the other party. You can understand this line from the next line. A minor under contract at sale delivered goods to the buyer. Minor can maintain a suit for the recovery of price. See, if the minor is a seller and he had delivered the goods to a buyer and buyer refuses to pay by saying that an agreement with you or a contract with you is a void ab initio. So here minor can be a beneficiary. So minor can sue the buyer for the recovery of price of the goods he had delivered. You can note down the second point from here. Minor can be a beneficiary. A promissory note executed in favor of minor is valid because he can be a beneficiary. Whereas a promissory note executed by minor is void because an agreement with the minor is void ab initio. If party who contract with minor not perform his obligation, so minor can sue the other party, which means that if a minor under the contract of sale, this is contract of sale, delivered goods to the buyer, minor can maintain a suit for the recovery of price. If the minor has delivered the goods, then minor can sue the buyer for the recovery of his price. Now thereafter, coming to the third point. So what is written in third point? Minor can always plead minority. See, this is a simple point. This is formed from first and second point. How? See, for example, the minor was of 17 years, but he presented himself as of 20 years of age and he took a loan from bank, and still the loan cannot be recovered from the minor. Minor can always plead minority. It means that the minor can say in his defense that he is a minor and not competent to contract. But there was a similar case law, Khangul versus Lakha Singh. It is an important case law. Here in this case law, the doctrine of restitution was applied. Applicability of doctrine of restitution, case law Khangul versus Lakha Singh. So what is the meaning of doctrine of restitution? See, doctrine means a principle. Restitution means restore. Means you can recover the money from the minor if the minor has misrepresented his age. But there are few conditions which are to be followed for the applicability of this doctrine. So see, firstly, this is of discretionary nature. Means if the court wishes, then only such a doctrine shall be applied. Otherwise, other principles related to minor are applicable. Means these two principles. This is the discretionary power of the court. If the court wishes, then only such doctrine shall be applicable. So what are the conditions to be followed for the applicability of this doctrine? So see, if the court thinks that by representing the false age by minor, another party is at loss, then the restoration is possible from minor's estate. And now what is the meaning of minor's estate? Minor's estate means minor's property. It also means that if the minor has money, then it can be recovered. But what if the money is expended? Means that the minor has expended the money, then you cannot recover the money. For example, a minor has falsified his age and he took a loan from bank. Now the loan was spent by the minor. Now the bank cannot recover the loan. Why? Because the money was gone. But if there any money was left with the minor, then the court may grant. See, the court may or might. Here it is written might, which means it is dependent on the wish of the court. If the court wishes, because the doctrine of a restitution is applicable if the court wishes. This is a discretionary power of the court. The court might grant the relief to the other party by passing an order to restore the amount to the other party. Restitution means restoring is possible to the extent the estate of the minor has benefited from such a contract. Minor shall not be personally liable. Even court didn't have the power to make the minor personally liable. Only the estate of the minor, property of the minor shall be liable. The power of the court to grant relief by the order is a discretionary in nature. Discretionary means if the court wishes. So if the court wishes, then only such doctrine of restitution shall be applicable. Last point, important point, the court should not grant the relief if the other party entered into the contract despite knowing the fact about the minority of the minor. Say for example, a person goes to a bank and he says that I am of 15 years. Bank also knows, and then also bank gives the loan to that minor. So now here bank cannot recover anything. Why? Because bank deliberately gives the loan to the minor. Bank already knows that he is a minor, then also bank is giving loan to him. But what if the person goes to a bank and he says that I am of 20 years of age, and in all the documents which he has presented to the bank, 20 years of age was mentioned. So bank had given the loan, but afterwards it was found out by the bank that he is of 15 years of age. Then here the court might grant the relief to the bank. might grant. Okay, might, because it is up to the wish of the court whether to apply the doctrine of restitution or not. And in the most cases where the minor has falsified his age, then only the court applied this doctrine. Otherwise, this doctrine of restitution is not applied in any other cases which are related to minor. So hopefully you are cleared on this concept of doctrine of restitution. So now let's just read once from here. A minor's agreement is void. Any money advanced to a minor on a promissory note or otherwise cannot be recovered. Even when a minor procure a loan by falsely representing that he is of full age, he can plead his minority in a suit intended to recover the amount from him. For noting down, you can note down the point from here. Minor can always plead minority. A minor's agreement is void. Any money advanced to a minor on promissory note or otherwise cannot be recovered. If minor takes the loan by falsely representing that he is major, he can plead his minority in a suit intending to recover the amount from him. So kindly please note down this point. Now there are few more cases regarding the position of minor's agreement. So we will cover these cases. Only these 3 cases are left. We will cover these cases in our next video. Till now you can revise these 3 points. There shall be no doubt in all these 3 points, A, B and C. And please, if it is possible, then please try to learn the name of the case law. If any of the related question comes in the exam, then please kindly mention the name of the case law. It will be very helpful. Hello friends, welcome back. Hopefully you are not having any problem in these 3 points which we have discussed in the previous video. First was an agreement made with a minor is void ab initio, means it is void from the very beginning. Minor can be a beneficiary. And third, minor can always plead minority. Now let's discuss rest of the points. Fourth point is ratification on attaining majority is not allowed. What exactly is it? Let's discuss this with a simple example. So suppose there's a minor A. A is a minor. He gives a promissory note of 50,000 rupees to B. It is void. Why? Because an agreement with a minor is void ab initio. Whether B can recover the amount? Obviously not. B cannot recover the amount because an agreement with a minor is void from the very beginning. Also, a promissory note executed by the minor is also void. But now what happens? After 2 years, A is now a major. A now has attained the age of majority. So now what happens? Listen carefully. So firstly, after 2 years, A is now a major, means he is now of 18 years of age. So now after becoming a major, after attaining the majority, A gives a fresh promissory note to B. Suppose B gives a fresh loan of 1 lakh rupees to A. So now A had given a promissory note of 1 lakh rupees in exchange of loan given by B, and A also promises to pay for old promissory note of 50,000 rupees. To pay for old promissory note of 50,000 rupees. Means here B gives a fresh loan of 1 lakh rupees to A on the condition that A shall execute a fresh promissory note of 1 lakh rupees along with the promise to pay for old promissory note of 50,000 rupees. But later on, A refused to pay for old promissory note. Later on, A refused to pay for old promissory note. He is ready to pay for the promissory note of 1 lakh rupees, the fresh promissory note, but he is refusing to pay for the old promissory note of 50,000 rupees. So here the question arises whether B can recover the amount against old promissory note. The answer is no. Why so? See, this is very simple. B gives 1 lakh rupees loan to A and A gave a promissory note of 1 lakh rupees, there is consideration from both sides. Consideration from both sides. So the contract, or you can say agreement, is valid. But if we talk about the old promissory note of 50,000 rupees, then against the old promissory note, this promissory note amounting 50,000 rupees, what A is getting? What A is getting? Because here previously there was no consideration from B's side. Only A, the minor, was executing the promissory note of 50,000 rupees. See, for these 1 lakh rupees, B gets a promissory note of 1 lakh rupees, but as against the old promissory note of 50,000 rupees, what he is getting? Nothing. So if you here clearly see, A was a minor when he executes the promissory note of 50,000 rupees, which was altogether void. Why? Because a minor can be a beneficiary. So as per this concept, a promissory note executed by the minor is altogether void. But a promissory note executed in favor of a minor is not void. Means he can recover from you the amount of promissory note. But if he had made a promissory note, then you cannot recover any amount from the minor. See, law makes it very clear that a ratification on attaining majority is not allowed. Ratification means, sir? Ratification means to ratify or to accept, or you can say to adopt, and one more, to validate. So ratification means to ratify, to accept, or to adopt, or to validate the agreement which was void before, but now the parties are agreed to adopt it again. Means the agreement or a contract which was void previously, now the parties are ready to validate such an agreement or a contract. But in the case of an agreement or a contract with a minor, ratification is not allowed even if the minor attains majority. See, the law makes it very clear that an agreement which was entered into when the person was minor shall not be valid even if such person had become the major. So A is liable for the payment of 1 lakh rupees for the fresh promissory note, but B cannot recover, and also you can say A is not liable to pay for the old promissory note of 50,000 rupees, which means B can recover 1 lakh rupees for the fresh promissory note, but B cannot recover for the old promissory note of 50,000 rupees. And also one more point. Now you will be confused that, sir, here A had freshly promises to pay for old promissory note of 50,000 rupees. Then why B cannot recover? See, first of all, A was a minor when such a promissory note was executed. It was void at that time only. And also here, if A had also freshly promises to pay for the old promissory note of 50,000 rupees, then here for the fresh promissory note of 1 lakh rupees, consideration has been moving from B of fresh loan of 1 lakh rupees. But where is the consideration for this old promissory note of 50,000 rupees? There is no consideration from B for the old promissory note of 50,000 rupees. So what is the conclusion of this whole point? Ratification on attaining majority is not, let's just see here once, as a minor's agreement is void, he cannot validate it by ratification on attaining majority, because when the agreement was entered into with a minor, so it was void from that time only. So even the minor who has attained the majority now did not have the power to validate such an agreement which was entered into at the time when he was a minor. Ratification on attaining majority is not allowed. You can note down this point from here. A minor's agreement is void, so he cannot validate it by ratification on attaining majority. So I hope that this point is now clear to you. Now next point, contract by a minor's guardian is valid if it is for the benefits of the minor. It's an easy to understand point. Let's read once from here. Though a minor's agreement is void, his guardian can under certain circumstances enter into a valid contract on the minor's behalf. So if a guardian has entered into a contract or an agreement on minor's behalf for minor's benefit, then such a contract or an agreement is valid. Where the guardian makes a contract for the minor and which is within his guardian authority and which is for the benefit of the minor, such a contract is valid and the minor can enforce such a contract. So very easy point, very simple to understand point. So you can note down this point from here. Contract by a minor's guardian is valid. Contract with minor is void, but his guardian can enter into the contract on the behalf of him is valid. If guardians enter into the contract for benefits of minor, that contract is valid. The minor can enforce such contracts. Next point is liability for necessities. Very important point. See, if any type of necessity has been supplied to a minor, not just to the minor but also to the person dependent on the minor. Suppose for example there is a person Mr. B who has supplied some food and clothes to Mr. A. Mr. A is 16 years old and also to Mr. A's sister who is 10 years old. So here in this case, whatever B had supplied to A and his sister C, B can recover such amount from A's property, not from A, because a minor is not personally liable. Minor is not personally liable. Only his property is liable. See, most students make a mistake in exam that they write minor is liable. No, minor's estate or you can say minor's property is liable. Minor is not liable. The contract with the minor for necessities is valid and the minor's property is liable. Minor shall not be personally liable for such contract. Only minor's property is liable. See, in Indian Contract Act, anywhere, if the minor has been held liable, so only the minor's property is liable, not minor personally. As per the provision of the Indian Contract Act 1872, a minor is liable for necessities supplied to him or to any person who is dependent on him. Thus, any person would be entitled to reimbursement out of the minor's estate for necessaries supplied to him and to whom he is bound to support. A minor cannot be held personally liable for necessaries, but his property is liable. Now the question arises, what are necessaries or what is necessity? So what is a necessity? Necessities mean goods suitable to the condition in the life of an infant. See, law represents minor as an infant. Life of an infant as required by him at the time of sale and delivery. It includes not only food and clothing and housing but also includes the education and the instruction needed. Let's check this example once. For example, A minor bought 11 fancy coats from N. He was at that time adequately provided with clothes. So there was a minor A and he had bought 11 fancy coats from N. But those 11 fancy coats was not required by A at that time. Why? Because he already had sufficient number of clothes. Held, not a single coat was a necessity. His properties could not therefore be attached for its payment. It is immaterial whether the other party knows this or not. So what we discuss about the doctrine of restitution. Doctrine of restitution. When will it be applicable? When the court wishes to apply it. You cannot apply it on its own. See, there's a general principle, minor can always plead the minority. So what basically is the meaning of necessity? So necessity not only means food, clothing or housing, it also means, like for example, a minor comes and take tuition from me because he needed the education and instruction at that time. So can I recover my fees? Yes, because it was a necessity for him. See, necessity means which is required, genuinely required, not just required. You can interpret required here also, where A had bought 11 fancy coats. A required 11 fancy coats, but it was not genuinely required by A because he already had sufficient clothes. So if a person has provided something to the minor which was genuinely required by the minor at that time, then such a thing shall be a necessity. You can note it down from here. Necessity means good which are suitable to the condition in the life of a minor. Example, food, clothes, education, or any other thing which is genuinely required by the minor, etc. And for the sixth point, you can note it down from here. Liability for necessities. The contract with the minor for necessities is valid. Minor's property is liable for necessities. Minor is not personally liable for any contract because there is a general principle: minor can always plead minority. So these are the cases related to the minor. I hope that all these cases are now clear to you. Hello everyone, now let's start with a new topic, free consent. So till now we have discussed what is an agreement. Now I hope that you all got these points in the previous topic. What is an agreement, what a consideration, what is the competency to contract, okay? And when enforceability by law is added to an agreement, then it becomes a contract. So till now we have discussed about what is an agreement, and when enforceability by law is added to the agreement, then the agreement becomes a contract. So in enforceability by law, first thing we have discussed was consideration. Then second we have discussed about the competency to contract, means which parties are competent to contract. Competent parties to contract. And now the third one is there must be a free consent. Now what is consent? If we only talk about this word, what is consent? Basically it means to give assent. So enforceability by law comes when there will be a free consent. Now what is the meaning of this free consent? Let's understand this with a simple example. So for example, suppose there is a person A. He put B on a gunpoint and forced B to transfer his car in his name. So A put B on a gunpoint and forced him to transfer the car in his name. Transfer the car in his name. And in exchange of 1 rupees, means B will transfer the car to A and A will give 1 rupee to B. So if you clearly observe here, car is a consideration for A, and rupee 1 is a consideration for B. We have already discussed that the consideration did not be adequate. So here the question arises whether it is a valid contract, whether it is a valid contract, because consideration is from both sides. A is giving 1 rupee to B and B is giving car to A, and also consideration need not be adequate. So there is consideration from both sides. So normally it is a valid contract, but the actual answer is no, it is not a valid contract. No, it is not a valid contract. So why it is not a valid contract? Because here B was forced to sell his car. The consent of B was not free. Consent was not free. He was forced by A at a gunpoint. That is why this is not a valid contract, even though the consideration is from both sides. Why? Because in an agreement, when enforceability by law is added, so it becomes a contract. Enforceability by law means in a contract there is a consideration, parties are competent to contract, and there must be a free consent of parties to the contract. So law makes it very clear that whatever the consent has been given by the promisee, it should be free. So now one by one we will discuss when the consent is free or not free. So let's just read from here. The word consent simply means getting assent, that is acceptance of another party. However, to make the contract valid, the assent should be free, that is it should not be influenced by any third factor. In our example, what was the third factor? It was the gunpoint. Gunpoint was the third factor, means B was influenced by the gunpoint to sell his car forcibly. So an agreement shall be enforceable by law when there is a free consent, means it becomes a valid contract. But if the consent is not free, then the agreement shall not be enforceable by law. It is a void contract. Consent may or may not be free, but when the consent is free, the agreement shall be enforceable by law. But if the consent is not free, then the agreement shall not be enforceable by law. According to the provision of the Indian Contract Act 1872, the parties to the contract are said to have consented when they agree upon the same thing in the same sense. Consensus ad idem. So agree upon the same thing in the same sense. This is consensus ad idem. It is a Latin word, okay, or you can say it is a legal language of this sentence. Agree upon the same thing in the same sense. Consensus ad idem. So now when will this consensus ad idem? So Indian Contract Act 1872 provides that all agreements are contracts if they are made by the free consent of the parties. So free consent is necessary for the validity of a new contract. Consent is free when it is not caused by. So consensus ad idem comes when the consent is not caused by coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation, mistake. All these five are very important in this free consent concept. When the consent in a contract is not caused by all these five factors or any one of them, then we can say that the consent is free. When it is caused by any of these factors, consent is not free. Now listen very carefully. An agreement enforceable by law is a contract, and in enforceability there is a consideration, competency to contract, and free consent. And consent is said to be free when there is no existence of a third factor. Now sir, what is this third factor? So the law said that if the consent is caused by any of these factors, then the consent is not free. If any of the following factors are present in the consent, then it is not a free consent. So if any of these factors are present in a consent, then the consent is not said to be free. Sir, now please explain all this. So first is coercion. In simple words, coercion means to threaten someone or to blackmail someone. Right now we are not going specifically into law, just a simple meaning of coercion, which means to threaten someone. Like here in the example, A threatened B at a gunpoint. So here A has exercised coercion on B. Second, undue influence. It simply means emotional blackmail. Like for example, a son emotionally blackmailed his father to transfer the property in his own name. Consent of father is not free. Undue influence. Another one, there is a spiritual leader who get transfer a property of his follower in his name. So this is also undue influence, as the consent is not free. So just remember one thing, consent is free when it is not caused by any of the following factors. So now let's first discuss about coercion. So coercion. So now what is coercion? The definition has been split deliberately so that you do not face any problem in learning the definition. So now let's come to the definition. As per the provision of the Indian Contract Act 1872, coercion is the committing or threatening to commit any act forbidden by the Indian Penal Code. So now here committing means, it means you had done something, and threatening to commit, it means you are forcing someone to do something. Like for example, X threatens Y to sell his house for 1 rupees. Otherwise, X will kidnap Y. So here X is threatening to commit kidnapping of Y. If X kidnaps Y and forces him to sell his house for 1 rupees, then here X has committed the act of kidnapping Y. So coercion is a committing or threatening to commit any act forbidden by the Indian Penal Code. See, in Indian Penal Code, all the criminal offenses are given. So, what is coercion? That the person has committed or had threatened to commit any act which is forbidden by the Indian Penal Code. Forbidden means to stop. So, any act which has been forbidden by the Indian Penal Code shall be coercion if the person has committed such an act or is threatening to commit such an act. Now next point in this, or the unlawful detaining, or means either this or this, or the unlawful detaining or threatening to detain any property to the prejudice of any person. So detaining means, it means to confiscate, to seize, forcefully took something. Detaining means to confiscate, like for example, I confiscate a land of yours, so this is unlawful detaining. Or if I am threatening you to pay money, otherwise I will confiscate your property, so this is threatening to detain any property. And what is the intention of unlawful detaining or threatening to detain any property? To the prejudice of any person. It means to harm a person. Prejudice means to harm someone. So what is the intention of unlawful detaining or threatening to detain someone's property? To harm the another person. And what is the overall intention of this coercion? Overall intention, with the intention of causing the other person to enter into an agreement. So in simple words, you can say through coercion, the person is causing the other person to enter into an agreement by hook or by crook, either by committing or threatening to commit any act which is forbidden by the Indian Penal Code, or if the person is detaining someone's property unlawfully, or is it threatening to detain anyone's property to harm such a person with an overall intention to cause that person to enter into an agreement with him. So this is known as coercion. Also, now one more thing and a very important thing. Any contract which is caused by coercion is voidable. Now what is the meaning of voidable? Means exact meaning of voidable. Now let's discuss this. So when do we use the word voidable? Like for example, A held B at a gunpoint and forces him to transfer his car to A. So here, as you can clearly see, consent of B is not free. Consent of B is not free. But what if B accepts such a transfer? What if B accept such a transfer and he does not sue A? And he does not sue A. So now you are getting. But if B sued A, then the court will immediately order A to return back the car. Court will order A to return back the car to B. But if B accepts such a transfer and he does not sue A, then nothing will happen. But if B sued A, then court will order A to return back the car to B. So now what is the definition of voidable? So an agreement which is enforceable at the option of one or more parties, but not at the option of other or others, it is known as voidable. So an agreement which is enforceable at the option of one or more parties means if B wishes, then he can sue A. B can enforce in the court of law that his consent was not free. But can A do it? Can A sue B? No. So here A is the other. Other means the party who has exercised coercion. Party who had used coercion. And the one, it is the party on whom the coercion was applied or used. Till now we have discussed agreements where both the parties to the contract can go to court. But here, can A go to court? Will he say that I held B at gunpoint and forced him to transfer his car? No. It is enforceable only at the option of B. Only at his option. Because B is the one on whom the coercion was applied. And A is that other party who had applied the coercion. So it is a humble request. Please remember this definition. Important definition. An agreement which is enforceable at the option of one or more parties but not at the option of other or others is known as voidable. One is that party whose consent is not free. You can also say like this also. The one party whose consent is not free, on whom the coercion is applied, as in this case, only that party can enforce such an agreement. So what is the crux of this concept? All contracts which are caused by coercion are voidable. So as per this example, it is up to B whether to enforce it in court of law or not to enforce it in court of law. If B thinks that everything's fine, then no worry, he will not go. But if B wants his car back, then he can enforce it. So B has to use his right himself. So you can note down the definition of coercion from here. Coercion means coercion is the committing or threatening to commit any act forbidden by Indian Penal Code, or the unlawful detaining or threatening to detain any property to prejudice of any person. And what is the overall intention of coercion? With the intention of causing the other person to enter into an agreement. There are few special points regarding coercion. Let's see this also. Special points. It is not necessary that where coercion is employed, IPC is applicable. Like suppose I go to Australia with my friend and there he held me at gunpoint and get some paper sign, property paper sign, and he took my property. So when I will enter India, I can sue my friend for the coercion he had applied on me in Australia. Means it doesn't matter that the coercion is applied in India or outside India. If you enter India, you can sue the other party for the coercion he had applied on you outside India. Next point, for the application of coercion. Coercion may be employed by the outsider to an outsider or by an outsider to any party of the contract. This is not necessary. This one is important. What is necessary is that the party making a contract must be induced by coercion. So for the application of coercion, what is necessary? That the party making a contract shall be induced by a coercion. Next point, the threat to commit suicide is coercion. A case law related to this is also given. Chikkam Amiraju and others versus V Chikkam Seshama and others. So if anyone is threatening to commit suicide, and by threatening to commit suicide he wants the other party to do something, that is why he is threatening the other party to commit suicide. So this is also comes under the category of coercion, because committing suicide are the work of cowards. Last point, consequences of coercion. The contract caused by coercion is voidable at the party whose consent was so obtained. Means whose consent was not free. Also, a person to whom money has been paid or anything delivered by coercion shall repay such money or return such a thing. Like, for example, in this example, A held B at a gunpoint and get his car transferred to himself, and in return A gave him 50,000 rupees. Here, if B chooses to enforce such contract, then B can get his car back, but he also got 50,000 rupees from A, so he also have to repay back a 50,000 rupees to A. That is what is written here. A person to whom money has been paid or anything delivered by coercion shall repay such money or return such a thing. So a contract which is caused by coercion is voidable at the option of the party on whom the coercion was applied, means whose consent was not free. You can note down all these special points from here. Special points: it is not necessary that where coercion is employed, IPC is applicable. Coercion may be employed by the outsider to an outsider or by an outsider to any party of the contract. It is necessary that the party of making a contract must be induced by coercion. The threat to commit suicide is coercion. So I hope that you all now got what is the meaning of coercion and where it is applicable. So now you can note down this example and these notes also. Hello friends, welcome back. So we have already started free consent. Free consent means when you give your assent. And when we will consider the assent as free, when it is not affected by coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation and mistake. So we have already discussed coercion. Now we are going to start undue influence. So what is this undue influence? If we read the definition, the first 3 points which you are seeing here. As per the provisions of the Indian Contract Act 1872, a contract is said to be induced by undue influence where the relations between the parties are such that one of the parties is in a position to dominate the will of the other and uses that position to obtain an unfair advantage of the other party. So let us take an example. So listen carefully. There's a person A who is a spiritual advisor. And B who is a follower of A. So A is a spiritual advisor, so he is always spiritually motivating people, and B follows A blindly, means his spiritual advisor. Now if you see here, there's a relationship between these both parties, and that's a relationship of trust. Relationship of trust between A and B. Because here A is a spiritual advisor, so he is always spiritually motivating people, and B also blindly follows A. So here there is a relationship of trust between A and B, that B trusts blindly on A. Now what happens? One day A said to B, transfer your property. Transfer your property to me. A said to B one day. B also blindly follows A, so he transferred his property to A. Transferred his property. Now what happens? Later on, when B realizes that it was a mistake, so here, can B recover property from A? Can B recover his property from A? So here the answer is yes. Why so, sir? Because here the contract has not been entered with free consent of B. Law says this is undue influence. What law says? Where the relation between parties are such that one of the party is in a position to dominate the will of the other party. Dominate means to use the will of other party for your own benefit. So here if we write it, where the relation between two parties are such that one party can dominate the will of other party. So this is what the relationship of trust. or you can also say fiduciary relationship, where one party trusts the other party. And also one more thing, blood relations are also included in this by default. Why? Because there's always a relationship of trust in blood relations. But apart from that, here the word relation not only means blood relation, but it means fiduciary relationship. So where the relation between two parties are such that one party can dominate the will of other party and uses that position to dominate the will of such other party, then we can say that such a contract is induced by undue influence. So if the party who is in a position to dominate the will of other party and uses that position to dominate the will of such other party, then we can say that such a contract is induced by undue influence. So let's take another example. Suppose you go to a doctor for surgery and in the halfway of the surgery he forces you to sign some papers. So here there's a fiduciary relationship because you trust on doctor with your body. One more example. Suppose you told everything about yourself to your lawyer. This is also a fiduciary relationship. So where the relationship between two parties are such that one party can dominate the will of the other party and uses that position to dominate the will of such other party, then such a contract is induced by undue influence. It is not necessary that blood relation are fiduciary relationship. Wherever there is a relationship of trust, that will also be a fiduciary relationship. Let's take one last example. Right now you are studying from me. I said to you to deposit all of your pocket money into my account, and you did. So why did you do it? Because you trust me that if sir is saying this, then this might be a good thing. Later on you realize it was a mistake. Can you recover the amount from me? Yes, you can recover the amount from me because there was a fiduciary relationship and I applied undue influence on you. So let's just read once from here. As per the provisions of the Indian Contract Act 1872, a contract is said to be induced by undue influence where the relations between the parties are such that one of the parties is in a position to dominate the will of the other and uses that position to obtain an unfair advantage of the other party. So then we can say that the contract is induced by undue influence. A person is deemed to be in a position to dominate the will of the other when he holds authority real means blood relation, or apparent means fiduciary, over the other, or when he stands in a fiduciary relationship with the other. Fiduciary means a relationship of trust. So if a person is having any blood relation with the other party or having any relationship of trust with the other party, then that person is assumed to be, deemed to be in a position to dominate the will of such other party. For instance, a father by reason of his authority over the son can dominate the will of the son. A advance sum to his son. B during minority. A obtains by misuse of parental influence a bond from B for a greater amount when B comes of age. Here A employed undue influence. That is the same case that we have discussed in the examples previously. Again, by reason of the fiduciary relationship, a solicitor means lawyer. A solicitor can dominate the will of his client and a trustee can dominate the will of the beneficiary. Similarly, a person whose mental capacity is affected by age, illness or distress may be dominated by undue influence. In a local language you can say emotional blackmail. For instance, a doctor is deemed to be in a position to dominate the will of his patient. We have already discussed this example. Affected by illness. So A, enfeebled by disease, is induced by a doctor's influence, agrees to pay an unreasonable sum. Here the doctor has employed undue influence. Now if we look at the features, these are all same which we have already discussed. Read the C point. Sometimes the parties to an agreement are so related to each other that one of them is able to dominate the will of the other and to obtain his consent to an agreement. This is related to the first example which we have discussed. For example, a spiritual advisor induce his devotee to gift him the whole of his property to secure benefits to his soul in the next world. Such consent is said to be obtained by the undue influence of some kind of the other who do such a thing. So these are all same which we have already discussed. What you have to remember? The definition that a contract is said to be induced by undue influence where the relations between the parties are such that one of the parties is in a position to dominate the will of the other and uses that position to obtain an unfair advantage of the other party. And how the parties can dominate the will? Either they have a real authority, means blood relationship, or have the apparent authority, means fiduciary relationship, means a relationship of trust. Now let's just read once this fourth point, D point. The dominating party has taken an unfair advantage over the weaker party. However, if the contract is made in the ordinary course of business, it cannot be said to have been induced by undue influence. Very important point. Mark this. A case study can come from this point. Let's understand this with a simple example. Suppose a person comes to me for a loan. He said, I need a loan of 1 lakh rupees. Market interest rate is 1% per month. Maximum to maximum 1.5% to 2% per month. Now I know that nobody will give that person a loan of 1 lakh rupees in the market and he needs it now. Means the case of emergency, he needs it now, right now. So I told him that interest of 10% per month will be charged. I know that the market rate is 1% to 2% per month maximum, but he needs the loan right now, and I also know that he will take the loan at 10% per month interest also. So now he took the loan at 10% per month. So here I took the advantage of the weaker party. Law says this is undue influence. But you will say, sir, adequacy of consideration is not necessary. But that is something entirely different. Here you are playing with the conditions of the weaker party. But however, if the contract is made in the ordinary course of business, suppose there is a scarcity of money in the market, no one is ready to give the loan, but I am ready to give the loan. In that case, if I am charging 10%, then it's very much valid. But the law says if the money is freely available in the market and still you are just exploiting the other party by charging the higher rate of interest and you are taking certain unnecessary advantages, then that is wrong. Then you are applying undue influence on the weaker party. So hopefully you got the point. Now let's just read this example once. For instance, A has applied for a loan to the banker. There is a shortage in the market for money, means scarcity of money in the market. So the banker refused to make the loan except at a higher rate of interest. So bank is ready to give the loan to A, but at a higher rate of interest. Why? Because there is shortage of money in the market. The contract was made at a higher rate of interest. It was held that the transaction was made in the ordinary course of business, and so there is no case of undue influence. The rate of interest being very high is the natural outcome of the shortage in the money market. So hopefully you have got this point, very important point. If you have got everything, that's good. If not, then please rewind the video and see this point again. Now, consequences of the contract entered into by undue influence. Restore it. Means, as you know that the contract in the undue influence is voidable, same as in the case of coercion. What is a voidable contract? When consent to a contract is caused by undue influence, the contract is voidable at the option of the party whose consent was so obtained. So the party whose consent was not free can avoid the contract on its own. So that is what is the meaning of a voidable contract. Any such contract may be set aside either absolutely, or if the party who was entitled to avoid it has received any benefit, may return the benefits received. Like for example, for instance, X moneylender advances 1,50,000 rupees to Y, an agriculturist, and by undue influence induces Y to execute a bond for 2 lakh rupees with interest at the rate of 6% per month. So X lends 1,50,000 rupees to Y, but X gets the bond executed for rupees 2 lakh rupees with an interest of 6% per month. The court may set aside the bond ordering Y to repay 1,50,000 rupees with such interest as the court may think fit. So here the court can order to set aside the bond, means set either absolutely. Contract may be set aside either absolutely. So here the court has set aside the bond and has ordered Y to repay 1,50,000 rupees, means entitled to avoid it has received any benefit. What was the benefit? 1,50,000 rupees, and with such interest as the court may think fit. So no need to give the interest of 6% per month. Interest will be given as per the court order. So this was the topic of undue influence. So consent should be free. It should be agreed in a same sense, same thing. Consensus ad idem. It will be free if it is not caused by coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation and mistake. And we have discussed up to this point coercion and undue influence. Now the next video is of fraud. Hello friends, welcome back. Till now we have discussed coercion and undue influence. We have also discussed that a consent is free when it is not caused by coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation and mistake. Now we are going to discuss about fraud. So what exactly is fraud? Let's discuss. So as per the provisions of the Indian Contract Act 1872, Indian Contract Act specify 5 cases. If any of these 5 cases exist, then we can say that there exists a fraud. All the cases are very interesting and the first case is very much interesting. So let's read it first. The suggestion as to a fact which is not true by one who does not believe it to be true. Now how to read it? So listen carefully, let's slowly read it. The suggestion as to a fact which is not true means telling something which is not true by one who does not believe it to be true. It means who himself believes that it is not true. Let's take an example to understand this. Suppose there's a person Mr. A who is selling his car to Mr. B. Mr. A is selling his car to Mr. B. So when Mr. A was selling his car to Mr. B asked Mr. A that whether this car had met with any accident. What did Mr. B ask from Mr. A? That whether this car had met with any accident. Now Mr. A, who is the owner of the car, knows that 3 years ago this car had met with a worse accident. But Mr. A thinks that if he told this to Mr. B about the accident of the car, then Mr. B might not buy this car. So what Mr. A did? Mr. A said no to Mr. B that the car never had any accident. So if you understand here, the suggestion of a fact which is not true means here A is telling something which is not true. The fact which A is telling is false. What did A said? The car never had any accident. By the one who does not believe it to be true means A himself knows that the thing he is telling is not true. It's false. It's a lie. So I hope now you got the line. Correlate it with the example so you can easily understand it. The suggestion as to a fact which is not true by one who does not believe it to be true means in short the person is telling a lie. Here the same example is given. For instance, Mr. A offered Mr. B to sell the old car to him and said it is not an accidental car. However, A knows that the car is accidental. Here A is suggesting a fact which is not true and Mr. A also knows about it. So Mr. A knows that the car is an accidental car, but still he is telling Mr. B that car is not accidental. So Mr. A knows that the fact about the car is accidental is true, that the car is accidental, but still he is telling Mr. B that it is not true, car is not accidental. So in short Mr. A is lying to Mr. B. So this is fraud. And also one more point I want to tell you. What did I said here? The suggestion as to a fact which is not true by one who does not believe it to be true. let's take another example but with a twist. Suppose A purchase a car from C. A purchase second-hand car. Okay. Now A is selling this car to B. First he purchased the car from C and now he is selling the same car to B. Now what happens? B asks A whether this car had any accident. A said no, that this car never had any accident. Now here, why did A said no? Because the same information was given by C to A. So A told B what he knows. But the fact is that the car had met with an accident few years ago. So are you getting my example? So here C had sold his car to A and now A is selling the same car to B. And when A was selling the car, B asked A that whether this car had any accident. So A said to B, no. Why? Because the same information was provided by C to A. A also asked C that whether this car had any accident. C also said no, that this car did not met with any accident. So A is telling B what he knows. So if you see here, A tells B no, but A himself do not know the true facts. A tells B what he knows, the suggestion as to a fact which is not true by one who does not believe it to be true. But here it is believes it to be true because A believes that the car had not met with any accident. A believes it to be true, but actually it was not true from the side of C, from the point of view of C, because C had lied to A that car had not met with any accident, and A is passing the same information to B what he knows. So are you getting this line? By one who does not believe it to be true. So here from the point of view of A believes it to be true that car had not met with any accident. But from the point of view of C, it is by one who does not believe it to be true. C knows that the car had met with an accident, but still he lied to A. So here A did not commit any fraud, but A committed misrepresentation with B, which we will discuss later. But see here, if A had known about the accident of car and then A says that the car is not accidental, then it would be a fraud. But actually A himself knows that the car is not accidental and he passes on the same information, but the ultimate truth is that the car is accidental. Then in that case it will not be a fraud by A, it's a misrepresentation. Here you can say that C had committed fraud. C had committed fraud. With whom? With A, as C gave wrong information to A. But A committed misrepresentation with B. A committed misrepresentation with B, not fraud. So if you just see here once, what it is written in misrepresentation, a person suggests something which is not true, but he believes it to be true. Believes it to be true means the same example which we have discussed. For instance, Mr. A said to Mr. B that the car of Mr. C is not an accidental car. Mr. A also believes that the car is not accidental, but actually the car was accidental. So Mr. A believes that the car is not accidental, means he believes it to be true that the car is not accidental, but actually the car was accidental. Means a person suggests something which is not true, but he believes it to be true. Now Mr. A made the statement which is actually not true. Ultimately the car was accidental, means the statement of Mr. A is not true, but he believes it to be true. Why? Because Mr. C had passed on the information to Mr. A. Because Mr. C on the first hand had gave the wrong information to Mr. A, but he himself believes it to be true. So I hope now you have got the point. So here we can say that a fraud is somewhere intentional, but the misrepresentation is not intentional, that is, it is innocent in nature. This is the fundamental difference between fraud and misrepresentation. Now our next case, the active concealment means hiding of a fact by one having knowledge or belief of the fact. So active concealment means to hide. So if you are hiding a fact deliberately, of which you are having a detailed knowledge. So this will tantamount to fraud, means this will be equal to fraud. See, here there are few things to understand. If there is any discrepancy or a deficiency in the contract, so it is not necessary to communicate such discrepancy or deficiency until the other party asks about it. So let us take an example. Suppose you came to me to buy a marker. Now I know there's a problem with the marker. You came and asked for a marker and I gave it to you. But suppose there is a relationship of trust between us. There exists a fiduciary relationship between the parties. So it becomes necessary to communicate any discrepancies or deficiency which are present in the product. Otherwise it will tantamount to fraud. So this line, the active concealment of a fact by one having knowledge or belief of the fact, this line is not applicable in every case. This applies only where there exists a fiduciary relationship between parties. If there is no fiduciary relationship, then it will not be a active concealment. Suppose A comes to me to buy a car. He inspected the car. After self-satisfaction, he bought the car from me. And here's one more thing. I know that the engine of my car is not in a good condition, but he purchased the car after fully inspecting it. I did not told him about the engine because he did not ask from me. So here there is no active concealment. But suppose on the other hand, my friend comes to me. He is my best friend. There is a relationship of trust. He comes to buy my car and I did not told him about the bad condition of the engine. So here it will be considered as the active concealment. So active concealment applies where parties to a contract are in fiduciary relationship, means there exists a relationship of trust. So what is fraud? Till now we have discussed 2 points. The suggestion as to a fact which is not true by one who does not believe it to be true. Second case, the active concealment of a fact by one having knowledge or belief of the fact. Third, a promise made without any intention of performing it. Suppose A said to B to give him a loan of 1 lakh rupees and after 3 months A will repay 1 lakh rupees. This A promised to B to repay 1 lakh rupees after 3 months. So if you are promising something and simultaneously your intention is not to perform it, means here A's intention was never to perform the promise, means it was the intention of A to never repay the 1 lakh rupees. So if you are promising something and simultaneously your intention is not to perform it, so this is also included in the category of fraud. Next one, any other act fitted to deceive. So this is the discretionary power of the court. If the court thinks that this act is a fraud, then such an act will be considered as fraud as per the court. Fifth one, any such act or omission as to law specifically declared to be fraudulent, means other than the Indian Contract Act. If any act like Companies Act, Provident Fund Act includes a particular act as a fraud, means a particular thing as a fraud, then such an act thing can be considered as a fraud as per the Indian Contract Act also. So these are the 5 points which are related to fraud. And the first 2 points, these are the most important and you have to learn all the points because the definition of fraud can be asked in the exam. And if we see the definitions are not that technical, if we revise again and again, it will become easy. So what is fraud? Fraud means and includes any of the following acts committed by a party to a contract. The suggestion as to a fact which is not true by one who does not believe it to be true. The active concealment of a fact by one having knowledge or belief of the fact. A promise made without any intention of performing it. Any other act fitted to deceive. Any such act or omission as to law specifically declared to be fraudulent. After this essential of the fraud, this is very easy. You can read it yourself. Now the main part is mere silence is not a fraud. This is an elaboration of this point, the active concealment of a fact by one having knowledge or belief of the fact. So now let's just discuss it. So mere silence is not a fraud. An example is given here. For instance, A sells the horse which he knows to be unsound. A knows that the horse is unsound. He keeps silent. he does not convey the unsoundness of the horse. B, bought it and found it unsound. In this case there is no fraud. We have already discussed this, that where there is no relationship of trust and confidence, means there is no fiduciary relationship, then active concealment is not applied there. So here A is not bound to disclose the unsoundness of the horse until and unless B asks for it from A. But however, silence may become fraud in the following cases. Now in these cases silence is fraud. How? First case, the duty of the person to speak and the person remains silent. Duty to speak arises where one contracting party possesses trust and confidence in the other party, means fiduciary relationship of trust. So if a party has a relationship of trust with another party, then the contracting party has the duty to speak. Here silent means active concealment. So wherever there is fiduciary relationship, active concealment point applies. Like for instance, the father sells the horse to his daughter. Now here there is a relationship between father and daughter of trust. Because of the relationship, the daughter trusts his father. Now it is the duty of the father to disclose the fault which he did not do. The daughter was deceived by the silence of the father. This is a case of fraud, because here daughter trusts her father. So it is the duty of her father to speak about the horse or speak about the unsoundness of the horse. So that is why here if the father is silent, so daughter is deceived, so this is a case of fraud. Next one, the duty to speak also arises where one party completely depends upon another party. Let's take an example. Suppose sometimes it is written in the insurance form that whether you were hospitalized in last 3 years. Now you fill no, but might be you were hospitalized, but you still fill no in the form, because if you have written yes, then it might be the case that the amount of the premium increases or they might not give you the insurance policy. So here the insurer, means who is doing the insurance, is completely dependent on you, that is the assured. So it is your duty as the assured to give the complete and correct disclosures, otherwise it will tantamount to fraud. So active concealment is fraud where there is relationship of trust. For instance, the insurance company knew nothing about the life and circumstances of the assured. It has to depend on the disclosures made by the assured. Therefore, it is the duty of the assured to put the insurer in possession of all the material facts affecting the risk covered. So this is the same example which we have discussed already. Okay, so now you have got the point. Now next one, where silence is equal to speech. Important point, so listen carefully. So this has been explained in the form of an example. The seller sells the horse. The buyer asks, if you do not deny, I shall presume the horse is sound. So the buyer has expressly put the condition that if the seller do not say anything, then he shall presume that the horse is sound. The seller remains silent, which means the horse is sound. Why? Because seller is silent. Here his silence is equal to speech. So how seller silence is equal to speech? Because here buyer had expressly said that if we do not set anything, if we do not deny anything, then he shall presume that the horse is sound. And the seller was remain silent. So here his silence is equivalent to speech that the horse is sound, which indicates that the horse is sound. This would be a fraud if horse bought turns out to be unsound. But later on, if the horse turns out to be of unsound mind, then it would be a fraud. So now here even silence is equal to fraud, because here buyer had expressly put the condition that if the seller is silent, then he will presume that the horse is sound. So here it is the duty of the seller, if the horse is of unsound mind, then the seller shall speak to the buyer or tell the buyer about the horse. So in this you should properly learn the definition of fraud, and then mere silence is not a fraud means when mere silence is considered fraud and when it is not. So when it is considered fraud, when there is a relationship of trust. So this is the end of discussion on fraud. Now in the next video we will discuss misrepresentation. Hello friends, welcome back. So let's start with misrepresentation. So we have already discussed one thing, and that is a person suggests something which is not true but he believes it to be true, and we have also discussed the example. Now next point, misrepresentation made is innocent. It is innocent. The contract entered by misrepresentation is without any intention to deceive. So in misrepresentation, our intention is not to harm the other party, but in fraud, our intention was to deceive the other party, to harm the other party. Next point, however, the person misled can avoid the contract. For instance, A makes a positive statement to B that C will be made the director of the company. So A said to B that C will be made the director of the company. A makes the statement on information derived directly from C. But see, here A is telling this statement to B on the basis of the information which he had derived from C. The statement amounts to misrepresentation. The information received by A was false because C had given the false information to A. So A is believing that false information as true, and so he is making such a statement to B. He believed it to be correct. On his positive statement, B entered into the contract. The contract was caused by misrepresentation. So here B can avoid the contract. Why? Because here A was also misled and B was also misled by the A statement. Because A himself does not know that this statement is false because it was derived directly from C. Essentials of misrepresentation. It's very easy topic. You can read it yourself. These are all the same things which we have already discussed. Now, consequences of fraud, misrepresentation, etc. If a contract is caused by coercion, undue influence, fraud or misrepresentation, such a contract is voidable at the option of the party whose consent was so obtained. So we have already discussed these things. We have discussed what is voidable. There is no need of repetition. Now next point, however, if the contract is caused by fraud or misrepresentation, the party may insist that the contract should be performed and that he should be put in the same position in which he would have been if the representation made had been true. Very important point. See, contracts caused by fraud and misrepresentation are voidable, but this additional point which is given here is important. So listen carefully. Here the party can insist the other party to put them in a position if the facts told were turns out to be true. So let's take an example. Suppose A sold a property to B. Listen carefully. Suppose A sold a property to B and A had took a loan on such a property which was sold to B. But when A sold the property to B, A told that there is no loan on such property. Later on, the bank kept on calling A for the payment of loan. So obviously here A committed a fraud. He made a statement to B which he does not believe it to be true. So see, on the basis of what we have discussed so far, what B should do? B should tell A to take back his house and return his money. But here, instead of doing this, instead of cancelling the contract, B can take advantage of an alternative remedy. See, as such, what we have discussed so far, the contract will be cancelled in the case of fraud. Means till now what we have discussed, if A had lied to B that the property is free from any loan. A had made this statement to B that the property is free from the loan. There is no loan on such property. But later on it was found out that there was a loan against the property. So here, instead of cancelling the contract, B can opt for an alternative remedy. That what is the alternative remedy? That what if the statement made by A was true? So what did A said? That there was no loan on this property. So here B can opt for the remedy that he will not cancel the contract but can demand from A to clear all dues of the loan. Means A shall make his false statement true. So I hope that you are getting the point. If not, then rewind back to watch it again. So this is the same example which we have discussed. For instance, A fraudulently informs B that A's estate is free from encumbrance. So here A committed a fraud. B thereupon agrees to buy the estate. The estate is however subject to the mortgage. Means there was a loan on the estate, on the property. B may either avoid the contract, means the contract is voidable if it is caused by fraud, or may insist, means the alternative remedy, may insist on the mortgage debt redeem. Means B can demand from A to clear all the dues of the mortgage. Now read this line again. However, if the contract is caused by fraud or misrepresentation, the party may insist that the contract should be performed and that he should be put in the same position in which he would have been if the representation made had been true. So instead of avoiding the contract, you can opt for this remedy. Now next one, consent was caused by misrepresentation or silence which amounts to fraud. See, the remedy which we have discussed here is not bluntly available. See, if you had sufficient means to identify fraud or misrepresentation at the time of entering into contract. What did I said? If you had sufficient means to identify fraud or misrepresentation at the time of entering into the contract, and you did not identify such fraud or misrepresentation, then you cannot offer this remedy. Which remedy? That the contract should be performed and that he should be put in the same position in which he would have been if the representation made had been true. Then you cannot offer this remedy. This is also written here, the person could not avoid the contract if he had the means of discovering the truth in ordinary diligence. So let's see this example once. For instance, A by a misrepresentation leads to B to believe erroneously that 750 tons of sugar is produced per annum at the factory of A. So here A made believe B that in A's factory 750 tons of sugar is produced annually. B examines the accounts of the factory, which should have disclosed that only 500 tons had been produced if ordinary diligence had been exercised by the buyer. So if B had inspected the accounts a little bit more carefully, then he would have known that the sugar production is only 500 tons annually. But here B inspected the accounts carelessly. So here B cannot say that a fraud or misrepresentation has happened, because B had sufficient time to inspect the accounts of A's factory diligently. B purchased the factory. Now what happens in these circumstances? B cannot repudiate the contract on the ground of A's misrepresentation. Repudiate means to cancel. So now here B cannot cancel the contract on the ground of A's misrepresentation. Why? Because he had sufficient time to examine the accounts more diligently. Now read this line. The person could not avoid the contract if he had the means of discovering the truth in ordinary diligence. So at the time of entering into a contract, if the person had sufficient time to identify the misrepresentation or fraud which is happening while entering into the contract, and even if he enters into a contract, then he cannot avoid the contract on the basis of misrepresentation or fraud. So I hope that you all got the point. So till now, if we summarize what we have discussed so far, what is misrepresentation? A person suggests something which is not true but he believes it to be true. Means the person who is making the statement to the other party believes the statement to be true, but ultimately the statement is not true, and misrepresentation made is innocent. Means the intention in misrepresentation is not to deceive anyone. After that, the contract caused by fraud misrepresentation is voidable, but instead of avoiding the contract, you can offer this remedy. The party may insist that the contract should be performed and that he should be put in the same position in which he would have been if the representation made had been true, and we have also discussed the example. Now the difference between fraud and misrepresentation, read this once. In the exam it can be asked for 4 to 5 marks. So if you see here, fraud, party making the statement doesn't believe it to be true. Misrepresentation, party making the statement believes it to be true. Fraud is intentional. Misrepresentation is innocent. Fraud, purpose is to deceive the other party. Misrepresentation, purpose is not to deceive another party. Then next one, party deceived by fraud can avoid the contract and can also claim the damages, means compensation. In misrepresentation, party affected by misrepresentation can avoid the contract but cannot claim the damages. Why so, sir? See, here you cannot claim damages from other party. The other party was itself under a false impression. Because in misrepresentation, the party is making the statement believing it to be true, but ultimately the party itself does not know the true statement. Last one, the active concealment of fact is considered fraud. Misrepresentation, the unintentional concealment of the fact which was the necessary part of the contract is a misrepresentation. So a good question of 4 to 5 marks can come in exam regarding this difference. So hopefully you all got the rules regarding fraud and misrepresentation. So in free consent till now we have discussed coercion, undue influence, fraud and misrepresentation. Now only one is remaining, which is mistake. So we will cover it in the next video. Hello friends, now our last topic in free consent, which is mistake. So as you can see here, there's a chart given here. So we will discuss the whole topic from here. So mistake, as you can sense, an unintentional act. Now mistake can happen in two ways: mistake as to law and mistake as to fact. So as to law and as to fact, what are these? So listen carefully. Suppose you did not have the knowledge of law that doing this thing is illegal. Suppose you were doing a construction, and as per local laws, more than 4-story buildings are not allowed, but you built a 5-story building. So here it is a mistake as to law. And also, which law you broke? Indian law. So for this there is no excuse. Suppose a simple example, you jumped a red light, the traffic police pulls you over, and you said, I did not knew that it is illegal to jump the red light. So if there is mistake as to Indian law, then there is no excuse. It is 100% enforceable, or you can also say valid. Why? Because you can be sued for this in the court of law. But if there is mistake as to foreign law, then it will be treated as mistake of fact. So let us take an example. Suppose I did a transaction with a person of another country. So while doing the transaction, I followed properly all applicable Indian laws regarding taxation and etc. But I did not follow foreign law. So if I had broken any foreign law, then that will be treated as mistake of fact. And what is fact, we will discuss it in few seconds. So for now, understand that for mistake as to Indian law, there is no excuse. It will be 100% enforceable. But if there is mistake as to foreign law, then it will be treated as mistake as to fact. Let's take another example of foreign law. A simple example. Suppose a foreigner came to India. Now in his country, in foreigner's country, the traffic moves at red and stops at green. But in India it is opposite. You have to stop at red and move at green. So if there's a foreigner in India, for him stopping at red light is a foreign law. Now when the foreigner saw red light, he got moving, traffic police stops him. So here it will be considered as mistake as to fact. Now what is this? Fact. So mistake of fact is of two types: bilateral and unilateral. Bilateral means when it is from both sides. Unilateral means when it is from single side. Now what is this both side and single side? Let us take an example. So suppose A enters into a contract with B to sell his car. When they were entering into contract, the car was in the garage and the car got burned. Now this was neither known by A nor B. So here neither A has the information nor B. So it's from both sides. So it's void. Neither party can demand compensation or damages as it is not enforceable because it is void. So it is not enforceable in the court of law because this is from both sides. But suppose in the same case, A is talking to B about selling his car, and A knows that his car got burned. So it is a single side mistake. It is enforceable. It is very much valid. Valid in the sense that B can sue A. So if the mistake is from both sides, it's void. If it is from single side, then it is enforceable in the court of law. So here we discussed mistake as to foreign law is treated as a mistake of fact. Like the foreigner jumps the red light and later on he said that he didn't knew that in India the traffic stops at the red light. Now the question arises whether there was any signal or sign made on the red light which indicates the people to stop. Yes, it was there. It was written there on the traffic light. The mistake is of the foreigner as there was a clear indication on the red light to stop. But if there was no indication, then it is bilateral mistake. Traffic department is also at mistake. They should have clearly indicated to stop at red light and move at green light. So for the foreigner, the Indian law is like a foreign law and it will be treated as a mistake of fact, that whether it is a bilateral mistake or unilateral mistake. So if there was a clear indication on the traffic light that red means stop and green means go, and even though the foreigner jumps the red light, then it will be unilateral mistake and he will be fine. But if it is bilateral, means there was no clear indication that what red means and what green means, then it is a mistake from both sides, then there will be no fine. So hopefully now you all got the point that what is mistake as to foreign law. So if we summarize, mistake is broadly of two types, as to law and as to fact. In law, if it is Indian law, then no excuses and it is 100% enforceable. In case of mistake as to foreign law, it is treated as mistake of fact, and in mistake of fact, there are two types, bilateral mistake and unilateral mistake. Bilateral mistake is void and unilateral mistake is enforceable in the court of law. So in mistake you have to understand only these things and nothing else. So till here our topic of free consent finishes, and we have covered everything in free consent: coercion, undue influence, fraud, misrepresentation and mistake. Also we have covered up the major portion of Indian Contract Act. Now the rest of the topics are light and easy topics. So thank you very much. Hello friends, now we are going to start our next topic, and an easy topic, which is lawful object and consideration. So till now we have discussed when enforceability by law is added to an agreement, it becomes a contract, and enforceability by law means there must be a consideration, parties must be competent to contract, and there must be a free consent. Now apart from that, means apart from consideration, competent to contract, free consent, so apart from these three, the next two aspects in this are lawful object and lawful consideration. So see, your 70% content of Indian Contract Act is over almost. Now the rest of the 30% content is very simple. So now let's start with lawful object and consideration. So firstly, what is lawful object? See, let's take a simple example. Suppose there's a contract between A and B. A contract between A and B. The purpose of the contract was that B will murder C, and in return A will pay 10 lakh rupees to B. What was the object? That B will murder C, and in return A will pay 10 lakh rupees to B. So this was the contract between A and B. So if you see here, what is the object of the contract? If you look carefully, what is the object of contract? The object is basically the murder of C. Murder of C. Yes or no? Yes sir. And also tell one more thing. Is it lawful? No sir, it is not lawful. It is unlawful. So it is unlawful, it is illegal. So if the object of the contract is not lawful, then how can the contract be valid? Then the contract itself is not valid, or you can also say the contract is not enforceable in any court of law. Now suppose B actually murders C. Later on A refuses to pay any money to B. A refuses to pay any money to B. So can B go to court for recovery of money? And even if B goes to court, what will he say? That I murdered C and now A is refusing to pay. So I hope that you got the point. So the object must be lawful. If the object is unlawful, it is illegal, then it is not valid, or you can also say that it is not enforceable in the court of law. Now thereafter, lawful object we have already understood. Lawful object and consideration. Now what is this lawful consideration? So listen carefully. So let's take an example. Suppose there's a contract between A and B. Okay. Now what was the purpose of contract? That A will construct a building. Construct a building for B. And in return B will supply opium to A. What B will supply in return? Opium to A. Now as you know that opium is a prohibited drug. It is illegal to be used for any recreational purposes or for any other purposes other than for the use in medicines. So here, is the consideration provided by B lawful? Tell me. Is supplying opium a lawful consideration? No, it's unlawful. See here, the object of the contract is not unlawful. How? See, construction of a building is a lawful object, but as against to that, what consideration B is providing to A is unlawful. So this is unlawful consideration. So here the contract itself becomes invalid. Or you can also say, like previously, it is not enforceable in any court of law. So there shall be a lawful object and lawful consideration in a contract. So now let's just read once from here. To make the contract valid, both the object for which the contract is made and the consideration of the contract shall be lawful. So for a valid contract, the object of the contract and the consideration which has been provided in the contract, both shall be lawful. If either the consideration or object is unlawful, means any of the things is unlawful, means either the consideration is unlawful or the object is unlawful, the contract will not be called a valid contract. For instance, if the contract is made between A and B, where B will kill C. So these are the same examples which we have already taken, and in return A will give 10 lakh rupees to B. Now in this case, the consideration by B for A is not lawful, and also the object of the contract is unlawful, because here the object of the contract is that B will kill C, which is unlawful. B, another example where A promised to give the job to B in his office, but in return demands 1 lakh rupees as a donation. Now in this case, the object of the contract is legal, means you can give your job in your office, which is legal, but the consideration by B to A is not lawful. See, if you are taking donations from someone to give them a job, then that is wrong, that is unlawful. Now next one, consideration or object of the contract is unlawful if it is forbidden by law. It means that law is stopping you from doing something, or it defeats the provision of law. It means that you are going against the law. Third one, it is fraudulent, means it is fraudulent in nature, it is a fraud. Or fourth, it involves injury to the person or the property of another, means you are doing an act which is harmful to a person or his property. Or it is immoral or opposed to public policy. It means that you are going against the basic rules of a public society. We will discuss it in detail later with an example. So now let's start with a detailed discussion on all of these 5 points. Circumstances that make consideration as well as an object unlawful are discussed below. First one is forbidden by law, means you are doing something which law prohibits to do. Where the object of contract is forbidden by law, the agreement is unlawful and is void. So if the object or consideration of the contract is forbidden by law, the ultimately agreement or the contract will become unlawful and will become void. Like for instance, an example is given here. A was licensed to run a liquor shop. The act forbids the sale, transfer of the license or the creation of a partnership to run the shop. See, A had taken a license to run the liquor shop, and on that license conditions were written that the owner of the license could not sell this license to anyone, could not transfer this license to anyone, or neither he could create the partnership to run the liquor shop. But what did A do? A took B into partnership. So here A did what was forbidden by law. The agreement of partnership would be void. Why? Because it was clearly written that the act forbids the creation of a partnership to run the shop, and still A took B into partnership. So here the agreement of partnership between A and B would automatically be void. Now next point, however, the imposing of penalty for a particular transaction under any law cannot be the sole ground for the purpose of declaring the contract as void on the ground that it is forbidden by law. Important point, see, if it is written in the act that if you do such a thing, then you will be penalized, your license will not be cancelled. So in that case, it would not be termed as forbidden by law. So let's see an example here which is given. For instance, a license to cut grass is given to X by the forest departments under the Forest Act. So a license to cut grass was given to X by the forest department, and the license was regulated under the Forest Act. One of the conditions to license prescribes that the forest officer should be intimated in case the license is sold to another party. Otherwise, a penalty of amount will be imposed. So see here, if X had sold his license, then in that case he had to intimate the forest officer about the sale of his license. But if he did not intimate the forest officer, then he will be penalized. Okay, a penalty of amount will be imposed on him if he did not intimate the forest officer about the sale of his license. But in the above example, it was forbidden by law to sold the license. If A had sold the license or took B into partnership, then the sale of license would be void. Why? Because a law is forbidding for the sale of license and for the creation of partnership. But in the second example, in this example here the law is not forbidding you to sold the license. You can sold your license, you can put up your license for sale, but in that case you have to intimate the forest officer. Please note that a fine is prescribed for the breach of the condition, but it doesn't mean that transfer of license is forbidden by the law. Therefore, the contract is very much valid. Now, the second one is the defeat of the provision of law. See, if directly or indirectly the contract that has been entered indicates, or you can say represents, that a provision of law is being defeated, then such a contract shall not be enforceable in court of law. So let's take two examples, each one for directly and indirectly, then you will understand this. So our first example, see, we know that as per Limitation Act, a debt becomes time barred if it is not claimed for 3 years. We have already discussed this. Now suppose I provided you 10,000 rupees and I put a condition in the contract that even if I do not claim my money for 3 years, then you will not plead Limitation Act, means I can recover my 10,000 rupees even after 3 years, which is against the provisions of Limitation Act. So now if you see here, while entering into the contract, I am defeating the provisions of law, and it is very clear because Limitation Act says that no one can claim a debt beyond 3 years because it will become time barred. Yes or no? Sure, sir, this is right. So here I am directly defeating the provisions of Limitation Act. Now second example is of indirect. Suppose Mr. A did a crime. The court asked Mr. A to present a surety who will guarantee your good behavior in court. What did court ask from Mr. A? To present a surety who will guarantee Mr. A's good behavior in court. So if Mr. A did not show good behavior, then such a surety who gives the guarantee of Mr. A's good behavior shall be penalized by court for 5,000 rupees. Now Mr. A starts finding the surety who will guarantee for his good behavior, but no one was ready to give his guarantee. So what Mr. A did? Mr. A enters into a contract with Mr. B. Mr. A paid 5,000 rupees to Mr. B and said, if I did not show good behavior, then deposit this money to the court as a surety. But if I showed good behavior, then you shall pay back my 5,000 rupees. This is the contract which was entered by Mr. A with B. So here Mr. A showed a good behavior within the time period which was specified by the court. Then later on Mr. A demanded his money back from Mr. B as no money was deposited on account of Mr. A's good behavior. But Mr. B clearly refused to pay any money. Now the question arises whether Mr. A can recover the amount from Mr. B. So the answer is no. Why so, sir? Because when the court ordered Mr. A to arrange a surety for his good behavior, the purpose was that someone should give guarantee for A's good behavior independently, not like that A shall arrange a surety by paying him. Here A is not directly defeating the provisions of law but indirectly defeating the provisions of law. So why the surety is demanded? Surety is the person who somewhat can give a guarantee in good faith. And where is the good faith here? There's no good faith here in this case. Mr. A paid Mr. B to be as a surety for his good behavior. See, whenever the court or bank demands a surety, then the intention is that there shall be a person who shall trust on you in a good faith, and you are trying to purchase that trust with money. So you are trying to defeat the provisions of law, not directly but indirectly. Yes or no? Yes, sir. So hopefully now you got the point that what is directly defeating the provisions of law and what is indirectly defeating the provisions of law. So now let's just read once from here. These are the same examples and same points which we have already discussed. Suppose there is an agreement under which the debtor shall not plead the period of limitation. The object is to defeat the provisions of the Limitation Act. Therefore the agreement is void. For instance, accused, the person who has done something wrong, is required under the Criminal Procedure Code to furnish a surety. Surety is the person who gives the guarantee, is known as surety, for the sum of 5,000 rupees for his good behavior. So, if the accused did not show any good behavior, then the surety shall pay 5,000 rupees to the court. He deposited the sum with B. He is refers to accused here, and requested him here is B, to become the surety. After the period of suretyship was over, the accused sues B for the amount. Why? Because B clearly refuses to pay back any amount to the accused. The agreement was void, money is irrecoverable. The intention of the law in requiring a surety is that the surety shall at his own risk see to the appearance of the accused. This purpose is defeated by the above agreement. So hopefully now you have understood this point. Now the third point is fraudulent. Now what is fraudulent? Let's discuss. See here, if two parties enters into an agreement or a contract whose purpose is to defraud the third party, so such an agreement or contract is void. It is not enforceable in the court of law. So let's take an example. Suppose Mr. A is an agent of a zamindar. Zamindar appointed Mr. A as the caretaker for his land, and Mr. A will also collect of this land on behalf of the zamindar. So now the zamindar resides in another town and his land is situated in another town, and the zamindar rarely visits there in which town the land is situated. So for the time being, what Mr. A did, he enters into a contract with Mr. B that Mr. B can use that land for his own purpose and pay the rent to Mr. A. When zamindar is about to come, Mr. A will inform Mr. B, and then Mr. B shall vacate the land. But it shall not be known by the zamindar at any cost that Mr. A and Mr. B had a separate contract for the collection of the rent of the land. So when A and B enters into a contract, their purpose is unlawful. Their purpose is to defraud the zamindar. So if any type of contract has been formed with an intention of defrauding the third party, then that contract is unlawful. Let's just read once from here. If the two parties to the contract agree to enter into a contract that results in fraud with the third party, then such contract is void. And we have already discussed the same example which is given here. For instance, A as an agent for a zamindar without the knowledge of his principal, who is principal zamindar, agrees to grant lease for money to B of the land which belongs to the principal. The agreement between A and B is void. Why? Because the intention of the contract is to defraud the zamindar. Now next point is injury to the person or property of another. So what is this? See, if a contract has been formed with an object to harm the other person or his property, then such an object is unlawful. Then automatically such an agreement or a contract is void. It is not enforceable in the court of law. So let's take a simple example. Suppose Mr. A enters into a contract with Mr. B. Now what was the purpose of the contract? See, there's a book of R.D. Sharma of maths, very famous book in the market. Mr. A said to Mr. B to print a duplicate copy of the book of R.D. Sharma and give it to Mr. A. So here the contract between A and B is void. It cannot be enforceable in the court of law. Why so, sir? Because the copyright of R.D. Sharma's book is with R.D. Sharma. This is known by A as well as B also. So even if B prints the book, then later on B cannot recover the amount from A, because they both have tried to injure the property of another person. Let us take another example. Suppose Mr. A gives some money to Mr. B on loan, and said that Mr. B shall work for Mr. A's friend for 2 years for free of cost. Listen again. Mr. A gives some money to Mr. B on loan on the condition that Mr. B shall work for Mr. A's friend for 2 years for free of cost. Now Mr. A also puts another condition that if Mr. B tried to do anything nasty during his work period, then Mr. B shall immediately pay back all the money to Mr. A along with a heavy interest. So here the contract between A and B is void, not enforceable, because this is known as slavery. How? Slavery means that you are treating humans as goods. It is also known as human trafficking. You are like selling Mr. B to your friend. You gave him a loan and telling him to work for your friend for free for 2 years. So the object of the agreement is illegal, is unlawful. You are just trying to harm another person. So the contract between Mr. A and Mr. B is highly void, not enforceable in any court of law. So let's just read once from here. The general term injury means criminal or wrongful harm. Like for instance, an agreement to print a book in violation of another's copyright is void as the object is to cause injury to the property of another. Copyright is like an intangible asset. It is the property of a person. It is also void as the object of the agreement is forbidden by law relating to copyright. Next example is also same, which we have already discussed. A person borrowed 100 rupees, only 100 rupees, and executed a bond promising to work for another person for a period of 2 years. In case of default, the borrower was to pay exorbitant interest, means a heavy interest, and the principal sum becomes payable at once. Here a promise to repay by manual labor is illegal. It is unlawful as it imposes in substance slavery. And what is slavery? Slavery is a system under which people are treated as property that can be bought and sold. The consideration involves injury to the person. The agreement is void. So hopefully now you all got this point, that injury to the person or property of another. So till now we have discussed 4 points: forbidden by law, defeats the provision of law, fraudulent, and involves injury to the person or the property of another. Now in next video we will discuss the meaning of immoral or opposed to public policy. It's a little bit lengthy point, so we will cover it up in next video. Hello friends, now let's discuss our next topics: immoral and agreements opposed to public policy. So what it is exactly? See, immoral means something which is not acceptable in society or in the eyes of law, and it's generally different from region to region. So now let's take an example. Suppose Mr. A paid to Mr. B to take divorce from his wife, or let's change the example. Mr. A paid Mrs. C to take divorce from her husband so that Mr. A can marry Mrs. C. So as you can clearly see, this agreement shows the immorality of Mr. A. This is something which is immoral and not enforceable in court of law. Let's take another example. Suppose a landlord gave his house to Mr. A for gambling purposes. Now the landlord knows that Mr. A will use the house with his friends for gambling purposes, and still the landlord is giving his house on rent to Mr. A. Later on, if Mr. A refuses to pay any rent, then landlord cannot recover anything. Why? Because here the object of the contract is unlawful, it's immoral. So let's just read once from here. Immoral. The law does not allow an agreement that includes immorality. What is immoral depends upon the standard of morality, that is the society. For instance, a landlord cannot recover the rent of a house knowingly let to prostitute who carries on her business there. Here the object is immoral and the agreement to pay rent is void. So in India it is immoral, but outside India it is very much moral. Second example, where P had advanced money to D, a married woman, to enable her to obtain a divorce from her husband. So P had paid an advance money to D, who is a married woman, so that she can take divorce from her husband and can marry P. D had agreed to marry him as soon as she could obtain the divorce. It was held that P was not entitled to recover the amount. The agreement seeks the divorce of D from her husband and the consequent promise of marriage was against good morals. So here D had not taken any divorce from her husband. So whether P can recover his amount? No, because the object of the contract is immoral. Now agreement opposed to public policy. So this is a little bit wider term. We have to discuss different subtopics in this topic. So let's start. So agreement opposed to public policy means the agreement which has a tendency to injure public interest or the public welfare. So any agreement which is formed to harm the public interest or public interest can be affected by such an agreement, then that is the agreement opposed to public policy. So any contract which is affecting the public interest in general. Firstly, following are agreements that are opposed to public policy. So firstly, trading with the enemy. So let's take an example. Suppose India is at war with Pakistan. Now an Indian businessman enters into a contract with a Pakistani businessman. So here the contract is not enforceable. Why so, sir? Because it is unlawful, it is opposed to public policy. How can you enter into a contract with a country with whom our country is at war? We have also discussed this point in the video of competency to contract. There we have discussed that trading with an alien enemy is prohibited. The same thing has been told here also. Because it is an agreement opposed to public policy, this is not in public interest. So any agreement with an alien enemy at times of war without license of government is void. So until you have the permission of the government, you cannot do an agreement with an alien enemy. Here the agreement to trade offends against the public policy as it against the interest of the country in times of war. Now thereafter, stifling prosecution. So prosecution means an institution which conducts hearing against criminal charges like courts, and stifling means to destroy something. So here what stifling prosecution means? It simply means you enter into an agreement with an object to disturb the court proceedings. For example, suppose Mr. A murders Mr. B and C was the eyewitness. So if it is like that, Mr. C was paid to shut his mouth or he is being stopped to attend the hearing or make him lie. So it is like stifling prosecution and any agreement of this type is void ab initio. So let's just read once from here. It is in the public interest that criminals should be prosecuted and punished. An agreement not to prosecute an offender or to withdraw a pending prosecution is void. So you will not make a trade of a felony. Felony means serious crimes. However, the law allows compromises in respect of compoundable offences in which settlement is allowed according to the law. So now what are compoundable offences? Let's discuss it with a simple example. For example, suppose Mr. A harms Mr. B. Any type of harm it can be. Now Mr. B sues Mr. A and demands for a compensation of 1 crore rupees. Mr. B demands a compensation of 1 crore rupees from Mr. A. So here A and B can do out of the court settlement. Here A said, I can give you 10 lakh rupees and we will settle it here only. But suppose Mr. A murders a family member of Mr. B and then Mr. B thinks of an out of the court settlement. Then it's not compoundable. This type of settlement is not allowed. Why? Because it's a criminal case. Even if Mr. A offers 2 crore rupees to Mr. B could not accept it. And once this case is filed, it cannot be withdrawn. See, because if these type of things happen, then you will make laugh of serious crimes and which is not acceptable in any court of law. Next we have maintenance and surety. Now what is this maintenance and surety? So let's understand it. It is important. Sometimes a 2 to 3 mark question comes in the exam. So firstly, what is maintenance? So let's take an example. Suppose I supported Mr. A. Listen carefully. I supported Mr. A to sue Mr. B. I will bear all legal expenses which will incur in suing Mr. B. What did I say to Mr. A? That you sue Mr. B and I will bear all the legal expenses which will be incurred in suing Mr. B. So see, here I want justice for Mr. A for the wrong which Mr. B has done with Mr. A. My intention is that Mr. A should get justice. That is why I am funding Mr. A's legal expenses. So this is known as maintenance. But there's also a word sympathy. Now what it means? Let's take an example again. Suppose I gave money to Mr. A for suing Mr. B. Same case is there. I gave money to Mr. A for suing Mr. B and told Mr. A to demand a compensation of 1 crore rupees from Mr. B. And I said to Mr. A, if you win the case, then I will take 50% of the total compensation amount. But if you lose the case, then I will take nothing. So it's sympathy. Why? Because here I am having a personal interest in the compensation amount. As compared to in the previous example, I did not have any such intention. My only intention was to get justice for Mr. A. So this is what the difference is between maintenance and sympathy. So let's just read once from here. Where a person agrees to provide funds or otherwise to the other person to file suit and has no monetary interest of his own, this is known as maintenance. For instance, X promises to pay Y 25,000 rupees for bringing a suit against Z. X's sole motive is to ensure to sue Z to annoy him. Now, sympathy is an agreement whereby one party helps assist another in recovering money or property and in turn demands a share in the gains arising from such action. For instance, X promises to pay Y 25,000 rupees for bringing a suit against Z and in turn X will take 50% of the compensation amount that Y might receive. So, I hope you are getting the main difference between maintenance and sympathy. Now, you will have no problem in understanding this. Now, whether these agreements are valid? Yes, these agreements are very much valid. If the intention is not to mess with the law, these agreements are valid if the intention of the agreement is not to mess with the law, the intention of the agreement is not to disturb the other party, not to harm the other party, rather than the intention is to seek justice for the other party. Like, let's take another example. Suppose I am paying Mr. A to sue Mr. B only to trouble Mr. B. I want to disturb Mr. B, so I am paying Mr. A to sue Mr. B. I want Mr. B to be troubled. So here the agreement with A is void because my intention is not to seek justice, rather it is to disturb Mr. B, that is to harm Mr. B. But on the other hand, if I am genuinely supporting Mr. A for wrong which Mr. B did with Mr. A, then the agreement will be very much valid. Then there is no issue at all. Why? Because my intention is to seek justice for Mr. A. So the agreement for supplying funds by way of maintenance or sympathy is valid unless it is valid unless it is unreasonable so as to be unjust to other party, means you are not doing justice for the other party, or it is made by a malicious motive, means a dirty motive, like for example gambling in litigation or oppressing other party by encouraging unrighteous suits. So the agreement of maintenance and sympathy are valid where the intention is to seek justice for the other party or the agreement has been made with a positive motive. Means the motive of providing funds through maintenance and sympathy is not malicious, is not dirty, and is not to interfere with the process of justice also. Now next one, interference with the course of justice. Now what is it? See, as such we have already discussed it in stifling prosecution. There we have discussed an institution whose main motive is to conduct hearings against criminal charges, then that is prosecution. Now there, if you create any type of disturbance in the course of proceedings, okay, then that agreement is against your public policy. See, this is just an additional point. Even if this point was not given, then also we would have covered it in the point of stifling prosecution. So we talked of criminal cases there. But here let's take an example. Suppose a judgment is due today and a compensation is to be declared today, and I get transfer the judge with the help of a senior officer. Or suppose I paid money to a witness and I said to him to give a false testimony in the court. So what is all this? Interference in the course of justice. It is given separately in book, that is why we are discussing it here. Otherwise it is given in stifling prosecution. So let's just read once from here. Any agreement which creates interference in the ordinary process of justice is void. For instance, Mr. A provides money to the B, a senior official, to transfer the existing judge, is against the public interest and void. Similarly, a promise to give money to induce a person to give false evidence is void, or you can say false testimony. For instance, X promises to give money to B if B gives the false statement before the court is void. However, an agreement that refers to present or future disputes to arbitration is not void, it is valid. So, if there is a out of the court settlement, arbitration means a out of the court settlement, so that agreement is valid. So, we have already discussed these points in stifling prosecution. Next one, marriage brokerage contracts. See, in our Indian law, or specifically in the Hindu law, it is being said that relationships are made by the God. Those relationships are just reconciled on earth. So on the basis of this, you cannot charge any commission against such relationships. Like there are many matrimonial websites which charge commission to get marry a couple, that is completely void. Even if they reconcile the relationship and you are refusing to pay them, so they cannot legally recover the amount from you, it is somewhat unenforceable in the court of law. So just self-read it once, there's nothing new in it. Now next one is creation of interest which is opposed to duty. It means doing something which is against your duty. Like for example, there's a newspaper editor. Now his duty is to print all news neutrally. He should not have any bias options. Now he prints news in favor of one party only, like he prints news in favor of Congress only, or he prints news in favor of BJP only, or he does an agreement with a person like he only prints a particular news. So those agreements are void. Why? Because those agreements are against his duties. So let's just read once. If the person by an agreement agrees to do something which is against his duties, then such contracts will be void ab initio. Like for instance, newspaper proprietor example is given here. An agreement by a newspaper proprietor not to comment on the conduct of a particular person for extraneous consideration is unlawful as it is against policy. Second one, A, who is the manager of a company, agrees to pass the tender for X if X pays 14,500 to A privately. The agreement is void because tender always goes to that party which gives best services in lowest prices. Thereafter, sale of public offices. So if any bribe has been demanded to get a job at a government office or for a work to get done, then it is sale of public offices and are opposed to public policy. So let's just see here. An agreement for interference in the government working regulations is completely void. It can be by way of appointing a person in a government office or by way of manipulating the files of deserving candidates to securing national awards. Like for instance, an agreement to procure a public recognition like Padma Vibhushan or Padma Shri for reward is void. Like I pay some money to a minister and I told him to recommend my name for Padma Vibhushan or Padma Shri or Bharat Ratna. So that agreement will be completely void, completely opposed to public policy. Thereafter, agreement for the creation of monopolies. So what is this creation of monopolies? See, let's take an example. Suppose I have a business in the market and I have three competitors B, C and D. I pay them to stop their business in my market, or I made an agreement with them to pay them 10 lakh rupees per year in exchange that they shall not bring their business in competition with my business. So all these types of agreements are void. Why so? See, for this there is Competition Act 2002 which clearly says that there should be a healthy competition in the market, and if any agreement has been formed with an intention to create a monopoly, then such an agreement will be void. The same thing is written here. Agreement with the object of creating monopolies and thus earning abnormal profits are as opposed to public policy. Therefore, it is void. Now the next point we have is agreement in restraint of marriage. So let's take an example. Suppose Mrs. B gives 1 lakh rupees to Mr. A and said to Mr. A that you will not marry anyone but me. Now when the marriage is possible with Mrs. B? When Mrs. B will divorce her existing husband. But what happens? Mr. A marries someone else. Now Mrs. B filed a case on Mr. A for the recovery of her 1 lakh rupees because as per the agreement, Mr. A will not marry anyone but Mrs. B, but he marries someone else. So here the law clearly said that you cannot stop anyone from marrying. If you have formed any such agreement, then it is void. It will not be enforceable. it is against public interest, it is highly immoral in nature, and its object is unlawful. So same things written here which we have already discussed. Now next point, agreement in restraint of trade. See, if you have made an agreement that the other party will not do any business, any trade, then such an agreement is void. So here a case law is also given. What happened in this case law? A person gave money to his local shopkeeper and told him to close down his shops at all, completely. He will regularly pay him, and in exchange he will close down his shop completely. So here you are restricting someone from doing business. So this agreement is void. Now afterwards the shopkeeper also sued the person after taking the money that he is not letting me to open the shop. So can the person recover his money? No, he cannot, because the agreement is void. It is in restraint of trade. But there are few exceptions of this point, means when the agreement in restraint of trade is possible. So our first one is sale of goodwill. So let's take an example for this. Suppose if I had sold out my business like Grooming Education Academy. I sold out my business, I sold out my brand name, I took money against it. Goodwill, purchase goodwill. You would have done it in accounts also. So in this case an agreement can be formed that this brand is now yours and I cannot do business with this brand. Let's just see here. In case a person sold his business goodwill to another, then he shall not carry such business until and unless otherwise agreed. Otherwise agreed. Yes, if there are different terms like you can do business after 15 years, after 10 years, after 20 years, then that's a separate issue. But if you have sold your business, sold your goodwill, then you cannot do the business in the same name again. Exceptions under Indian Partnership Act 1932. There are certain exceptions in the Partnership Act also. If you read these points, you will understand it. First one, as per the provision of the Indian Partnership Act 1932, an agreement between partners not to carry business other than that of the firm while they are partners in the firm is valid, though it is in restraint of trade. See, suppose A, B and C are in transport business through a partnership firm. Now as per partnership deed, no partner can individually carry out the same business in the name of the firm. So it's very much valid, although it is in restraint of trade, because an individual restriction has been put on A, B and C, but they can do business together in partnership. So it is in restraint of trade, but this restraint of trade is valid. Next point, as per the provisions of the Indian Partnership Act 1932, an outgoing partner makes an agreement with the continuing partners that he will not carry on any business similar to that of the firm within specified local limits and within the specified period. Such an agreement will be valid. So suppose there are three partners A, B and C is leaving the partnership. So C makes an agreement with A and B that he will not carry out the same business of the partnership firm within the local limits area of the partnership firm or for a specified period as per the agreement. So such agreements are very much valid. Though restrictions are in the restraint of trade, yet the agreement is valid if the restrictions imposed are reasonable. So although they are putting the restraint of trade on the C, but as per the Indian Partnership Act, such restraint is valid. Third point, as per the provisions of the Indian Partnership Act 1932, upon or in anticipation of the dissolution of firm, partners may agree that some or all of them will not carry on business similar to that of the firm within a specified period or local limit. So this point is as same as this point, just the difference is that in the second point it was the retirement of partner or he was leaving the partnership. In the third point, whole partnership firm is dissolving. Now the fourth point, as per the provisions of the Indian Partnership Act 1932, partners may agree with the buyer of goodwill after dissolution not to use the firm name or carry on the firm's business or solicit means to attract clients of the firm. So like for example, A, B and C are partners, their business was flourishing but they sold their business. So A, B and C made an agreement with the purchaser of their business that they will not do any such business in the same name or in the same city or for a specified period. So all these points are the same. The important points are first and second point. Now same way, exception in regard to service agreements. This is also an important point. Now what exactly it is? See, if there is a contract between an employer and an employee that until the employee is working for its employer, then he cannot do a parallel business. Who? Employee. So let's take an example. Suppose the employer has a business of transportation. Now an employee signed an agreement with the employer that the employee will not enter into partnership with any other transport business or not to do any transport business of his own until and unless he is working for the employer. So this was the agreement entered between employer and his employee. So this agreement is very much valid. But if the agreement was that when employee would left the job, then the employee will not do the same business for 3 years from the date of leaving the job. So in the case of employer and employee, if there is a type of agreement which restricts an employee to do the same business as that of the employer even after leaving the job, then such an agreement will not be valid. So let's see what's written here. An agreement of service by which an employee binds himself not to compete with his employer during the term of his agreement is not in the restraint of trade. So during the term of his agreement means when the employee is working for the employer, such an agreement is valid. Like for instance, example, B, a physician and surgeon, employs A as an assistant for a term of 3 years, and A agrees not to practice as a surgeon and physician during these 3 years. The agreement is valid. A can be restrained by an injunction. Injunction means immediate stay order if he starts independent practice during this period. So if A starts his independent practice while being in the employment of B, so here A will broke the agreement, which is not valid, and B can sue A, and an injunction order will be put against A by the court by which his independent practice would be stopped immediately. Second point, an agreement to restrain the person from entering into the same trade after he leaves the job is void. So if there is an agreement to restrict a person from doing the same business after leaving the job, then such an agreement is void. For instance, an agreement restraining an employee from taking services or engaging in a similar business for a period of 5 years after the termination of his service was void. Now last 2 points, restraint in the parental rights. So you cannot snatch away someone's parental right. Let's take an example. Suppose Mr. A adopted Mr. B's son and Mr. A paid money to Mr. B as against his son. Later on, Mr. B can reclaim his son because you cannot take away someone's parental right by paying money. So the same things are written here. Now last point, restraint of personal liberty means you cannot take away someone's personal liberty through money. Agreement unnecessarily restricting the individual is void, being as it is against public policy. For instance, X borrowed money from Y, a moneylender. The borrower agreed with the lender that without his written consent, he would not leave his job, borrow, dispose of his property or change his residence. So means what did he said? He will neither leave his job, his property nor his address. So the agreement is void as it unduly restricted the freedom of the borrower, because you cannot restrict someone's freedom. See, these points are asked in rare cases, so no need to do it in detail. You can just read the examples to understand them, that would be enough. So if I talk about important topics, then they are trading with the enemy, stifling prosecution, maintenance and shampati, marriage brokerage contracts, and sale of public offices also, agreement in restraint of trade, and these 2 exceptions. Thank you so much. Hello everyone. So till now we have almost completed 80% content in Indian Contract Act. Firstly, we discussed offer, then acceptance, then came the agreement, then came the enforceability by law in the agreement, and enforceability by law was finished in the last video. So in enforceability by law, we discussed that there should be a consideration, there should be a competency to contract, there should be a free consent, and there should be a lawful object and lawful consideration. Only then a contract can be enforceable by law. So agreement plus enforceability by law is contract, that part is over. Now there are just few small topics which we have to discuss. So our next topic is agreements expressly declared void. So agreements which are specifically declared void by law means these agreements are void ab initio. So these agreements are agreements with incompetent people, agreements with an unlawful object or consideration, agreements made under a mutual mistake of material fact, agreements made without consideration, agreements in restraint of marriage, trade or legal proceedings, etc. This point is already covered in this point, agreements with an unlawful object or consideration. So we have already discussed all these agreements. So these are the agreements specifically declared void by law. So sometimes a question is asked in the exam that what are the agreements specifically declared void. So you have to remember these names. Now after this we are going to start our discussion with wagering agreement and contingent contract. So we will discuss these in the next video, wagering and contingent. So in this video we will do it only this, as a 4 to 5 mark question can be asked on this in the exam. So you have to remember the name of these agreements which are specifically declared void. So now in next video we would discuss wagering agreements and contingent contracts. Hello friends, welcome back. So now we are going to start with wagering agreements. So if you listen slowly and carefully, then you will be able to understand this easily. We have to discuss both wagering agreements and contingent contracts, as in the exam a question on their difference can be asked, or individual question in the case study form can also be asked. So what is wagering agreement? See, any agreement in which two parties promises each other to give money or something equivalent to money. What did I say? To give money or something equivalent to money on the happening or non-happening of an uncertain event. So I think you are all a little bit confused here. So listen again. See, two parties enter into an agreement that they will give money or something equivalent to money, like a bet of car or a bet of 5,000 rupees. So money or equivalent to money on the happening or non-happening of an uncertain event. So now what is this happening or non-happening of an uncertain event? What is this, sir? So listen carefully. Suppose I bet with you that it will rain today. You said no, it will not rain today. Now the event is rain. It will happen or it will not happen. Either it happens or not happen. And if it rains, you will pay me 5,000 rupees. And if there would be no rain, then I'll pay you 5,000 rupees. So this is a wagering agreement. So where two parties enter into an agreement to pay money or money's worth on the happening or non-happening of an uncertain event, then these type of agreements are known as wagering agreements. Now why uncertain events, sir? See, can either of us can control the event of rain? It is very much uncertain. So a party is at benefit either at happening or non-happening of an uncertain event. Now the question arises, sir, are all types of bets wagering agreements? Yes, all types of bets can be wagering agreements. Can be, sir? Yes, it can be. Means in some cases it cannot be. So bets can be wagering agreements if they fulfill certain conditions. Sir, which conditions? These are 4 conditions only. These are to be fulfilled to have a wagering agreement. What are these, sir? So listen carefully. So the first condition is the event on whose happening or non-happening there is a promise to pay money or money's worth. What did I said? The event on whose happening or non-happening there is a promise to pay money or money's worth. That event has not yet happened and the event is still uncertain, means either it will happen or it will not happen. Or even if such event has happened, then both the parties are not aware about this fact. So let's take an example. Suppose I said to my friend that I think there might be a heavy rainfall in Pakistan yesterday. My friend said no, it is not possible as per the climate conditions that there was a heavy rainfall in Pakistan. I said let's have a bet. Now here neither me nor my friend are aware about the fact that there might be a rainfall in Pakistan, though the event has already happened or not happened. Means either it was raining or there was no rain. Me and my friend did not know about this, so still it can be a wagering. So the very first condition is the event has not yet happened, and if it has been happened, either of the party is not aware about it. So understood? Sure sir. So this was point number 1. Now point number 2. Neither of the parties should have the control over the event. For example, me and you have a bet whether it will rain or not. Now neither I had the control on the rain nor you. So are you getting the point? Let's take another example. Suppose I had a bet with my friend that you see, I will get fitted all tube lights in my house by evening. He said it is not possible. I said it is possible. So it's not a wagering agreement because I am having control on the event. It is up to me. Either I can perform it or I can decline it. It will not be a wagering because I have the control over it. So to be a wagering, the second condition is that neither of the parties should have the control over the event. Okay, understood? So what is wagering? It is an agreement to pay money or money's worth on the happening or non-happening of an uncertain event. So there are 4 conditions. First one is the event has not yet happened, and if it has been happened, either of the party is not aware about it. Okay, got it? Second one is neither of the parties should have the control over the event. And now point number 3. Both the parties stand in an equal position to win or to lose. Means both the parties have an equal chance of winning and losing. Like for example, there was a bet between A and B that there would be rain or not. So both the parties are in the equal position. Either A could win or either B could win. Are you getting the point? Sure. So are the first 3 points clear? So what was the first point? The event has not yet happened, and if it has been happened, either of the parties is not aware about it. What was the second point? Neither of the parties should have the control over the event. And the third one, both the parties have an equal chance of winning and losing. Now the point number 4 is neither of the parties should have the legitimate interest in the event. Now what is this legitimate interest? Legitimate interest means legal interest. So what is this legal interest? Suppose I send my goods from Delhi to Mumbai through a transportation, and I had an agreement with the transport person that if those goods do not reach within 3 days, then he will pay me 10,000 rupees as compensation. So here it cannot be considered as a wagering agreement because I am having a legal interest in the goods sent. I have legitimate interest, so this is not wagering. Means either of the parties shall not have any type of interest in the event, then only we can say it is a wagering agreement. Let's take another example. For example, I had a bet with my friend that I will complete all lectures of law within this date. He said it is not possible. So here it is not wagering. Why? Because I have a legitimate interest in recording. Yes or no? Yes sir. So if all these 4 conditions are fulfilled, only then I will say it's a wagering agreement. Otherwise I will say it is not a wagering agreement. And what are these 4 conditions? We have discussed it all. So let's see what's written in the book. According to Sir William Anson, it is an agreement to pay money or money's worth upon the determination of an uncertain event. For instance, means example, there is a bet between A and B. A promises to pay B 1000 rupees if it rains. B promises an equal amount if it does not rain. According to the Indian Contract Act 1872, agreements by way of wager are void. We will do a discussion on this later on. Then characteristics of wagering agreement, we have already discussed it, so let's just read once. The event is uncertain, which means that either the event has not yet taken place, or if the event has happened, the parties are unaware of the result. For instance, bet between A and B of 1000 rupees that yesterday in a cricket match there was rain or not. If neither A nor B knows about it, then it will be considered a wagering agreement. Second one, neither party should have control over the happening or non-happening of the event. If one party has control over the event, the transaction is not a wagering one. Means it will not be a wagering agreement. For instance, bet between A and B whether there will be a red signal in the next 50 seconds or not, and B has the power to control the signaling system, then it cannot be considered as a wagering agreement because B has the control over the event. Third point, the essence of a wager is that each side stands to win or to lose. Means both the sides have an equal chance of winning and losing. It depends on how the uncertain event takes place. However, if either of the parties may win but cannot lose, or both may lose and cannot win, it is not a wagering agreement. So, if either of the parties may win but cannot lose, or both may lose and cannot win. So, if either of the party has the chance of winning only but not of losing, then it will not be a wagering agreement. But if there is a chance of losing only, not of winning, so then also it will not be a wagering agreement. Fourth one, neither party should have a legitimate interest in the occurrence or non-occurrence of the event other than sum or stake. So simple meaning is that there should not be a legitimate interest. For instance, if X promises to Y to pay him 10,000 rupees if the truck doesn't reach on time containing the goods of Y, is not a wagering agreement, as Y having a legitimate interest in the goods. So this is what the wagering agreement is. Hopefully you understood all points. We will also discuss contingent contracts after this. In contingent contracts, we will find all these points, but the one difference is that in a contingent contract, legitimate interest is present. So if the legitimate interest is present, then instead of calling it wagering agreement, we will call it contingent contracts. Now let's talk about the effect of wagering agreement. Means whether it is void or illegal. See, the wagering agreement is void, but in certain cases it has been declared illegal. Like, as you know, in India, betting on cricket is illegal. So wagering agreement is void, but if it has been specifically declared illegal, then it will be treated as illegal. Like in Gujarat, wagering agreements are illegal. Any type of bet is illegal in Gujarat. But if the bet has been made in Delhi, then it is void, not illegal. So are you getting the point? Now what is the impact of this void and illegal? Now listen very carefully. We will discuss this in detail. See, wagering is void or wagering is illegal. It is going to impact the collateral transaction. Now what is this collateral transaction, sir? Collateral transaction means the attached transaction. Now attached transaction, what exactly it is? Let us take an example. Suppose I took a loan of 1 lakh rupees from Mr. A for a bet between you and me. Mr. A is a third person from whom I took a loan of 1 lakh rupees for a bet between you and me. I lost the bet of 1 lakh rupees. Now the question arises whether Mr. A can recover his 1 lakh rupees from me which I lost in the bet. See, the wagering agreement entered between me and you on the event whether it will rain or not. I lost 1 lakh rupees in it, and for this wagering agreement I took a loan of 1 lakh rupees from Mr. A. So the transaction between me and Mr. A is the collateral transaction. Understood? Sure, sir. Now if the wagering agreement is void, then the collateral transaction is valid, meaning thereby Mr. A can recover the amount from me. There is no issue in it. However, like in Gujarat, the wagering is illegal. So if the wagering agreement is illegal, the collateral will be void. So if the wagering is illegal, the collateral will be void, meaning thereby if I bet with you in Gujarat and if I lost and also took the loan from Mr. A of 1 lakh rupees for the bet and I lost 1 lakh rupees in bet, then here Mr. A cannot recover 1 lakh rupees from me. Why? Because now the wagering agreement is illegal, so the collateral transaction to it will be void. So you only have to remember that if the wagering is void, then the collateral transaction, the transaction attached to it, will be valid. Point number 2, if the wagering is illegal, like as you know, cricket betting is illegal in whole of India. So if I took a loan from Mr. A of 2 lakh rupees for a cricket bet and I lost 2 lakh rupees in the cricket bet, so it doesn't matter where I have done the wagering agreement, in Gujarat or in Maharashtra. Cricket betting is illegal over whole of India. So here Mr. A cannot recover his 2 lakh rupees from me. Why? Because if the wagering is illegal, then by default the collateral transaction, the transaction attached to it, will automatically be void. So let's see what's written here. The wagering agreement is void. No suit shall be brought for recovering the amount won by the wager. Wager and collateral transactions. Consequences of wagering agreement. The wagering agreement is void. However, in Gujarat and Maharashtra, wagering is illegal. The only material difference between the void and illegal agreement relates to their effect upon the collateral transaction. A collateral transaction is one that is attached to the main transaction. So, if the wagering agreement is void, then the collateral transaction is valid. It is not void. But if the wagering agreement is illegal, then by default the transaction attached to it, the collateral transaction, is void. Next one, wagering agreement. If it is void, then transaction collateral to wagering agreement is not void, but they are valid. You can read the examples yourself. Next, wagering agreement being illegal, and so the collateral transaction is void. In Gujarat and Maharashtra, wagering agreements have been declared illegal, so the transaction collateral to such a wagering agreement is void. So now it is clear to you, hopefully, that what are collateral transaction and when they are void and when they are valid. Now we have exceptions of wagering agreements. Though wagering agreements are void, but in these cases wagering agreements will be considered valid. So now let's discuss these cases. So first point, sale and purchase of shares, stock and goods. So if you have done an agreement to buy share and stocks are same thing, or goods, then it is not wagering, but the intention should be to take the delivery. Now what exactly it is, sir? What is intention to take the delivery? So let's take an example. Suppose in the morning I bought shares of Apollo tires worth 1000 rupees at the rate of 250 rupees per share. Now I bought shares at 10 am and I knew that the shares will be credited to my account by 3:30 pm due to the T+2 settlement cycle. Now what I did, I bought the shares at 10 am and sold those shares at 12 pm at a profit of 10,000 rupees. My intention was not to take the delivery of shares. I just want to book profit on those shares, and this is my daily routine. So my intention is not to take the delivery of shares, but rather than wager them. If the intention is to wager it, means to book profit loss, then it's wagering. But if my intention is to take the delivery of my shares, means I will maintain them in my demat account, I will not sold them the same day, then it will not be a wagering agreement. So if you are dealing in shares, then it depends upon your intention, whether your intention is to take the delivery or not. So if you are gambling on shares, then it's wager. But if you are purchasing them for investment purposes, then it is not wagering. So the same thing is written here. Transactions for sale and purchase of stocks and shares, or for sale and delivery of goods with the intention to give and take delivery, are not wagers. If the intention is only to settle the price difference, the transaction is a wager and so it is void. Then thereafter, competition price. For example, the picture puzzle, crossword competition, athletic competitions are not wagering agreements because these are competitions that involve skill. As per the Prize Competition Act 1955, the prize in competitions of skill are not wager, provided, but there is a condition that it will not be considered as wager, that the prize money does not exceed 1000 rupees. But however, a lottery is a game of chance, it is not of skills. So a lottery is a wagering agreement and therefore it is a wagering agreement. Similarly, a crossword puzzle in which prices depends upon matching of competitor solution with a previously prepared solution kept with the editor of a newspaper is a lottery and so wagering transaction. So crossword puzzles are also included in the category of lottery. So therefore crossword puzzles also are wagering transactions. Thereafter, horse race contributions. See, if you put money on horse race, and if you win and the reward money is more than 500 rupees, then it is not wagering. But if the reward money is less than 500 rupees, then it is wagering. If any contract is made to reward a prize in kind or cash for a value of 500 or more is not void, means then it is not wagering. Now thereafter, contract of insurance is not a wagering agreement. So we already know that if you take insurance, then you will have a legitimate interest, means legal interest. Like for example, I took an insurance and I am paying the premium, but its amount will be released on the happening or non-happening of the event. Like say I took a car insurance. Now if there is a car accident, then only the company will give claim to me. Otherwise no claim will be given by the company. But here I have the legitimate interest, so it cannot be considered as a wagering agreement. Main point of difference, let's see, it is important from the point of view of exam. Though the payment of money by the insurer depends upon a future uncertain event. So these are the differences between wagering agreement and contract of insurance. So this is important from the point of view of exam. A 4 to 5 mark question can come in the exam. So this was our wagering agreement along with the difference between wagering agreement and contract of insurance. So we have covered all points in wagering agreement. Now in the next video we will cover contingent contracts. Hello friends, now let's talk about contingent contracts. So the major part of contingent contract is same as that of the wagering agreement. We had already discussed in the previous video that there is no legitimate interest in the wagering agreement. But in the case of a contingent contract, there is a legitimate interest. Let us take an example. The same example we took in the wagering also. That I sold my goods through a transport from Delhi to Mumbai. The transporter said that the goods will reach Mumbai within 3 days. And if the goods do not reach Mumbai within 3 days, then he will pay me 10,000 rupees as compensation. So the transporter is ready to pay a compensation to me of 10,000 rupees in case the goods does not reach Mumbai within 3 days. So the goods which are transported from Delhi to Mumbai, I have a legitimate interest in those goods. So it's not a wagering agreement. It will be considered as a contingent contract. Why? Because there is a legitimate interest. Understood? Sure sir. Now what exactly is a contingent contract? So basically it's a contract to do or not to do something if the transaction collateral to such contract happens or does not happen. Now what is this to do or not to do something? See, as per the same example, the transporter will pay 10,000 rupees or not. That is to do or not to do something. Now if the transaction collateral to that, now what is this transaction collateral to that? It means attached to that. So what is attached here? That whether the goods will reach Mumbai within 3 days or not. So this is the transaction collateral. Happens or does not happen. If goods reach within 3 days, then the transporter will not pay 10,000 rupees. But if the goods does not reach within 3 days, then the transporter will pay 10,000 rupees. So let's just see what's written here. A contingent contract is a contract to do or not to do something if some event collateral to such contract does or does not happen. The only difference between wagering and contingent is that in the contingent contract there is a legitimate interest. Example, a contract to pay B 1 lakh rupees if B's house is destroyed by fire. This is a contingent contract. See, suppose A has a restaurant under the house of B. Now B, who is afraid that a fire can be broke out in his house also if there is a cylinder burst in A's restaurant. So B demands a compensation of 1 lakh rupees from A in case B's house is destroyed by fire. So whether it's a wagering? No. Why? Because B has legitimate interest in his house. Next point, contracts of insurance other than life insurance are contingent contracts. So you have to remember these things. Next, essentials of contingent contract. So let's just see what are the essentials. Most of them we have discussed already in the wagering contract. So all of these are almost same. First, the performance of a contingent contract is made depending on the happening or non-happening of some uncertain event, as same as that we have discussed in the wagering also. For instance, a contract to pay a sum of money on the destruction of a premise by the fire is a contingent contract. It is a contingent contract that depends upon the happening of the event. So what's the happening of the event? Fire. If the fire happens, then only the compensation will be paid. If fire does not happen, then compensation will not be paid. So happening of error is the uncertain event. Next point, contingency contemplated by the contract must be collateral to the contract. It means that the contract has already arisen, but its performance cannot be demanded unless the collateral events happen or do not happen. Very important point. So what is this, sir? See, let's take the same example. Suppose I send goods from Delhi to Mumbai through transportation. The contract between me and transporter has already been entered. I have paid the transporter and he had sent the goods. So the contract between me and transporter has already been arisen. Now there is a collateral transaction, means an attached transaction, an attached condition that whether the goods will reach in 3 days or not. If the goods reach within 3 days, then the transporter will not pay me even a single rupee if the goods reach within 3 days. If the goods does not reach within 3 days, then the transporter will pay me a compensation of 10,000 rupees. So now let's read it again. Contingency contemplated by the contract must be collateral to the contract. It means that the contract has already arisen, but its performance cannot be demanded unless the collateral event happens or do not happen. The compensation of 10,000 rupees depends upon that whether the collateral transaction happens or does not happen. That is, whether the goods will reach within 3 days or not. If the goods reach within 3 days, then there will be no compensation payment of 10,000 rupees. But if the goods does not reach within 3 days, then there will be a compensation payment of 10,000 rupees from the transporter. Next point, such a contract has to be distinguished from a proposal. See, let's understand this, that how a contingent contract is different from an offer. Suppose Mr. A's dog got lost. Now Mr. A said that whoever finds his dog, that person will get 10,000 rupees. So it's an offer. It's not a contingent contract, because what is a contingent contract? Contract has already arisen. The one who will find my dog will get 10,000 rupees. Did I already have any contract with such person? No, there is no contract at all. On the contrary, on the other hand, if I have a contract that I would send my goods to Mumbai and transporter assured that if goods does not reach within 3 days, then he will pay me 10,000 rupees. Here the contract was already arisen. It was already entered into between me and the transporter. So it's completely different from the offer. No need to get confused between these two, contingent contract and offer. So the same example has been given here. Just go through it. It will be easily understandable. Now thereafter, contingent contracts in different circumstances. One by one we are going to discuss all these points. So listen carefully. So first one is enforcement of contracts contingent on an event happening. So what did we discuss? On the happening or non-happening. So till yet we were discussing the same example, that if the goods does not reach within 3 days, then only I will get the compensation of 10,000 rupees. So I will get the compensation of 10,000 rupees on the non-happening of the event. That is when the goods will not reach within 3 days. But here, to understand this point, for the event happening, let's take an example. Suppose A promises to B that he will pay 1 lakh rupees to B if B's house gets destroyed by fire. So when does B gets the money? On the happening of the event. And what's the event? That Mr. B's house gets destroyed by fire. So this is what this point means. On an event happening. If the contingent contract depends upon the happening of an event, then it can be enforced only when such an event happens. For instance, A promises to pay 5 lakh rupees to B in case the house of B is destroyed by fire. Now in this case, B can recover the amount from A only when his house is destroyed by fire. Here destroyed by fire is an event on the happening of which amount can be recovered. So very simple notes, it cannot get more simplified. But still, after watching this, also go through your study material. That will help you a lot. Next one, contingent on the happening of specified event within fixed time. Same thing, suppose A promises to pay 5 lakh rupees to B if B's house gets destroyed by fire within 3 years. How much? 3 years. Then B can recover the amount from A if B's house gets destroyed by fire within 3 years. If the house gets destroyed after 3 years, then B cannot claim the amount from A because the time period was fixed. Let's just read once. If the contingent contract depends upon the happening of an event, then it can be enforced only when such an event happens within a fixed time period. Means stipulated time. Fixed time means stipulated time. For instance, A promises to pay 5 lakh rupees to B in case the house of B is destroyed by fire in the next 3 years. Now in this case, B can recover the amount from A only when his house is destroyed by fire in 3 years only. If it is destroyed after 3 years, then it cannot be enforced. Why? Because the time period was fixed for the happening of the event. Now next one in this same, if the event doesn't happen in a fixed time period or it becomes impossible to perform in that time period, then the contingent contract cannot be enforced and it will become void. Like if there is no fire in the house within 3 years, then B cannot claim the amount. The contract becomes void. Or let's take another scenario. Before 3 years, B vacated his house. He sold his house to someone else. So now it's impossible. The event has become impossible. Why? Because B is not the owner now. And we did not make any new promises with the new owner. Are you getting my point? Yes or no? So he sold his house. Or let's take another one. Another example. One more example. Last example. B's house get demolished by the municipality on some certain violations of laws. So if the house got demolished, then how can the fire happen? Understood? So if the event becomes impossible or it does not happen within the time period, then contingent contract becomes void. When it is valid, when it happens within fixed time period. The example given here is the same example which we have already discussed. So just go through once by yourself. Next one, performance of contingent contract depends upon on the non-happening of an event. Like the same example of transporter which we have discussed. If the contingent contract depends upon the non-happening of an event, then it can be enforced only when such an event becomes impossible. See, in the case of non-happening of events, the same example which we were discussing regarding the reaching or not reaching of goods within 3 days, it was the example of non-happening of the event within a fixed time period. Now let's suppose I sent goods from here and they were supposed to reach within 3 days. But before reaching their destination, the truck got destroyed. Now can the goods reach there? No. Why? Because the event becomes impossible. Same way things are written here. If the contingent contract depends upon the non-happening of an event, then it can be enforced only when such an event becomes impossible. And the difference is here in this point, time is not considered. Now let's take another example, then you will understand it clearly. Suppose transporter said, I will pay 10,000 rupees if goods does not reach their destination. He removed the clause of 3 days. Now when can I claim 10,000 rupees? When the event becomes impossible. Suppose I go after 4 days for the update of goods. The transporter said that the truck is in transit. Okay, no problem. Then I go on the 6th day. He said there was heavy traffic on the highway. Then I go on the 10th day. He said that the truck's engine got damaged. It is being repaired. Now I got to know that on the 11th day, the truck got destroyed. Now here the goods cannot reach their destination. So the event has become impossible. So if you see, if your contingent contract has been made on the basis of non-happening of an event, then you can claim it only when the event becomes impossible. If there was a fixed time in the case of non-happening, then it would be a different thing. But if it is the only non-happening, that is there is no fixed time period, then you can claim the amount only when the event becomes impossible if there is no fixed time for the non-happening of the event. Understood? So let's just see once from here. For instance, A agrees to pay B a sum of money if a certain ship does not return. So non-happening of the event. And there is no fixed time period. The ship was sunk. Now the ship is sunk, so how can the ship return? The contract could be enforced as the ship sinks. Here the event is a return of the ship, and the performance of contract depends upon the fact ship does not return. That is non-happening of the event, and it can be enforced only when it can be proved that in any case the ship will not return. That is the event. What is the event? Return of ship becomes impossible. So a good self-explanatory notes. So you can note it down from here. Very easy. You can do it yourself also. Next one, performance of contingent contract depends upon the non-happening of an event within a fixed time period. We have already discussed this point here in the third point, so kindly go through yourself from here. Very easy. Thereafter, fifth point, when an event on which contract is contingent be deemed impossible if it is the future conduct of a living person. If the event on which contract is contingent is future conduct of a living person and that future conduct is almost impossible, the contingent contract will not be enforceable. So what is this living person and future conduct? So let's take a simple example to understand this point. So let's take the same example which is given here, otherwise you will get confused. So let's read this example and then understand this point through this example only. A agrees to pay B a sum of money if A marries C. So A said to B that if he got married to C, then A will pay a certain sum of money to B. C marries D, but now C got married to D. But here there's a possibility that C may take divorce from D and then marry A. But that's a future conduct of a living person. That is, will C divorce D? Only then it will be possible for C to marry A, which is almost impossible. Why? Because C had now married D. But here it will be unenforceable. Why? The marriage of A to C is now to be considered impossible, although it is possible that D may die and that C may afterwards marry A. But here it will be considered impossible. Why? Because now C had married D. So what it is written here, if the event on which contract is contingent is future conduct of a living person, whose future conduct? A marrying C, because only then B will get the money from A. Because if A had married C, only then B can recover the money promised by A to him. And that future conduct is almost impossible. Why it is impossible? Because now C had married D. So the chances of A getting married to C becomes impossible. The contingent contract will not be enforceable. Now thereafter, sixth point, contingent contracts on the impossible event. A contingent contract to do or not to do anything of an impossible event happens is void. Means, see, if there is a contingent contract which is based upon the happening or non-happening of an impossible event, then such a contingent contract will be void. Like for example, A promises to marry B if B runs 100 km in half an hour. Now you tell me, is it possible for any normal human being to run 100 km in half an hour? No. So this contingent contract will be void. Now there's one more thing. It does not matter whether the party knows of the impossibility or not. Like suppose A promises to marry B if B buys a specific sports car for A. Now the model which A wants is extinct. Now its production has been stopped. But neither A nor B knows about this. So still such contingent contract is void. It does not matter whether the parties knows about the impossibility or not. A contingent contract on the happening or non-happening of an impossible event shall be void. The impossibility of the event may be or may not be known to the parties at the time when they entered into their agreement. So it doesn't matter whether the parties knows about the impossibility of the event or not. Like for example, for instance, X agrees to pay Y 1000 rupees if two straight lines should enclose a space. The agreement is void because it is not possible that two straight lines should enclose a space. Second one, X agrees to pay 1000 rupees to Y if he draws a tangent line that will not touch any other line. It is also impossible. So this contingent contract is also void. Now thereafter, there is a difference between wagering agreements and contingent contracts. You can go through it yourself and you can do it easily, as we have now discussed all points regarding wagering agreements and contingent contracts, and a question can be asked of 4 to 5 marks in the exam. So you can go through it easily. Hello friends, let's start with performance of contracts. So a very simple question can be asked from this topic. So by whom a contract may be performed? So a contract may be performed by the promisor himself, the person who had promised to perform the contract and had taken the consideration. There's also one more thing, contracts involving personal skills shall be performed by the promisor himself. Let's take an example. Suppose you invite Sonu Nigam on a music contest as a judge. Now if any of his assistant or junior comes in his place, then there the performance of contract will not be considered complete. Next point, agent. If the contract does not involve any personal skill or the performance by the promisor is not compulsory, then an agent can also perform the contract on behalf of the promisor. Let us take a very simple example. A company does not perform all contracts by itself. On behalf of the company, all contracts are performed by its officials in the form of CEOs, CFOs, employees and officers. So basically a company works through its agents. Now thereafter we have representatives. If the promisor dies and the contract is not of personal services, then in such cases the contract can be performed by the deceased promisor's legal representative. But there's a point in it. If the contract requires the personal skills of the promisor, then the contract will become void on the death of the promisor. Now how the contract is void here? See, suppose I appointed a painter to paint a portrait and later on the painter dies. So can the painter's son perform the contract on behalf of him? No, he cannot. Why so? Because here the contract was related to personal services. Thereafter, third persons. Now how the third person can perform the contract, sir? See, suppose A receives certain goods from B and A promises to pay 10,000 rupees to B for goods. Later on, A was unable to pay the amount, but C pays B on behalf of A and A was not aware of the payment by C. Now the intention of B, it is written here, now the intention of B is to sue A for the amount of 10,000 rupees. We are discussing the same example, okay? So now here B wants to sue A for the amount of 10,000 rupees. He cannot do so. Why so, sir? See what happened here. A had to pay to B, but A was unable to pay, so C paid B on behalf of A, but C did not inform A about his payment. Now B wants to sue A for 10,000 rupees. Whether he can do so? No, because B had already accepted payment from C, who had paid on behalf of A. It is immaterial whether A knew about it or not. So he cannot do so. B is entitled to recover only the balance amount of 4,000 rupees from A. How? Because A received certain goods from B promising to pay 14,000 rupees. Later on, A was unable to pay the amount and C on behalf of A paid the amount and A was not aware of the payment. So C had already paid 10,000 rupees out of 14,000 rupees. So now here B had accepted the payment from C of 10,000 rupees. So here B can only recover the balance 4,000 rupees from A. Now next is joint promisor. Now what is this joint promisor, sir? So let's take an example. Suppose A, B and C all together took a loan of 3 lakh rupees from market. Together A, B and C took a loan of 3 lakh rupees from the market. So law simply says that since A, B and C together took the loan, then they are joint promisors and will repay the loan together. But suppose in future, out of the 3 joint promisor, one joint promisor dies and the remaining 2 joint promisors are alive. Then the legal representative of the deceased joint promisor along with the surviving joint promisor will pay off the debt. Or in case all the 3 joint promisors dies, then the legal representative of all joint promisor will pay off the debt. So let's just see once from here. When 2 or more persons have made a joint promise, then unless a contrary intention appears from the contract, then the following shall be the consequences. All such persons must jointly fulfill the promise. Joint promisors are jointly and severally liable. You can go through the example yourself, it is easy. If any of them dies, his legal representatives jointly with the surviving promisors must fulfill the promise. Last point, if all joint promisors die, the legal representative of all of them must fulfill the promise jointly. So this was the whole topic of performance of contract. Now in the next video we will talk about quasi contracts. Thank you so much. Hello friends, let's start with quasi contracts. So what are quasi contracts? See, previously we have discussed what is a contract. We have discussed offer then acceptance. Offer plus acceptance is equal to agreement, and when enforceability by law is added to the agreement, then it becomes a contract. And enforceability by law includes consideration, competency, free consent, and lawful object and lawful consideration. So this is what a contract means. But unlike that, a quasi contract means those contracts which do not arise through the mutual agreement of parties but due to the operation of law. So the law specifies certain circumstances which, if arise, forms a quasi contract. But sir, what exactly is a quasi contract? So see, basically these type of contracts are based upon the principle of justice. Like for example, if someone was in need and I helped such a person in need, then it is the duty of such person to reimburse me things which I have provided him in need whenever he had sufficient assets to reimburse. Or let's take another example. Suppose I found some lost goods on road. If I had found those goods, are those goods mine? No. So it will be my duty to return the goods to the owner of the lost goods. So as such, I do not have any contract with the original owner of the lost goods, but it is my duty to return the lost goods to its rightful owner. So what are quasi contracts? Which arise due to the operation of law. So let's just read one from here. Quasi contracts are based on the principle of equity, justice, and good conscience. Quasi contracts intend to prevent unjust enrichment. Enrichment means benefit of one person at the cost of another. So a one person is having benefit at the cost of another person. To stop this, quasi contracts were formed. And if you see, we will later on discuss these 5 cases which are termed as quasi contracts, and only these 5 cases are there in quasi contracts. Also, there is no offer, no offer, and no offeree in such contracts because these contracts arise due to the operation of law. Now, generally the promisor undertakes the duty to perform the contract, or the promisor performs the contract when it is desired by the promise. So as you know that in general a promisor performs his obligations in the contract, or whenever promisee wishes, the promisor performs his obligations accordingly. However, in the case of quasi contracts, obligation to perform the contract is performed by the law. Underline this. Performed by the law upon a person for the benefit of another, and even in the absence of a contract. Such cases are known as quasi contracts. Understood? Sure, sir. Now, different types of quasi contracts. First one is supply of necessaries. If the necessaries are supplied to a person including minor, we have already discussed it in the video of minor, then in that case we can recover our money. Supplier is entitled to recover the price from the property of the incompetent person. Where necessaries are supplied to a person who is incapable of contracting, or to someone whom he is legally bound to support. Means if someone is dependent on the minor. So we have already discussed it in the video of minor. For instance, A supplies to B necessaries suited to B's status in life. A would be entitled to recover their price from B's property. He would also be able to recover the price of necessaries supplied by him to his wife or minor child, means the persons who are dependent upon, since B is legally bound to support them. However, if B has no property, nothing would be realizable. But remember, there is no personal liability, only the property is liable. We have already discussed these things in the case of minor. The price shall be only of necessaries and not of articles of luxury which can be recovered. So necessaries and luxury both are different things. Only the price of necessaries will be recoverable, not of the luxury articles. So to establish his claim, the supplier must prove not only those goods were supplied to the person who was minor or a lunatic, but also those that were suitable to his actual requirements at the time of the sale and delivery. So the supplier shall not only prove that he had supplied necessaries to an incompetent person, but he also has to prove that he had supplied goods which were necessity for him, not luxury. Similarly, if money has been advanced in like circumstances for the purchase of necessaries, its reimbursement can be claimed. Necessaries include services rendered. See, necessaries is a broad general term. We have discussed What necessaries include all those things which are needed to suit the condition of life. Thereafter, payment by the interested person. Now what is this payment by interested person? See, suppose I had taken a building on rent and my landlord lives in another estate. Now the building on which I am paying the rent had due municipality property taxes. Now municipality is keep giving reminders to the landlord for due taxes, but the landlord is not paying any heed to it. Now the municipality officers asked me to vacate the property as it was going to be auctioned for the recovery of their tax amounts. Now see, I am staying on that property, I am paying the rent for the property, and despite the reminders, the landlord is not paying the taxes. So to get rid of the trouble, I paid all the municipal taxes. So now the question arises, can I recover the amount from my landlord? The answer is yes. I can recover the amount which I had paid in taxes from the landlord, because this is the payment by an interested person. I am the interested person. How am I the interested person? Because I am using that property. I am living on that property and paying rent for the property. So if you see here, same things are written. A person who is interested in the payment of money pays the money which another is bound to pay. Then the person who pays is entitled to be reimbursed by the other. Before this becomes enforceable, the following conditions shall be complied with. So for this point, what are the conditions to be complied with? The person must be interested in making the payment, but he should not be bound to pay. I was not bound to pay the municipality taxes, but still I make the payment. Why? Because I was interested in the property, I was living on the property. The defendant should be under a legal obligation to pay. My landlord was under a legal obligation to pay the municipality taxes. Payment is made by one who is interested in payment. The same example is given here. For instance, B holds land in Bengal on a lease granted by A, Zamindar. The revenue payable by A to the government is in arrears. Arrears means outstanding. His land, means A's land, is advertised for sale by the government. The consequences of such a sale will be the cancellation of B's lease, because if the land got auctioned, so B's lease will also get cancelled. B, in order to prevent the sale and consequent cancellation of his own lease, pays to the government the sum due from A. So now A is bound to pay the amount to B which he has paid. So here B is the interested person. So as you can see, these are very much simple points. If you yourself do a plain reading of these points, you can also understand these points easily. Next is liability to pay for non-gratuitous acts. So gratuitous means gifted. So non-gratuitous means non-gifted. Now what exactly it is? See, I am in a teaching profession. If I am teaching someone, then I am expecting a revenue. So suppose if a kid of my relative comes to study from me and I gave him 8 to 10 classes. But after 8 to 10 classes, he stopped taking any classes. Now here, whether can I recover the amount? Yes, I can, because see, giving coaching to students is not my gratuitous act. It's not my gifted act, as like I am giving it for free. No, it's my non-gratuitous act, so I can recover the amount. But on the other hand, if I would have providing free coaching, then I could not have recovered the amount. But if something is my profession and I am providing similar services to another person, so by default I can recover my amount irrespective of the intention of another person. Here intention of another person means that with what intention did the another person take my services. It does not matter. I am providing a non-gratuitous act. It is my profession, so I can recover the money for the services which I have provided, means for the non-gratuitous acts. So let's just see what's written here. Where a person lawfully does anything for another person or delivers anything to him not with an intention to do so gratuitously, gift. So my intention to give coaching to the kid of my relative, my intention was not to give free services, means my act was not gratuitous, and such other person enjoys the benefit, then the person who enjoys benefit is bound to make compensation. And thus follows that for a suit to succeed, the plaintiff must prove. So these three conditions shall be fulfilled in order to recover the amount for the non-gratuitous acts, and he had delivered the thing lawfully. Second one, that the intention was not to do so gratuitously and that the other person enjoyed the benefit. If a person delivers something to another or does something for another, it would be open for the other person to refuse the thing and return it, or may refuse the benefit of service. So the other person has the option to refuse my services. Means suppose I am offering my relatives kids that you come and join my coaching, I will teach you, but the relative has the option to refuse my services. So here the other person has the option to refuse my services. In that case, liability to pay for non-gratuitous acts would not come into operation. Now thereafter, responsibility of finder of goods. So we have already discussed it that if you have found lost goods on road, then it is the duty of the finder of goods to return the goods to its rightful owner. Let's see what's written here. A person who finds goods and takes them into his custody is subject to the same responsibility as a bailee. Now sir, who is bailee? See, you will study this about at higher level in the law, but for now here, a person to whom goods are delivered for some purpose and shall return the goods when the purpose is accomplished. So let's take an example to understand what is the meaning of bailee. Suppose I gave my car for servicing to a garage. So here, when I am giving my car to the garage owner will be termed as bailee. So what happens? My car I have given to the garage for some purpose. What is the purpose? Servicing. Now after servicing, the car will be returned to me. So here I am bailer, and to whom I am giving the goods for purpose, means giving the car for servicing, that person is bailee, means the garage owner. So when you find some goods on a road, then you are the bailee. You are not the owner of those goods, means you have to return the goods to the original owner, the rightful owner, and he is therefore required to take proper care of thing found. So whomever may find the lost goods, he have to take proper care of the lost goods. He shall not use it for his own use. When the owner is traced, he must return it to the original owner. He must take as much care of goods found as a man of ordinary prudence, means reasonable person, would take care of his own goods. Now man of ordinary prudence means, basically it means how the goods are maintained in the normal circumstances. Like if I have a car and I maintain it as per my wishes. So the law expects that if I had found someone's car, then I would take proper care of that car as same as that of my car. Next is liability for money paid for things delivered by mistake or under coercion. So if you have taken goods from a person by applying coercion on him, or by mistake you received someone else's goods, then in the case of coercion, law says that you have to return goods to the original party. And if you have received goods by mistake, then it is a duty to deliver someone else's goods to the rightful owner. A person to whom money has been paid or anything delivered by mistake or under coercion must repay to whom money has been paid, or anything delivered by mistake or under coercion must repay or return it. For instance, A and B jointly owe 1000 rupees to C. A pay the full amount to C. B, who does not know the fact, by mistake pays 1000 again to C. So A and B both have to pay 1000 rupees to C. But A had paid the full amount, but B does not know about this fact and by mistake pays 1000 again to C. So here it is a duty of C to repay 1000 rupees to B. Now next example, a railway company refuses to deliver certain things to the consignee except upon payment of an illegal charge for the carriage. The consignee pays the sum charged in order to take delivery of goods. He is entitled to recover so much of the illegal charge paid by him. Means the person had paid the regular fare, but when he goes to take delivery of his consignment, there some officers ask for bribe. So the person got his goods after paying the bribe, but later on the person can sue those officers for the recovery of amount which he had given them as bribe. So these are the 5 cases of quasi contracts. in which there is no offer, no offerer, no offeree. These type of contracts are formed due to operation of law. So now this topic is finished. A question can come from this topic of up to 5 marks in the exam. So prepare it well. Thank you so much. Hello friends, now our next topic is discharge of contracts. Again a very simple topic. So discharge of contracts, like the name itself suggests, that a contract in which we entered has come to an end. Let us take an example. Suppose you paid me fees for teaching you the Indian Contract Act. Now you paid me fees and in turn I taught you the Indian Contract Act. So the moment at which I completed the syllabus, our contract got discharged. You perform your consideration and I perform my consideration. But it is not important that a contract shall discharge only when there is performance from both the parties. There can be other cases also, which we will discuss one by one. See, the first topic we have in discharge of contract is discharge by performance, of whose I had just given you the example. So what happens in discharge by performance? In this, the promisor promises to provide services or goods as per the contract entered. Now, a contract can be discharged by two types of performances: actual performance or attempted performance. Now, what is this actual performance and attempted performance? See, the person who has to perform his obligation as per contract has performed his obligation. Like as per the previous example, I had to taught the Indian Contract Act. So I did it. I had taught you the Indian Contract Act. I had performed my obligation. So this is discharge by actual performance. Now what is this discharge by attempted performance? Let's take an example for this. I was supposed to teach you the Indian Contract Act. Now I gave you the time for class on every Sunday 9 am to 11 am and I assured that in 5 to 6 classes the Indian Contract Act will be finished. Now I gave you class timings of Sunday morning 9 to 11 and you were ready to attend the classes on Sunday. Now if you do not attend the class or could not attend the class by giving some excuse, our contract would be discharged. Although there was no actual performance, but there was an attempted performance. It means, sir, it means that I attempted to perform but you did not accepted my performance. So here the contract will get discharged not because of actual performance but because of attempted performance. I was ready to take the class on Sunday. I was ready to teach you the Indian Contract Act but you did not attend the class on Sunday. So here I attempted to perform but you did not accepted my performance. So let's just read once from here. It takes place when the parties to the contract fulfill their obligations within the time and in the manner prescribed. So this is the meaning of discharge by performance. Now discharge by performance may be by actual performance or attempted performance. Actual performance is said to have taken place when each of the parties had done what he has agreed to do. However, when the promisor offers to perform his obligations and the promisee refuses to accept the performance, it amounts to attempted performance or tender. Next point, in case of attempted performance, it should be noted that it is unconditional at the proper time and place, communicated to the proper person, and it is for the whole contract where the contract is indivisible. Now what exactly this point means? So listen carefully. So let's take an example. Suppose I had to supply some goods to you as against the order you placed with me. So I called you and informed you that the goods will be supplied to you. My truck would reach your place at 12 am midnight. Now as per the norms of the industry, the goods shall be delivered between 9 am to 5 pm. But I am informing you that the goods would be supplied at 12 am and you have to check all the unloading of goods. Means I am putting everything on you. I will just send the goods and rest all you have to see. So here I am attempting to perform, but that is very much conditional. Now how it is conditional? 1. I am sending goods at once at 12 am midnight. Also, you have to check all the unloading process. So it may become difficult for you to manage goods, its unloading and all related things at midnight. So here, due to my attempted performance, the contract will not get discharged. Why so, sir? Because firstly, I am putting conditions during the performance. Secondly, my performance is not on proper time. Means I am performing contract in a way which is not comfortable for the promisee, for you. So this is what it is written here. In case of attempted performance, it should be noted that it is unconditional at the proper time and place, communicated to the proper person. Communicated to the proper person. Now what this means? Suppose I had to teach you Indian Contract Act and I took fees for it also. But for classes, I informed your friend to inform you about the class timings. I took fees from you and informing your friend. So this is not a communication to a proper person. The communication shall be to the person who needs the performance. So in case of attempted performance, the contract will be discharged, but on the conditions that firstly it is unconditional. Number 1, it is unconditional. Number 2, it is at the proper time and place. Number 3, it is communicated to the proper person. If these 3 points are fulfilled, then in case of attempted performance, the contract will get discharged. And it is for the whole contract where the contract is indivisible. Now what this line means, it is for the whole contract and where the contract is indivisible. So listen carefully. Suppose you placed an order with me for some goods. 10 quintal goods A, 10 quintal goods B and 10 quintal goods C. And you clearly said that you want all goods at once. Otherwise, you will not accept any goods. You will not accept any goods separately. And still, I am calling you to inform you that I can send only goods A and goods B. Goods C is not available right now. That is why I am sending only goods A and goods B. So obviously, you would have said no, as you have already told me to deliver all goods at once. Otherwise, you will not accept goods if delivered separately. So here I cannot take the excuse that I have made the attempted performance. Why so? Because you have put the condition that you will accept all goods at once. You will not accept goods if delivered separately. So here, if I try to deliver part goods or some portion of the goods, then this contract will not get discharged by way of attempted performance. So if the contract had to be discharged by attempted performance, then these 3 are main points. It had to be there: unconditional, proper time and place, and communicated to the proper person. And if the contract is indivisible, then whole contract shall be performed. So this is how a contract is discharged by performance. Actual performance, when parties to contract perform their obligations, so it is discharged by actual performance. And attempted performance, when promisor attempted to perform, but there shall be 3 conditions to be fulfilled. It is unconditional, at proper time and place, and communicated to the proper person. So a contract will be discharged by the attempted performance of the promisor. Now the second case is discharge by mutual agreement. Now mutual agreement means when both the parties to the contract agree to the fact that they will not perform the contract. Let's take an example. You were supposed to take the classes from me. You paid the fees and I had allotted the time. After 2 to 3 days, you said that you are not able to take the classes due to some problem, and I also had no issue. So here we mutually agreed, means I said no problem, I refunded your fees and also cancelled the timings of the class I allotted to you. So if both the parties mutually agrees on certain terms and conditions or on whatsoever they mutually decide, then the contract will get discharged. So as per the Indian Contract Act 1872 provides, if the parties to a contract agree to substitute a new contract for it or to refund or remit or alter it. See, we will discuss all these cases later on, okay, in detail. The original contract need not be performed. So for now you understand this: if the parties to the contract mutually agrees on certain terms and condition or they mutually decide on some other terms, then the contract will get discharged. Now our next case is discharge by the impossibility of performance. We will discuss it in the next video. Thank you so much. Hello friends, welcome back. In discharge of contract we discussed discharge by performance and discharge by mutual agreement. Now we are going to discuss discharge by impossibility of performance. So the name itself is suggesting impossibility of performance means the subject matter of the contract, the performance of the contract is impossible. Let us take an example. Suppose I entered into a contract with you that if you give me stars and moon, I will give you 2 crore rupees. Now we know from the very beginning that it is something impossible to perform. We are not talking sense. It is not possible to bring moon or stars. So if a contract is impossible to perform from the very beginning, then it gets discharged, and these contracts are by default in nature void. Now the impossibility of performance can be of two types, that whether the impossibility of contract is from the very beginning or after entering into contract. So listen carefully, we will discuss all in detail. So first is from beginning, means the contract is impossible to perform before entering into contract from the very beginning, or impossibility of performance after entering into contract. After entering into contract. So if impossibility occurs after entering into contract, then it is called as supervening impossibility. So there are high chances that a question comes in the exam from this topic, supervening impossibility. So we will discuss it later on, but first we will discuss our first point, that is impossibility of performance exists from the very beginning, means from beginning. So contract is impossible to perform from the beginning. So we will further categorize it into two more parts. It is known to the parties or unknown to the parties. So known to the parties means the parties knew that the contract we are going to perform is not possible to perform, or unknown to the parties means the parties did not knew that the contract is impossible to perform. So we will discuss one example of each point, then both the points will be clear to you. So listen carefully. Firstly, known to the parties. Suppose A entered into a contract with B. Okay. So A entered into a contract with B that A will pay B 10,000 rupees. If B gets two parallel lines intersect each other, intersect two parallel lines. So now here from the very beginning it was known to the parties that it is something which is impossible to perform. So the contract will be void ab initio, means void from the beginning. So it is void from the very beginning. Now unknown to the parties. Now what is this unknown to the parties? Listen carefully. Let's take an example. Suppose A entered into a contract with B to buy a car of B. Car of B. And for how much? For 1 lakh rupees. A entered into a contract with B to buy the car of B for 1 lakh rupees. But now what happens when A and B were entering into contract? Then at the same time B's car got destroyed by fire. Destroyed by fire. B's car got destroyed by fire, and neither A nor B knows about this fact. So at the same time of entering into contract, it is unknown to the parties that the thing for which they were forming a contract got destroyed. Neither A nor B knows this. Or suppose, let's take another example. Suppose A and B enters into a contract in morning for B's car, but B's car got stolen the previous night. This fact was not known by A and B both. So here the contract is impossible to perform because the subject matter do not exist and it is from the very beginning. So it is unknown to the parties. Okay. So it is from the very beginning when they were entering into contract. The car got destroyed or got stolen, means theft of car, you can say. Okay, so it is something which is unknown to the parties. Yes or no? Yes sir. There's no one's mistake. So the contract is void. So if the contract is impossible to perform from the very beginning, that is at the time of entering into the contract, whether the parties are aware of the fact or they are unaware of the fact, in both the cases the contract will be void. And if it is after entering into the contract, again it will be void, but there are certain circumstances which we will be going to discuss one by one. That is called as a supervening impossibility. So we will discuss all 5 cases of supervening impossibility, but first please kindly note it down so that you can easily revise it in the future. So let's just read once. Discharge by the impossibility of performance. The impossibility may exist from the very start, means very beginning, or it may supervening impossibility. Supervening impossibility may take place due to, so we will later on discuss all these 5 cases. Then impossibility of performance. It may be impossible the time when the agreement is made or the contract becomes impossible or unlawful subsequent to the formation of the contract, and thus the contract becomes void. If subsequent to the formation of the contract it becomes impossible or becomes unlawful, this is known as a subsequent impossibility, means supervening impossibility. So this first case is of impossibility from the very beginning, means the time when the agreement is made or the contract. Okay, and in second case it is talking about subsequent to the formation of the contract, means impossibility occurs subsequent to the formation of the contract, supervening impossibility. So it is not that relevant. This part is relevant, so let's just read once this part. Impossibility existing at the time of contract. When the parties agree upon doing something which is impossible, the agreement would be void. The fact of impossibility may or may not be known to the parties. So we have 2 cases: if known to the parties, if unknown to the parties. If known to the parties, an agreement known to the parties is impossible of being performed, the agreement is void. For instance, we have also taken the example of 2 parallel lines getting intersect. Okay, B promised to pay a sum of 5,000 rupees if he is able to swim across the Indian Ocean from Bombay to Aden within a week. So this is an impossible task. Both the parties are certain that the act is impossible to perform. Therefore, the agreement is impossible and is void. Then if unknown to the parties, where both the promisor and the promisee are ignorant of the impossibility of performance, the agreement is void. There can be another possibility. One party is unaware of the impossibility, whereas another party is aware of the impossibility. See, so if we modify our previous example a little bit, A wants to buy B's car. Now B knows that his car was stolen or destroyed by whatever the case may be. Okay, either the car was destroyed by fire or stolen, whatever the case may be. So one party has the knowledge of impossibility. This is the another possibility, that one party, either of the party, has the knowledge of impossibility and the other party is unaware of the impossibility. Let's just read this example. For instance, A, who is already married to C, contracts to marry B, who knows nothing of A's earlier marriage. Please note that A is subject to a law which such prohibits another marriage. So what happened in this case? A, who was already married to C, promises to marry B, but B knows nothing of A's earlier marriage, and it is also written here, please note that A is subject to a law which prohibits another marriage. So here we are going to presume that A follows Hindu law, because in Hindu law marriage with one person is allowed, and in Muslim law multiple marriages are allowed. So see, here A was already married to C. If A promises to marry B, then somewhere A is doing a fraud with B. The promise made without intention of performing it. Remember the definition of fraud? So A therefore must make compensation to B for the loss caused to her by the non-performance of his promise. So this was our first part, where the impossibility exists at the time of entering into contract and whether parties knew about it or not. Next, subsequent impossibility. Now we are going to discuss different cases of subsequent impossibility. What is subsequent impossibility? When the performance of promise becomes impossible or illegal by the happening of an event or change of circumstances, the contract becomes void. So it means that there was no issue when the contract was formed, but after the formation of the contract, certain circumstances arise due to which the contract becomes impossible to perform. Then it is called as supervening or subsequent impossibility. All the cases are important. A case study form question can come from any of these cases, so listen carefully all cases. First point is destruction of the subject matter. After forming the contract, the subject matter for which the contract was formed is destroyed. Then by default the contract becomes void. Let us take an example. A rented his music hall to B for a series of concerts. Now just a few days before the first concert, the music hall gets destroyed by fire. Now neither A has any mistake nor B. So here the subject matter, that is the music hall in which the concerts were supposed to perform got destroyed. That is the destruction of the subject matter after entering into a contract. So this is a part of subsequent impossibility, or you can say supervening impossibility. So let's just read once from here. When the subject matter of a contract subsequent to its formation is destroyed but without any fault of the parties to the contract is discharged. For instance, same example is given here. A let a music hall to B for series of concerts for certain days. The hall was accidentally burned down before the specified dates. The contract becomes void. So this was destruction of the subject matter subsequent to the formation of the contract, and there is no fault of the parties to the contract. So contract is automatically void. Contract gets discharged. Thereafter, non-existence or non-occurrence of a particular state of things. So firstly we will understand the text, then we will take an example. So suppose I enter into a contract with you and I clearly specify the purpose of contract to you. Later on it was realized that the purpose for which the contract was formed is impossible to perform. Then our contract also by default gets discharged. Now let's take an example. Suppose you rented your house to me for a week and I told you the purpose for staying at your house on rent. The purpose was that I had an exam and my exam center is near your house and I will give 10,000 rupees as rent to you. When the exam gets over, I will vacate this house. This was our contract. Later on my exams got cancelled. Exams was the purpose for which you gave your house on rent to me. So here by default the contract between us that I will pay a rent of 10,000 rupees for a week to stay at your house will get automatically cancelled because the purpose got non-occurred. Purpose didn't occur. Exams didn't occur. Exams got cancelled. Okay. You cannot demand 10,000 rupees as rent from me because I clearly told you the purpose for staying at your house on rent, that is due to my exams. Now if the particular state of things upon which our contract was formed do not occur, then our contract gets cancelled. This is what called as subsequent impossibility, or you can say supervening impossibility. So let's just read once from here. Sometimes a contract is entered into between two parties on the basis of the continued existence of particular state of things, and if there is a change in the state of things that formed the basis of the contract becomes void. So if that state of thing on which the contract was formed gets changed, so the contract will become void. Let's read this example given here. For instance, A hired a ship from B for witnessing a coronation process of King Edward VII. So A took a ship from B on rent for seeing the coronation procession of King Edward VII. B knew the purpose of A. Now B knew why A was hiring his ship. But the procession was cancelled due to the illness of the king. But the king got ill, so the procession was cancelled. A was excused from paying the rent as the procession was the basis of the contract. Its cancellation discharged the contract. This is often called the frustration of the contract. So if the particular state of things upon which a contract was formed, like here A and B formed a contract on the basis of the coronation procession of King Edward, but the procession was cancelled, so automatically the contract between A and B gets void, means it gets discharged by the non-occurrence of a particular state of things, subsequent impossibility, or you can say supervening impossibility. Thereafter, incapacity to perform a contract of personal services. Suppose the company Sony company, you have heard about it, hired Sonu Nigam for performing a concert for their company, and the company will pay 50 lakh rupees for his performance. But just a day before the concert, Sonu Nigam got ill, due to which he was unable to perform the contract. So the contract will get cancelled. This is a contract of personal services, so there's nothing can be done. A party to a contract is excused from performance if that person perishes or becomes too ill to perform, and when the performance of the contract depends upon the existence of a given person. For this line, let's take an example, like there's a contract with Mr. A that he will perform a concert for us, but on the date of performance he died. So obviously, since the contract was of personal services, so it becomes void. It cannot be perform, and for this line becomes too ill. So this depends upon case to case. Okay, if Son Nigam is ill, so this doesn't mean that he has a mild fever then also he will cancel the contract. This doesn't happen. It depends upon case to case that what is the health situation of the person. Thereafter, next point, change in law. Let's take an example. Suppose I have a construction business and we enter into a contract that I will build a 4-story building for you for 2 crore rupees. That I will build a 4-story building for you and you will pay me 2 crore rupees. After the formation of the contract, the government introduces a law that no building will now be built of more than 3 stories. So tell me, if the law is changed, the law says only a 3-story building can be built. So can I construct a 4-story building for you? Undoubtedly the answer is no. So if there's a change in law subsequent to the formation of the contract, then the contract will become void. So let's just read once from here. Subsequently to the formation of a contract, a change of law takes place or the government takes some power under some ordinance for a special act making it impossible for individuals to perform the contract. Examples given here. For instance, A agreed to transport goods of B from one place to another subsequent to the formation of the contract. Trucks of A were requisitioned by the government, means seized by the government under some statutory power. The contract was discharged. Next is government or legislative intervention. So if there is any government intervention in the contract, then that contract will get discharged. Like there is example given. For instance, vendor agrees to sell the land to B, but later on the land of the vendor is seized by the government. So maybe there was a reason that government was introducing a metro line or a railway line. Due to that, the land of the vendor got seized by the government. So now in this case, the vendor would be discharged and not liable to give compensation to B because he cannot do anything if there is any government intervention or legislative intervention. So as you can see, all these points are very simple. Dissection of the subject matter, non-existence or non-occurrence of a particular state of things, incapacity to perform a contract of personal services, change in law, government or legislative intervention. There was no complexity in all these points. Next we have the commercial impossibility. See, the commercial impossibility is very much subject matter, that is, it depends upon case to case. It will be decided by the law. How? Let's take an example. Suppose I enter into a contract with you that I will supply you potatoes at the rate of 10 rupees per kg every month. But after 1 month, due to some unavoidable circumstances, the prices of potatoes got shoot up to 2000 rupees per kg, from 10 rupees per kg to 2000 rupees per kg. So this is now something commercially impossible to perform. See, if the price had increased to 15 rupees, 20 rupees or 30 rupees, then the law will not give any relief because the marginal price rise is expected. So if the court is of the opinion that prices now are too high and it is commercially impossible to perform the contract, then the court may declare it as a commercial impossible contract and it will be considered as the subsequent impossibility, or you can say supervening impossibility. Law has to adapt itself to economic changes. So even law has to adapt itself to the economic changes. So the contract is not discharged because expected higher profits are not realized. The marginal price rise may be ignored, but when prices escalate out of all proportion that could have been reasonably expected by the parties and make performance impossible, the law would have to declare that the contract has become impossible. So when can a contract becomes commercially impossible? It totally depends upon the judgment of the court. Here a discretionary power has been given to the court. If the court thinks that the contract is now commercially impossible to perform, so it will become commercially impossible. It will become subsequently impossible. Supervening impossibility will occur. So these are all the cases of subsequent impossibility. So we have now discussed what is impossibility from beginning and subsequent impossibility, or you can also say supervening impossibility. After this we have some specific cases which appear to be subsequently impossible. That is, they will appear to be supervening impossibility, but practically law does not declare them supervening impossibility. So the cases we have discussed are the only cases which are considered as a supervening impossibility. Okay, So now the cases we are going to discuss appear to be supervening impossibility, but they are not considered as a supervening impossibility. So let's discuss this in next video. Thank you so much. Hello friends, welcome back. So now let's start discussion on those cases which are not considered as a supervening impossibility. Following will never be considered as a supervening impossibility. It also means that the contract entered between the parties in such cases will be very much valid, because we have discussed that if there is any supervening impossibility existing in the contract, then such a contract shall be void. So as we have already discussed, if there is any supervening impossibility, then our contract will be void. But there are certain cases, or you can say circumstances, which are not included in the category of supervening impossibility. You can say certain cases or circumstances mean situations in which contract will be valid, means there will be no supervening impossibility. So not included means we will say that the contract is valid, not void. So exceptions to the supervening impossibility. In this, the first case we have is difficulty in performance. So let's understand this point with the help of an example. A entered into a contract with B that A will supply timber to B. Timber supply. A will supply timber to B, and such a timber shall be purchased by A from a particular country. Means A will purchase this timber from a particular country. So A imports the timber from a particular country and then supply it to B. So this was the contract, that A will import timber from a particular country and then will supply such a timber to B. Now what happens? The country in which A lives, and the country from which A imports the timber, a war was declared between both the countries. So now if the war is declared, both the countries became alien enemy for each other. Now due to this war, A is facing difficulty in importing this wood. Facing difficulty in importing the wood. It means now firstly A has to send the wood to another country. From this country he would send the wood to another country. Here, from this country from which he used to import the wood, and from such another country the wood will be imported to his country now. So it becomes a difficult process for A to import the wood for B. Let's make it more simple. Suppose the country of A is India and this is Pakistan. Okay. So the wood used to be imported from Pakistan, but a war has been declared between India and Pakistan. So now a direct import from Pakistan is not possible. So now the wood will be sent to Dubai first, and then from Dubai the wood will be imported to India. So see, here there is a difficulty in the performance of the contract, but it doesn't mean that the contract will become void. The contract will remain very much valid. Here A cannot take the defense that there is difficulty in performing the contract, so it is void. No, the contract will not be declared void. So let's just read once from here. Following will never be considered as supervening impossibility. First, difficulty in performance. Contracts are not discharged by the fact that performance has become difficult. For instance, same example has been given here which we have discussed. A sold Finland timber to B to be supplied between July and September. Before timber was supplied, war broke out in the month of August. As a result, the transport was disorganized. A could not bring the timber from Finland. Difficulty in getting the timber from Finland did not relieve A from the obligation of supplying the timber. So here A has to supply the timber. He cannot take the defense that difficulty in supplying the timber has become difficult. Difficulty in retrieving the timber has become difficult. Next is impossibility due to failure of the third person. Now what this means, let's understand this also with an example. So the second point we have is impossibility due to failure of third person. impossibility due to failure of third person. Now what is this, sir? So let's take a small example to understand this. Suppose there's a person A. Now A entered into a contract with B to supply a particular cotton. And the manufacturer of such a particular cotton is C. C is a manufacturer. So C manufactures such a particular cotton and then supply it to A. Then A enters into a contract with B to supply such cotton. Contract is formed. All formalities are done now. Now what happens? C closed down the manufacturing of the cotton, due to which A was not able to receive the cotton. A is not able to receive cotton because C had closed down the manufacturing of the cotton. Now if A is not able to receive cotton, then obviously he would not be able to supply cotton to B. So here A is not able to perform the contract due to failure of C. A is not able to perform contract due to failure of C, and C is here the third person. So A is not able to perform the contract due to failure of C, who is a third person. C is the third person. So here A cannot take the excuse that he would not be able to perform the contract. A can't take any excuse that he is not able to perform the contract because he is not able to receive the goods from C. A has to make compensation to B. Here it will not be considered as a supervening impossibility. Law makes it very clear that if impossibility exists due to failure of third person, then it will not be considered as the supervening impossibility. So if we conclude it, the contract remains valid. Contract remains valid. It will not be declared void. And A is liable to perform the obligation. So here A cannot take the excuse that he is not able to receive cotton from C. A has to supply cotton to B or otherwise make compensation to B for the non-performance of the contract. This contract will not be considered as a supervening impossibility. So A is liable to perform the obligation under contract. Otherwise, A should compensate B. A should compensate B. So let's just see what's written here. When a contract could not be performed because of the default of a third person on whose work the promisor relied, there is no discharge. For instance, same example is given here which we have discussed. A agreed to sell to B a specified quantity of cotton to be manufactured by the particular mill for the completion of the delivery. A could not fulfill his obligation as the mill failed to produce the goods. Held B was entitled to damages. So here A had to supply the cotton to B, otherwise he had to compensate B. So if there is a difficulty in performance or there is failure due to third person, then it is not supervening impossibility. These two cases are important and a question in case study form can come in exam from these 2 points. Thereafter, strikes, lockouts and civil disturbances. So if the contract could not be performed due to any of these, then also it will not be considered as supervening impossibility. Like for example, I had to supply some goods to a person, and suppose the labor of my factory goes on strike, or due to some riots in my area, I could not be able to operate my factory. So if due to any of these factors I could not be able to supply goods on time, then it will not be considered as a supervening impossibility. Here I have to compensate the other party. Such events do not discharge a contract unless the parties had specifically agreed in this regard. So if the parties to the contract has specifically agreed at the time of entering into contract that if the other party due to any strike, lockouts or civil disturbances could not be able to supply goods on time, then it will not be a issue. in this regard at a time when the contracts were made, but it shall be specifically agreed at the time of the contract. If there is nothing present in the contract regarding this, then the contract will not get discharged even due to strikes, lockouts or civil disturbances. Next is failure of one of the objects. Now what is this? So listen carefully. So if you remember, I had given you an example in previous video. That suppose, but firstly let's recall the example. We had taken an example that I had entered into a contract with Mr. A. Self means me, entered into a contract with Mr. A. The contract was that I need a room on rent from Mr. A for a period of 1 month. A room on rent and for 1 month. And the purpose to take the room on rent was my exams, because I had my exams, so I had taken a room of Mr. A on rent for a period of 1 month. Now later on my exams got cancelled. Exams got cancelled. So here my contract with Mr. A gets automatically cancelled due to non-occurrence of a particular state of things. So this was the example, but let's twist the example a little bit. Let's modify a little bit. Now suppose, see, the purpose was the exams. Due to my exams, I had taken the room for 1 month. The exams were for 10 days. It were for 10 days. Now along with exams, I had a plan to visit different places of city in next 20 days after the exams are over. So along with exams for next 20 days, I will visit different places in city for hanging out with friends. So along with exams, my purpose was for next 20 days to hang out with my friends to visit different places of city. Now what happens? Exams got cancelled. One purpose gets cancelled, but not another purpose. I have taken the room for a total of 30 days. 10 days for exams and next 20 days for visiting different places of city. Yes or no? Yes sir. That purpose was not cancelled. Still there exists one purpose. So you can cancel the contract for one purpose, but you cannot cancel it for another purpose. That is to visit different places of city. So it will not be considered as a supervening impossibility. It will be very much valid. So here if I cancel the whole contract, then I need to compensate Mr. A. So let's just read what's written here. Contracts are made for several objects, and if one of the objects has failed, the contract is not discharged. For instance, A agreed to let out a boat to B. A for viewing a naval review on the occasion of the coronation of King Edward VIII, and B to sail around the fleet. So B had two purposes to take the boat on rent. Firstly was to view the coronation procession of King Edward VIII, and second to sail around his fleet. The king fell sick and the naval review was abandoned, but the fleet was assembled. So here one of the purpose got failed, but another purpose is intact. It is not failed yet. So here the boat could be used to sail around the fleet. Contracts were not discharged. So contract between A and B could not be discharged because still there is one purpose left, was that to sail around the fleet. So basically these are all the cases which are not considered as a supervening impossibility. So these are of 4 types. So till now we have discussed 3 topics, that is discharge by performance. Okay, here it is, discharge by performance. Second is discharge by mutual agreement, and third is discharge by impossibility of performance, and we have discussed different cases in impossibility of performance. Apart from these 3 cases, we have 3 more circumstances where the contract gets automatically discharged. What are the circumstances? Discharge by lapse of time, second one is discharge by operation of law, and discharge by breach of contract. Very simple, these all points are. Discharge by lapse of time. Suppose the contract need to be performed within 2 years, but it was not performed within 2 years. So by default the contract will get discharged by lapse of time. Then discharge by operation of law, like the one who had to perform the contract died or got insolvent. So anything by the conduct of law the performance of the contract could not be possible, so the contract will get automatically discharged. Then breach of contract. Suppose there was a contract between A and B clearly refuses to perform the contract. Then the contract will get cancelled. But we have to discuss breach of contract in detail in our next topic, that is breach of contracts. There we will discuss cases in breach of contract in detail. So now our all 6 cases of discharge of contract gets completed. That when can a contract get discharged? By performance, by mutual agreement, by impossibility of performance, by operation of law, then by breach of contract, and then by lapse of time. So our topic now finishes. In next video we will start breach of contract. Thank you so much. Hello friends, let's start with our next topic, that is the breach of contracts. Very important and simple topic, so listen each and every word carefully. And also we will understand this whole topic with a single chart. So now what is a breach of contract? So what is a breach of contract? There was a contract between two parties and either of the parties is refusing to perform the contract, that she cannot perform the contract. Let's take an example. Suppose A entered into a contract with B to supply goods. A will supply goods to B, to supply goods at the rate of 100 rupees per unit. Now let's suppose that A will supply 1000 units to B. So A will supply 1000 units at the rate of 100 per unit. Now a date was fixed for the supply of goods. The date was after 1 month. After 1 month. So A will supply goods, how much? 1000 units at the rate of 100 per unit after 1 month. Means 1 month from the formation of the contract. Now see, here anything can happen. There can be two possibilities. Which possibility, sir? First is, if A refused to supply the goods. And sir, what is the second possibility? What if B refused to take the delivery of the goods? So these two are the possibilities here. If A refused to supply the goods, or if B refused to take the delivery of the goods. So in these cases we will say that this is a breach of contract. Breach of contract. Or instead of this sentence, B refused to take the delivery of the goods, you can write here B refused to accept the goods. Refused to accept the goods. It will look much better. So the breach of contract can be from either of the sides. This is point number 1. It can be either from the promisor side or promises side. Now we further categorize breach of contract into two categories. One is the actual breach and second one is anticipatory breach. So these are the two categories of the breach of contract: actual breach and anticipatory breach. So firstly, now let's understand the actual breach. Let's take the same example. Suppose A entered into a contract with B to supply 1000 units at the rate of 100 each. Now on due date, A refused to supply the goods to B. What did A do? On due date, A refused to supply goods. So when did A refuse? On due date. So if on the due date either of the party refuses the performance of the contract, then it will be considered as the actual breach. So what is the actual breach? On due date, either of the party refuses the performance of contract. So this is known as actual breach. But in this, the main point is on due date. Now in this case, what will happen? Obviously B is entitled to claim damages from A. So B is entitled to claim damages from A. Or you can write like this also: A is liable to pay damages to B. See, the one who is getting damages is entitled and the one who is paying damages is liable. Liable word is used when you are paying. So if you are talking from A's point of view, then you will use the word liable, and B has to receive, so you will use the word entitled. When you are writing answers in the exam, usually students make such mistakes and then their marks are deducted. So you have to be careful regarding the use of words liable and entitled. So now let's come to the point. B can claim damages from A. Now how the damages are claimed? So for now we will talk about ordinary damages. So how the ordinary damages are claimed. Although we will discuss different types of damages in our next topic, but for now let's just understand this. Now suppose on due date, price of goods to be supplied is 120 rupees per unit. So this was the reason A refused to supply goods to B, as at the time of the formation of the contract the price of the goods was 100 rupees per unit, but on due date the market value of goods is 120 rupees per unit. Here the price of goods means market value. Price of goods means market value. So here A has to pay damages, and how much damages will A pay? So how much damages will A pay? So see, how much excess amount B has to pay to purchase goods from the market. B would have got the goods at 100 rupees per unit, but since A refused to supply goods, B had to purchase goods from the market and had to pay 120 rupees per unit as per the market rate. So 20 rupees extra. So this extra 20 rupees can be recovered from A as per the 1000 units, because 20 into 1000. Why 1000? Because here 1000 units were promised by A to supply to B. So 20 into 1000, that will come to 20,000 rupees. These are 1000 units. So this is the amount B will claim from A. B will claim from A. Although there are other types of damages also, but these are the simple damages, ordinary damages, which will be claimed by B from A. So hopefully you all are now clear that what is actual breach. Now coming to the next term, which is anticipatory breach. Now what exactly is anticipatory breach? So let's discuss in detail that what is anticipatory breach. There are high chances of a question coming from this topic, so let's understand this carefully. So let's take the same example we have discussed previously. What was the example? A had a contract with B to supply goods. How much goods and at how much rate? 1000 units at the rate of rupees 100 each. So this was our example. Now let's assume that these goods were to be supplied on 30th November. Okay, and the date on which A and B entered into the contract. Date of contract means the date on which A and B entered into the contract was 25th of September, and A promised B to supply him the goods, how much? 1000 units at the rate of 100 each on 30th November. Now what happens? On 10th October, A refused to supply goods to B. On 10th of October, A refused to supply goods to B. So when did A refused? On 10th of October. Means A did not refuse on due date. The contract was to be performed on 30th November. But A refused to perform on 10th of October, that is before due date. So see, the thing you have to understand here is that the breach in anticipatory breach is before due date, unlike actual breach in which the breach is on due date. So on 10th of October, that is before due date, A refused to supply goods to B. Now here B has two options. B has two options. Now what are these two options which B have? So listen carefully. So the two options which B have are, firstly, to terminate the contract immediately. Terminate the contract immediately, or to keep the contract alive. Keep the contract alive. Now what these both sentences mean? So listen carefully. So firstly, let's understand this case, to terminate the contract immediately. So if we see here, what did A said? He is not able to supply goods on 10th of October, means before due date. Now suppose on 10th October price of goods are 125 rupees per unit. The price of goods are 125 rupees per unit on 10th of October. So here B can claim damages. Now how much damages can B claim? So as per the 1000 units, how much extra B is paying for the per unit? The price was 100 rupees per unit as per A's promise to B. But now B has to purchase per unit of 125 rupees. So here he is paying 25 rupees extra. So the total damages which B can claim from A is of 25,000 rupees. So B can claim a compensation of 25,000 rupees from A. So when this is possible? When B will terminate the contract immediately. So on terminating the contract, B will claim damages from A. Now the second case. In second case, B is not cancelling the contract. He is keeping the contract alive. He is refusing to cancelling the contract. He will keep the contract alive. Then in that case, there can be any situation, like let's make multiple cases. Case 1 and case 2. So now listen carefully, what can be the cases here. So firstly, case 1. Suppose on 30th November price of goods is 140 rupees per unit. So the damages which B will get will be how much on the basis of 1000 units? So damages which B will get. So how many units were there? 1000 units. And how much extra B will pay for the goods? 40 rupees. So into 40. That will come out to 40,000 rupees. So B will be entitled to claim 40,000 rupees as damages from A. Now case 2. Now suppose on 30th November price of goods is 80 rupees per unit. Means now the price of goods comes down to 80 rupees per unit from the contract which was of 100 rupees per unit. So in that case, point number 1, no damages will be given to B. No damages. Why so, sir? Because the contract was for 100 rupees per unit and the market value comes down to 80 rupees per unit. So B cannot claim damages. And second point, B is bound to accept goods at the rate of 100 rupees per unit. B is bound to accept goods at the rate of 100 rupees per unit. So now B has to accept goods as per 100 rupees per unit. Now B cannot refuse. So if B keeps the contract alive, then he should be ready for both the consequences. Either the compensation amount will increase or decrease, or might be the situation gets reversed. See, if B would have terminated the contract, then he would have got the compensation as well as he could have bought the goods at 80 rupees per unit. But now B cannot do anything. Now the price of goods is 80 rupees per unit. So no damages will be given to B, and also he shall now accept goods for 100 rupees per unit because the contract was for 80 rupees per unit. Now if in case 2, B says I will not accept the goods. What did he said? If B refuses to accept the goods, then he would be liable to pay damages to A. So now B will pay damages, and to whom B will pay damages? To A. And how much damages? So on the basis of 1000 units into 20 rupees is equal to 20,000 rupees. So now if B refuses to accept the goods, then B would be liable to pay damages of 20,000 rupees to A. Understood? Yes sir. So hopefully now you all understand what is breach of contract and its different cases and types. So now let's just read once from here. So firstly, anticipatory breach of contract, when the promisor refuses his promise and signifies his unwillingness to perform the contracts before the time. This is what we have discussed. For performance, it is called the anticipatory breach of contract. A promisee has alternative rights. Either the promisee may put an end to the contract, or he may keep the contract alive up to the time when the contract is to be performed. But the amount of damages in one case may be different from the other case. So we have already discussed those cases. This is the same example which we have discussed in the case of anticipatory breach of contract. So there is nothing new. You can just give it a self read. Now actual breach of contract. This is also we have discussed. An actual breach of contract is a case of refusal to perform on the scheduled date. The party who is injured by the breach of a contract may bring an action for damages. Damages mean monetary compensation for the loss caused to the injured party. So all these are the same points which we have already discussed in the case of actual breach of contract. So this was a topic, breach of contract. Now in the next video we will discuss what are the different types of damages which the aggrieved party can recover from the other party. Hello friends, now we are going to discuss types of damages. So broadly 5 types of damages can be claimed in the Indian Contract Act. The very first is the ordinary damages, which we have discussed in the previous video also. So the day on which we are breaching the contract, suppose our contract price was 100 rupees and its market value on such a day is 120 rupees. So we can claim damages of the excess amount, that is 120 minus 100 is equal to 20 rupees. So we can claim damages as per the 20 rupees. So this is the ordinary damages. Now the main types of damages are next 4, of which we haven't heard previously. So in ordinary damages, these things written are the same things which we have discussed in the previous video. Okay, so now let's start with the second one, liability for special damages. Now what are special damages? So let's take a simple example. Suppose I gave you a construction contract that you have to construct a building for me, and I gave you a time of 6 months. So a contract is made between us that you will complete the construction of the building within 6 months. Let's say the construction shall be completed by 30th November. Now in the contract I made very clear that the construction shall be completed by 30th November, as I have to let out the building to a company on 1st December, and for which I will get a rent of 5 lakh rupees per month. I made this condition clear to you at the time of the contract. So you have to complete the construction by 30th November. So I made this clause clear in the contract that the construction shall be completed by 30th November. If there are any delays, then my rent will also be delayed, and if my rent is delayed, then I will charge the rent amount from you. Let's say suppose if there is a delay of 1 month, so I will charge 5 lakh rupees from you. So I made all these conditions clear to you while entering into the contract. So while entering into an agreement, or you can say contract, if such type of conditions are being communicated that if you breach such a contract, then I will claim ordinary damages, but apart from that I will also claim special damages for special loss incurred due to breach of contract by you. So let's just read once from here. Special damages are for those losses which arise on account of unusual circumstances. They are not recoverable unless the special circumstances were brought into the knowledge of the defendant. So see, you can claim special damages only when you have put such special circumstances into the knowledge of the defendant. So while entering into a contract, if the other party knows of the special circumstances, or you can also say that the other party knows about the special loss, so only then you can claim special damages, otherwise you cannot claim it. So the possibility of the special loss was in the knowledge of the parties when the contract was made. So if the other party knows of the special circumstances and of the special loss, so only then you will be able to claim the special damages also along with the ordinary damages in the case of breach of contract. If the other party has no knowledge of the special circumstances, then you cannot claim special damages in the case of breach of contract. Now let's read the example once. For instance, A is a builder. He makes a contract with B and agrees to erect and furnish a house for B by 1st January 2021, so that B may take possession of the house to C with whom B has contracted to let. So A is a builder and he enters into a contract with B to furnish a house for B, so that B may take possession of the house by 1st January and then let it out to C. A was informed of the contract between B and C. A knows that by 1st January B will let out this house to C so that B will get the rent from C. Afterwards, A builds the house but builds so badly that it falls down before 1st January 2021 and has to be rebuilt by B. As a consequence, B not only loses the rent which he could have received from C, but makes the payment to C by way of compensation for the breach of contract. So see, here A already knows about the contract of B and C, means he knows of the special circumstances that B will let out this house to C for the rent. Now A had built that house so badly that it falls down before 1st January and B has to get that house rebuilt. As a consequence, B had loses the rent which he could have received from C, and also C was also on the loss, so C also claimed compensation from B for the let out of house, because C was also on the loss because he also had to take the house on rent by 1st January. So now here what payments will A make to B? Firstly, cost of building the house. Why? Because B had to rebuild the house again. Secondly, the rent which he could have received from C but did not receive it because of the fall of house. So firstly, the cost of the rebuilding of house. Secondly, the rent he had lost. And third, the compensation B had paid to C. B can also recover such compensation from A. Thus, A has to make the following payments: cost of building the house, for the rent lost, and compensation paid to C. So hopefully now you are all clear that what are special damages. So an important point, a question can come from this point of 2 or 3 or 4 marks in the exam. So do it properly. Now next is liability to pay inductive or exemplary damages. Now what exactly it is? See, these damages can be claimed in 2 cases. These can be claimed when you broke a promise to marry. Means you promised someone that you would marry them but you broke your promise. Or secondly, suppose you put a check in the bank. You had sufficient funds in your account but still bank dishonors your check. So what are the 2 cases? When someone broke promise to marry, and second one, bank dishonors your check even though you have sufficient funds in your account. So only in these 2 cases you can claim inductive or exemplary damages. So what exactly are these damages? See, it is being said that in these two cases, your prestige gets affected. Like someone who promises to marry. Now after all arrangements done, that person breaks his promise to marry. So a typical Indian society, your prestige gets affected. Also, if you gave a check to someone and your check gets dishonored by the bank, even though you have sufficient funds in your account, so the other person will think bad of you. He even had no money to pay me. So these are two aspects where it is being said that comparatively your prestige gets more affected. So that is why for these two cases, these provisions are found, that is inductive or exemplary damages, and also a heavy amount as a compensation can be claimed in these cases. So in a breach of promise to marry, exemplary damages may be awarded to the other party taking into consideration the injury caused to his or her feelings. The amount of damages recoverable by the drawer of check from his banker in case of wrongful dishonor of his check may be quite heavy depending upon the loss of credit and reputation suffered by the customer of the banker on that account. So if the amount of check is less, the compensation will be more. Why? Because in less amount of check, your credit worthiness will be more affected. Then last point in this, they are awarded to punish the defendant so as to prevent the defendant from committing this again, and not solely with the idea of awarding compensation to the plaintiff. So the main motive of awarding inductive or exemplary damages is not only to award compensation to the plaintiff but also to punish defendant that he shall not commit these type of mistakes in future again. So an important point, a separate question of 2 to 3 marks can be asked in the exam from this point. So do it properly. Now next is liability to pay nominal damages. Now what exactly it is? See, sometimes you file a case on the other person just to make them realize their guilt. Your main motive is not to claim the compensation. Let us take an example to understand this. Suppose I ordered the food from Swiggy. Now I am a pure vegetarian, but they supplied me non-vegetarian. But when I complained with their customer support, whose customer support? Swiggy's, they said we are not at fault. The restaurant is at fault. They gave the wrong order. We are not responsible for this. I was like, mistake is yours. Whose mistake? Swiggy's mistake. The restaurant owner said that there were 2 orders. One is veg and other one is non-veg. They supplied you the wrong order. Who? Swiggy. Now again when I called Swiggy, then again they were making excuses by saying that the delivery partners are outsourced, so it is not our mistake. So I was like, they are not admitting their mistake. Firstly they are saying restaurant responsible, then they are saying our delivery outsource company is responsible. So if I file a case on Swiggy, my main motive is to make them realize their mistake. Suppose I said that I want a 10 rupees compensation. So here the compensation is very much nominal, but the motive is that Swiggy shall realize its mistake. So nominal damages are awarded where the plaintiff has proved that there has been a breach of contract, but he has not in fact suffered any real damage. So there was no real damage incurred by me if they had delivered me wrong food. Why? Because I have thrown the food. Also they have refunded me the full amount of the food, but I just want to file a case on them just to make them realize that you are guilty, you are at mistake. These damages are not claimed with a view to establishing the right of a person to the breach of contract. The amount may be a rupee or so, a very nominal amount of damages. Understood? Yes sir. Now next is damages for deterioration caused by delay. Suppose if I had sent some goods to Calcutta, okay? I had to send some goods to Calcutta. So there's a local transport agency called DTDC through which I had sent the goods. The transporter said that your goods will reach by Saturday. Now after passing on first Saturday, second Saturday and so on, around 20 days pass on and still goods were not reached yet. So I can claim damages from DTDC that due to your delay I am suffering damages or losses. So let's just read once from here. In case of deterioration is caused to goods by delay, damages can be recovered from the carrier. The word deterioration does not only imply physical damage to the goods, but it also means loss of profit caused as a result of loss of special opportunity for sale. Loss of profit means suppose the transport company said that goods will reach by Saturday, but the goods reach after 20 days. Due to this delay, the party to whom goods was sent deducted my 20% payment. So I can claim such a loss of profit from the transport company. If there is any physical damage to the goods, I can claim it. It is implied that if there is any physical damage to the goods, I can claim such physical damage from the transport company. But if there is any loss of profit, then I can also claim such loss of profit caused due to deterioration by delay. So we have discussed all these 5 types of damages. Ordinary damages, very simple, difference between market price and contract price. Then second, liability for special damages. So if you are supposed to claim the special damages, then there is a condition that you shall inform the other party about the special circumstances. Then there is inductive or exemplary damages. These damages may be awarded in 2 cases: for breach of promise to marry and for wrongful dishonor of customers check by a banker. And also the main motive of these damages is not only to award compensation to the plaintiff, but also to punish the defendant so that he will not commit such mistake again in the future. Then fourth, liability to pay nominal damages. In this, if we are filing a case on someone, then our main motive just to make them realize their mistake. The damage amount in these cases are very nominal. Then last one, damages for deterioration caused by delay. If there is any physical damage to the goods, then you can claim that, but also if there is any loss of profit, then you can also claim that from the transporter. So these are our types of damages, and the topic is here finished. Thank you so much. Hello friends, now we are going to start our next topic, which is penalty and liquidated damages. One of the good topic. See, sometimes in a contract there are prefix damages. What are these prefix damages? Suppose I did a contract with B that I will construct a building for B within a period of 6 months. And in the contract, it is clearly written that if I am unable to complete the construction within 6 months, then after the expiry of 6 months, I will have to pay damages of rupees 10,000 per day. 10,000 rupees per day damages if there is any delay after 6 months. Now suppose the completion of the construction of building got delayed by 15 days. Means after 6 months, 15 days are taken by me more to complete the construction. So I will have to pay how much damages? 10,000 rupees into 15 days, which is equal to 1,50,000 rupees. So 1,50,000 rupees as damages I have to pay to B. Yes or no? Sure. So this is what called as prefix damages. And the prefix damages can be in the nature of penalty or in the nature of liquidated damages. Now what is this penalty and what is this liquidated damages? See, both are included in the category of prefix damages. But what is the fundamental difference between these two? See, if we talk about the Indian law, then it does not differentiate between the two, that is penalty and liquidated damages. But so far as the English law is concerned, both the terms are considered different. Now, how these two terms are different? Suppose A and B entered into a contract and the duration of the contract is 3 months. Means the contract shall be completed within 3 months. Now A and B mutually decides that if the contract is not completed within 3 months, then B will pay a certain sum of money, let's say 1 lakh rupees to A. B will pay 1 lakh rupees to A if the contract is not completed within 3 months. Now 1 lakh rupees which were present in the contract as prefix damages are in the nature of penalty or liquidated damages. Means whether those 1 lakh rupees would be considered as a penalty or liquidated damages. See, the prefix damages which are written in the contract, its purpose is to recover losses. Means, see, a contract was formed between A and B and the performance of the contract will be completed within 3 months. In case if it is not completed within 3 months, then B will pay 1 lakh rupees to A. This was already decided. Now suppose the 1 lakh rupees which A will get are against the loss of 1 lakh rupees which A will incur if B does not perform the contract within 3 months. This is the nature of contract, because A also had a deal with someone and B shall perform the contract so that A can honor the deal which he has done with the other person. If B does not perform the contract, then A would not be able to honor his deal and A will also incur loss due to it. So that is why B promises to compensate A if he does not perform the contract within 3 months. So here, whatever the amount of damages that has been provided in the contract are provided with a purpose to compensate the genuine loss that the other party will bear. In our example, A will bear the genuine loss if B does not perform the contract within 3 months. Okay. So, with a purpose to compensate the genuine loss that the other party will bear. So, if the prefix damages are for compensating the genuine loss, then we can say that it is liquidated damages. But however, suppose A and B have contract and B had written in the contract that if the construction is not completed within 90 days, then I will pay you 5 lakh rupees. But see here, the fact is this, that A will not incur any loss even if the completion of the construction got delayed. So here, the purpose of paying 5 lakh rupees is only that B shall complete the contract within the specified time. The purpose is not to compensate A even if B got delayed in performing his contract. A will not going to bear any loss. Still to bound B to complete the task, complete the contract in a time bound manner. Some prefix damages have been provided in the contract. So here in this case it will be termed as a penalty instead of liquidated damages. The purpose of imposing penalty is to penalize the other party. But on the other hand, the purpose of liquidated damages is to cover up the genuine loss. This is the fundamental difference between penalty and liquidated damages. Hopefully now you are clear that what is penalty and what are liquidated damages. So penalty is provided in the contract with a purpose to penalize if the contract is not performed in a time bound manner or if some conditions are violated. However, the intention behind liquidated damages is not to penalize, rather the purpose is to recover the losses which I will bear because of your delay in performing the contract in time. Clear? Sure? Yes sir. So now let's see what's written here. The parties to a contract may provide beforehand the amount of compensation payable in the case of failure to perform the contract. So this is prefix damages. In such a case, question arises whether the court will accept these figures as the measure of damages. So here a question arises that whether the prefix damages which are present in the contract, whether court will accept these prefix damages or not. So as per English law, according to English law, the sum so fixed in the contract may be interpreted as either liquidated damages or as a penalty. If the sum fixed in the contract represents a genuine pre-estimate by the parties of the loss which would be caused by a future breach of the contract, it is liquidated damages. So kindly underline this, genuine pre-estimate. It is an assessment of the amount which in the opinion of the parties will compensate for the breach. Such a clause is effective and the amount is recoverable, means the court will accept the liquidated damages. But where the sum fixed in the contract is unreasonable, kindly please underline unreasonable, and is used to force the other party to perform the contract, it is penalty. So the purpose of penalty is just to force the other party to perform the contract in a time bound manner. Such a clause is disregarded and the injured party cannot recover more than the actual loss. So this is the position of English law on penalty and liquidated damages. Means also you can say position of English law on prefix damages. So the English law clearly says that liquidated damages are genuine pre-estimates and can be recovered, but however the penalty is something which is unreasonable in nature. It has been imposed to bound the other party to perform the contract, and since it is unreasonable in nature, the other party cannot recover it. The other party can recover only actual loss. Now these same things are being said by the Indian law also, but Indian law does not define penalty and liquidated damages separately. The Indian law simply says that if there are any prefixed damages in the contract and its amount is more than the actual loss, then prefixed damages cannot be recovered. Indian law makes no distinction between penalty and liquidated damages. The courts in India award only reasonable compensation not exceeding the sum so mentioned in the contract. As per the provisions of the Indian Contract Act 1872, if the parties have fixed what the damages will be, the courts will never allow more, but the court may allow less. Suppose the prefixed damages are of 1 lakh rupees. So the court will never allow to recover more than 1 lakh rupees. But if the actual loss is less than 1 lakh rupees, then the court will allow only the recovery of extent to actual loss, not whole 1 lakh rupees. Like suppose the prefixed damages are 1 lakh rupees but the actual loss is 80,000 rupees. So the other party can recover only 80,000 rupees, not the whole 1 lakh rupees. And if the loss is of 2 lakh rupees but the prefixed damages are 1 lakh rupees, the party can recover only 1 lakh rupees regardless of the loss of more than 1 lakh rupees. A decree is to be passed only for reasonable compensation not exceeding the sum fixed by the parties. Thus, a person complaining of breach of contract to get reasonable compensation and does not entitled to realize anything by way of penalty. So, a penalty is something which cannot be enforced by one party on another, but however, a reasonable amount of compensation can be pre-estimated and can be put into the contract, and if the court thinks it to be reasonable, then the court will order to pay it. Understood? Yes, sir. But there is an exception given here for the Indian law. Penalty can be imposed if it is in public interest. Let's see. Where any person gives any bond to the central or state government for the performance of any public duty or act in which the public is interested, on the breach of the condition of any such instrument, he shall be liable to pay the whole sum mentioned therein. Suppose we have took a contract in which public interest is involved and we have given a bond to the central or state government that if we are unable to do this contract, then we will pay a penalty of 10 lakh rupees to central or state government. So in that case, liable to pay the whole sum mentioned therein. The actual loss will not be considered here. Means if the penalty is of 10 lakh rupees and the actual loss comes out to 8 lakh rupees, then also the central or state government can recover 10 lakh rupees as penalty from me. Why? Because here what it has written, he shall be liable to pay the whole sum mentioned therein. Whatever the amount has been written in the bond, that shall be fully recoverable. Very important topic. A question can come from this topic in exam. Also you have to write the answer in the language which has been written here, which we have just read. So do this topic properly. Let's just once read the example. For instance, A contracts with B that if A practices as a surgeon in Kolkata, he will pay B 50,000 rupees. A practice as a surgeon at Kolkata. B is entitled to such compensation not exceeding 50,000 rupees as the court consider reasonable. So you have to write this statement in the exam. If the court considers it reasonable, then only such an amount will be recoverable. Then next example, A borrows 10,000 rupees from B and gives him a bond for 20,000 rupees payable by 5 yearly installments of 4,000 rupees with a stipulation that in default of payment the whole shall become due. This is a stipulation by way of penalty. So if any of the installment got delayed, then the whole amount shall become payable immediately. So this is a stipulation by way of penalty, so it's not recoverable. So we just have to remember that if it is in the nature of penalty, then the court will disregard it, but if it is in the nature of liquidated damages, then the court will consider it. And Indian law doesn't even differentiate between penalty and liquidated damages. Indian law only says that they are prefix damages and the amount is reasonable if it is up to the extent of actual loss. Suppose 1 lakh rupees was fixed in the contract but the genuine loss comes out to be 1,50,000 rupees. The court will grant the compensation of 1 lakh rupees only, not 1,50,000 rupees. Let's take another one. You did a contract and prefix damages are 1 lakh rupees but the genuine loss is only 30,000 rupees. The court has the power to decrease the compensation to 30,000 rupees only. Then thereafter we have distinction between liquidated damages and penalties. So just give it a self-read once. There is nothing new in this. We have already discussed what are liquidated damages and penalty. So I hope now you are all clear what are liquidated damages and penalty and what is the position of English law and Indian law on these two terms. Thank you so much. Hello friends, now we are going to start remedies in case of breach of contract. That if either of the party breach the contract, then what are the remedies available? Now we know that if either of the party breaches the contract, then the very first thing which can be claimed is the damages. And in the damages we have discussed the different types of damages: ordinary damages, special damages, inductive damages, nominal damages and deterioration damages. And then in the next video we have discussed penalty and liquidated damages, or you can say prefixed damages. So this part is already discussed. Which part? This part. This part is discussed already. Now apart from these, there are other remedies which we will discuss in this video, which are rescission of contract, suit upon quantum merit, specific performance and injunction. So we will discuss these 4 points in this video. So we have already discussed first 5 damages in types of damages video. Okay, from here to here, these are we have discussed in types of damages video. And then we separately discuss prefix damages in the video of a penalty and liquidated damages, which was our last video. So now let's start with other remedies for damages. So first we have is the rescission of contract. Rescission means cancellation. Now what is this cancellation of contract? Let's take an example. Suppose there is a contract between A and B and A refuses to perform his part. So if A and B has a contract and A refuses to perform his part, then B shall treat the contract as cancelled and B is not liable to perform his part of the contract. It is as simple as that. You said to me that you will pay me the fees and I will teach you the Indian Contract Act. Now I simply refuse to teach the Indian Contract Act to you. So whether you need to pay the fees? Obviously no. So if I am refusing to teach you the Indian Contract Act, then you will assume that the contract is cancelled and you are not liable to pay the fees to me. So let's just read from here. When a contract is broken by one party, the other party may treat the contract as rescinded, means cancelled. In such a case, he is absolved of all obligations under the contract and is entitled to compensation for any damages that he might have suffered. So, if I have refused to teach the Indian Contract Act, then you are not obliged to pay me the fees. And if you have suffered any damage from it, then you can claim that damage from me. Let's take one more example. A and B had a contract that A will construct a building for B. Later on, A refuses to construct the building. So here B is not liable to perform his obligations, whatever they were of the contract. Plus, if B had suffered any damages, then he can claim it from A, which we have already discussed. So this was the first point, that is the rescission of contract. Now the second point, which is the most important, suit upon quantum merit. So firstly, we will understand the meaning of quantum merit. What is quantum merit? So just relax and calm your mind. We will understand this topic patiently. We will discuss one by one all 5 cases which are given in suit upon quantum merit. So what quantum merit means? It means as much is earned or according to the quantity of work done. Now what exactly it is as much is earned or according to the quantity of work done? Let us take some examples. The cases given here are examples itself, so we will discuss all these cases one by one through examples. The very first case, listen carefully. Suppose A and B entered into a contract for construction in which A will do construction for B. Now A started his work. It has just been 15 days since A started the construction. B came and said to A that he had some change of plans and B asked A to leave the construction. So B said to A to stop the construction. So here, whatever work has been done by A in 15 days, then for that work A can claim the amount from B. Yes or no? Sure? This is what called as quantum merit. As much is earned whatever the amount of work A did in those 15 days, A can claim the amount for such work from B. This is what called as much as earned, or according to the quantity of work done. So let's just see what's written here. When a person has begun the work and before he could complete it, the other party terminates the contract or does something which makes it impossible for the other party to complete the contract, he can claim the amount for the work done. Who had started the work, who had started to perform the contract. For instance, C engaged B for writing a book to be published for BCom students. So C told B to write books for BCom students. Later on, C refused to publish the book. In this case, B can recover on quantum merit for the work he had done under the contract. So it doesn't matter whether C will publish the book or not. B had done his work, so B can claim the amount from C for the work he had done to write the books for BCom students. Then thereafter, where the work has been done and accepted under a contract that is subsequently discovered to be void. Now what is this, sir? What exactly it is? Let us take an example. Suppose Mr. A got appointed as an officer in a company, and the appointing authority, the directors of the company, appointed Mr. A. Mr. A also worked for 15 days in the company. Then later on, it was found out that the directors, who were the appointing authority, did not have the authority to appoint Mr. A on an officer's post of the company. The directors did not have such power to appoint anyone on the officer's post of the company. The approval of Mr. A's appointment was beyond their power. So obviously the appointment of Mr. A gets cancelled, but Mr. A can claim the amount for work he had done in 15 days for the company. Okay, even if Mr. A's appointment get cancelled, but he has done the work for 15 days, so Mr. A can claim the amount for the work he had done in 15 days. Understood? Sure. Let's take another example. We have also previously discussed this. Suppose A and B had a construction contract to construct a 4-story building. That A will construct 4 floors for B. A built 4 floors, but later on it was found out that the plot on which A built the building, it is not allowed to build more than 3 floors. Municipal corporation demolishes the 4th floor. So here A can claim the amount. A did whatever B said. Later on A found out it was void, so A is not liable for that. B is liable. So A can claim his amount for work done from B. Now let's read this. Where the work has been done and accepted under a contract that is subsequently discovered to be void. In such a case, the person who has performed the part of the work is entitled to recover the amount for the work done, even if the work has been subsequently discovered void. The party who receives and accepts the benefits under such a contract must make compensation to the other party. Let's read the example once. Same example is given here which we have discussed. For instance, A was appointed as a manager in XYZ Limited. Later on, it is found that his appointment made by directors was beyond the power of directors. So, the directors of XYZ Limited did not have the power to appoint Mr. A as the manager. Now, in this case, A can recover the amount from XYZ Limited as much as he serves. So, I hope that till now you have understand both these cases. All the 5 cases are important, so you have to do all 5 cases. Now next point, a person does some act or delivers something to another person with the intention of receiving payments for the same. That is non-gratuitous act. I hope if you have remembered, we have already discussed about the non-gratuitous act payments. Okay. Let's take an example. This example we have also previously discussed when we discuss about the payments of non-gratuitous acts. Suppose I am a teacher. Now a kid of my relative comes to me for classes. I gave him 10-hour classes, so whether I can recover the amount? Yes, I can recover the amount because my intention, my main profession is to teach and earn the money. Yes or no? Sure. So if a relative's kid took classes from me but payment was not decided, still I can recover a reasonable amount. Same way, if a doctor is treating his patient, so obviously a doctor can recover his fees, can claim his fees whether the patient is his relative or not. So a person does some act or delivers something to another person with the intention of receiving payments for the same, that is non-gratuitous act. In such a case, the other person is bound to make the payment if he accepts such services or goods or enjoys their benefit. Let's see the example. For instance, where Mr. A, a tax consultant, gives consultancy services to his friend, can recover the amount of consultancy from a friend. So suppose you all become CA in future and you became a tax consultant and you gave a consultancy to your friend. So you can recover the amount for the consultancy you gave to your friend. So you can recover the amount from your friend for the consultancy you gave to him. So till now we have discussed three cases. In first, what we have discussed, the work has begun, but before it could be completed, the other party terminates the contract. So there is not our fault. Then second, work has been started and accepted, but subsequently it has been discovered void. Then also it is not our fault. Okay. And third, the person does some act or delivers something with the intention of receiving some payment. So this is non-gratuitous act. Payment for non-gratuitous act. Now next point, where the contract is divisible and the party performs part of the contract and refuses to perform the remaining part. Suppose I did a contract with my publication house that I will write the book of economics, business studies and accounts for you. I wrote the book of economics and business studies. Now later on I found out that their performance is not good. The future with this publisher is not bright. So I informed the publisher that I had written economics and business studies books, but I will not write the accounts book. So now whether I can recover the amount for economics and business studies books which I have wrote? Yes, because here the contract is completely divisible. Economics has no relation with the BST, business studies, and BST has no relation with the accounts. So point number one, the contract is divisible. So I can claim for the work I had completed. So in such a case, the party in default may sue the other party who has enjoyed the benefits of the part performance. So I can sue the publisher for the payments of the books which I have written for the economics and business studies. And thereafter, fifth point, where an indivisible contract is performed but badly. So whole contract was performed but badly. Like A constructs a building for B. A completed the construction but A did not construct the building as per expectations of B. Means a few parts of the building were constructed badly. So here B cannot stop the payment of A. A will claim the amount from B, but B can deduct from the payment of A for the work badly performed. In that case, the party who had performed the contract can recover the amount for the work performed, but the other party for whom the contract is performed may demand the deduction in same. For instance, A constructed the house of B but so badly that B refused to pay the amount to A. Now in this case, B is liable to pay the amount, but a deduction for poor performance in work can be made. So B cannot refuse to pay the whole amount. He will pay the amount, but he can deduct for the work badly performed. So this is what is suit upon quantum merit. 5 cases, and you should remember all these 5 cases. A short note in the exam can come on this for 4 to 5 marks. So what was the first case? The person has begun the work but other party terminates the contract. Second one, the contract has been performed but subsequently it was discovered void. Third one, the person has performed the act but the intention of the person performing the act was to receive payment for that act, means payment for non-gratuitous act. Then fourth point, contract is divisible and partly performed and the other party has enjoyed that partly performance. So you can claim for the work you have partly performed. Then last point, fifth point, contract is indivisible and performed badly. So the other party cannot refuse to stop the whole payment. The other party is liable to pay for the work performed, but it can deduct for the poor performance of the work. Now the next we have is suit for specific performance. What is specific performance? See, sometimes there are contracts in which damages are not sufficient. So there the court specifically orders the party to perform the contract. Contract will not be cancelled and damages will not be given. The contract shall be performed. Let's take an example. Suppose Mr. A needs a medicine. Mr. B promises A to arrange the medicine for him within 5 days. B also took an advance from A for the medicine. But after 5 days, B refuses to give the medicine to A for whatever reason the B had. So here the court can order to B that you have to give the medicine to A. See, here it might be the case that B refunds all money to A along with the damages, but that might not be sufficient for A. A needs the medicine, so B has to do the specific performance. Okay, let's take another example. Suppose you gave me fees to teach you the Indian Contract Act. I took the fees, but after 2 classes, I refused to continue to teach you due to some scheduling conflicts. So I am refunding your fees, but you go to court. So here the court may order me to teach you the Indian Contract Act, because here refunding the fees will not be a sufficient remedy for you. So this is what is called as suit for specific performance. But this is the discretionary power of the court. If the court thinks, then only such a remedy shall be provided. So there can be cases where damages may not be the remedy. In such a case, the court in a suit for specific performance may direct the party who is guilty of breach of contracts to carry out his promise as per the terms and conditions of the contract. This is the remedy by way of specific performance. For instance, we have already discussed this example, so just give it a self-read. Next is suit for injunction. The injunction word comes out from injection. So why the injunction is applied? For immediate relief. If you are in very much pain, then you go to a doctor. The doctor will give you the injection for immediate relief. Same way, the word injunction. What is injunction? If you want immediate relief, then you file suit for injunction. Like for example, Mr. A did an exclusive contract with me that he will teach in my coaching center only for the next 3 years. Contract between me and Mr. A that Mr. A will only teach at my coaching center exclusively for the next 3 years. He will not teach in any other coaching center for next 3 years. Now after 6 months, he is teaching in my coaching center. Apart from that, Mr. A is also going to another coaching center. Or he has stopped coming to my coaching center and he started teaching in another coaching center. Though there was a complete agreement that Mr. A will not teach in any coaching center for next 3 years. He will teach in my coaching center only. Also, he has charged a very good amount for teaching at my coaching center. Now after 6 months, if he is trying to breach that contract, so I can go to the court to apply for suit for injunction. Now what will happen? I will show the contract copy between me and Mr. A to the court that he had an agreement with me for 3 years to exclusively teach only at my coaching center. So the court will put a stay order on Mr. A. Means wherever Mr. A is teaching, he has to stop it immediately. Stay order means to immediately stop something. So to take a stay order against Mr. A, I will file the suit for injunction. So let's just read once from here, where the party is in breach of a term of the contract and at the same time he is doing something which he has promised not to do. Then the court may issue an order of injunction which can restrain him from doing what he is promised not to do. For instance, same way here an example is given here on singing. A agreed to sing at B's palace during a certain period and not to sing elsewhere during that period. So A had an agreement with B that he will sing only at B's palace only. He will not sing anywhere else. Afterwards, A made contract with C to sing at his theatre and refused to perform the contract with B. So here A had breached the contract. What B can do? A could be restrained by order of injunction from singing for C. So here B can receive the order of injunction against A so that immediately A shall be stopped from singing for C. So these are all our other remedies for breach of contract. For the types of damages, we have previously discussed ordinary, special, inductive, nominal damage for deterioration, prefix damages, and now other remedies are also over. So now our all remedies for breach of contract are over. Thank you so much. Hello friends, welcome back. So till now we have completed almost 95% of the Indian Contract Act. So now we will be discussing few leftover topics in few short videos, and you will also notice that somewhere we have discussed these topics previously. So now let's start with the effect of refusal to accept offer of performance. Now what exactly it is? So if you have remembered, we studied a topic, discharge of contract. In that topic we firstly discussed the discharge by performance, and further in the same topic we categorize it into two parts: actual performance and attempted performance. In that we took an example that suppose A has to deliver goods to B, B will make payment against the goods delivered by A. So A informed B about the delivery of goods. A also said that he will come in office hours so that B can also check the goods. But B refuses to take the goods. B said that he will take delivery after 1 or 2 weeks. So there A had fulfilled his obligation. How? See, A had not actually performed the contract but attempted to perform the contract. So basically this topic also is almost as same as that topic. So effect of refusal to accept offer of performance. A offered to perform the contract but B refuses to accept performance. Then what will be the effect? So are you getting it? If you read this in parts, effect of refusal. Whose refusal? To accept offer of performance. So the offer of performance given by A which B refuses, then what will be the effect of it? According to the provisions of the Indian Contract Act 1872, where a promisor has made an offer of performance to the promisee and the offer has not been accepted, then the promisor is not responsible for non-performance, nor does he thereby lose his rights under the contract. So if A had said to B that he wants to perform and B refuses, then there is no responsibility of A to perform further. Also A is entitled to recover the amount from B. A does his part, but there are some conditions in it. However, every such offer or performance by the promisor must fulfill certain conditions. First, it must be unconditional. Unconditional, like suppose A informed B about the delivery of goods, but A was only delivering 50% of goods. The rest 50% of goods will be delivered the day after, means the next day. So here A puts a condition while performing his part and there was no initial talks of it between A and B. So here if B refuses, then A will not be discharged because here A gives a conditional performance. Rather it should be unconditional. Next point, it must be made at a proper time and place. Suppose A inform B that he will deliver him goods at 1 AM at night and the goods will be delivered at B's home, not office. So B is not bound to accept it at all. B can simply refuse. So here it will not be considered that A has attempted to perform. No need to do this part, it is not that important. Then third point, if the offer is an offer to deliver anything to the promisee, then the promisee must have a reasonable opportunity of seeing that the thing offered is the thing which the promisor is bound by his promise to deliver. Means if A is delivering goods to B, then an opportunity should be given to B of inspecting the goods, that the goods delivered are those goods which A has promised to deliver. Now thereafter a line is written here. An offer to one of several joint promises has the same legal consequences as an offer to all of them. Now what it means? See, suppose A had to deliver multiple types of goods to B in 3 to 4 days. Means good A on day 1, good B on day 2, good C on day 3, good D on day 4 and so on. And when good A was supposed to be delivered on day 1, A puts a condition on good A's delivery and B refuses. Then it shall be assumed that the refusal of B would be same for day 2, day 3 and day 4. Means the attempted performance of A is not valid here. Understood? So kindly read once again. An offer means an offer has been given to one of several joint promises has the same legal consequences as an offer to all of them. Means that if something wrong happens with a promise, then the same consequences will be there for all other joint promises. Now our next topic, effect of a refusal of the party to perform the promise. See, this topic is different from the earlier one, in which we discussed effect of refusal to accept offer of performance. Then what is this? Suppose A and B entered into a contract. A informed B of the delivery of goods. It was an unconditional delivery at proper time and place, means everything was going the right way. But B refuses to accept the delivery of goods. So that is the topic of effect of refusal to accept offer of performance. So this was that case. But suppose A is supposed to deliver goods to B, but A is not delivering goods. He is not delivering goods to B. Then what remedy is available to B? Simple, B has both options. Either he terminates the contract, or if he thinks the contract shall be kept alive, so he can continue it. According to the provisions of the Indian Contract Act 1872, when a party to a contract has refused to perform or disable himself from performing his promise in its entirety, the promisee may put an end to the contract or may decide to continue with the contract. Example, a singer enters into a contract with B, the manager of a theatre, to sing at his theatre 2 nights in every week during the next 2 months, and B engages to pay her 1 lakh rupees for each night's performance. On the 6th night, A willfully absents herself from the theatre. B is at liberty to put an end to the contract. So we discuss from both sides, from promisor side also and promisee side also. Offer a performance given but promisee refuses to accept performance, or the one who has to perform refuses to perform, that is promisor refuses to perform. So very much simple topic. I hope that you all understand it. Hello friends, welcome back. Now we are going to discuss appropriation of payments. Now what exactly it is? See, let's take an example. Suppose Mr. A has to make some payments to Mr. B. Mr. A took 10,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees and 18,000 rupees respectively from Mr. B. So Mr. A has 3 debts on him. First is of 10,000 rupees, second is of 15,000 rupees and third is of 18,000 rupees. Now Mr. A paid 5,000 rupees to Mr. B. How many debts were due? 3. 10,000, 15,000 and 18,000. A paid to B 5,000 rupees. Okay. Now the question arises that the 5,000 rupees paid by Mr. A was against the first debt of 10,000 rupees, or against the second debt of 15,000 rupees, or against the third debt of 18,000 rupees. So this is what we are going to discuss in this topic, appropriation of payments, that the 5,000 rupees paid by Mr. A shall whether be appropriated by Mr. B against the first debt or second debt or third debt, which are of 10,000, 15,000 and 18,000 rupees respectively. So see, the law regarding the appropriation of payment is very simple. How? Firstly, point number 1. Whether Mr. A told Mr. B while paying 5,000 rupees that against which debt is he paying, against the first debt or second debt or third debt. The answer is yes, Mr. A told Mr. B that he is paying against the second debt of 15,000 rupees. So Mr. A told Mr. B specifically to adjust these 5,000 rupees against the second debt of 15,000 rupees, not against the first or third debt. So this is what is known as appropriation of payments by the debtor. So if the debtor had specified that against which debt he is paying, so the appropriation shall be made accordingly as per the debtor specification. But suppose while making the payment, the debtor did not specify that against which debt is he making the payment. In that case, the right of appropriation goes to the creditor, that is the person to whom the payment has been made. The creditor can appropriate the payment against any debt as he wishes to. Let's take the same example. Suppose when Mr. A paid 5,000 rupees to Mr. B, Mr. A did not specify to Mr. B that against which debt the 5,000 rupees are being paid, whether against the first debt, second debt or third debt. So in this case, the right of appropriation goes to Mr. B. Mr. B can set off 5,000 rupees whether against the first debt or second debt or third debt. So the right of appropriation firstly lies with the debtor, but if debtor is unable to appropriate or he does not appropriate, then the right of appropriation goes to the creditor. Understood? Yes sir. Now there is a third law regarding appropriation. The third point, neither the debtor appropriates nor the creditor appropriates. Means A gave 5,000 rupees to B and B also did not appropriate. So the law simply says in order of time. The payment shall be appropriated in order of time. Means firstly the appropriation shall be against the first debt of 10,000 rupees, then second debt of 15,000 rupees, then third debt of 18,000 rupees. So law makes it very clear, when A makes the payment and if A does not appropriate, then the right goes to B, the creditor. And if creditor also does not make any appropriations, then the payment shall be appropriated in order of time. Means the 5,000 rupees shall be set off against the first debt of 10,000 rupees. Understood? Sure, sir. But sir, suppose neither A appropriates nor B, and the first debt of 10,000 rupees becomes time barred. Now as per the Limitation Act, B cannot recover it from A. So now the payment of 5,000 rupees made by A to B will set off against which debt? Whether against 10,000 rupees or 15,000 rupees or 18,000 rupees. See, the law makes it very clear in order of time. In order of time, and further said that whether the debt has become time barred or not, it does not matter. Means those 5,000 rupees shall be set off against the first debt of 10,000 rupees even if such debt has become time barred. Now there can be another case. Suppose B gives 10,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees and 18,000 rupees to A simultaneously, means at the same time. There were 3 different agreements and all 3 were formed at the same time on same day. Now suppose A pays 5,000 rupees to B. So here appropriation in order of time is not possible. Why? Because all the 3 debts were given at the same time on same day. So law says that if the debts are at same time, then the appropriation shall done proportionately, means in the ratio of the debt. 10,000, 15,000, 18,000. Its ratio will be 10:15:18. So in the ratio of 10:15:18, the payment of 5,000 rupees shall be appropriated against all debts. So let's read once. These are all the same things written here which we have already discussed. Appropriation by the debtor. Where a debtor who owes several distinct debts to one person makes payment to him with express intimation or under circumstances which imply that the payments to be applied to the discharge of some payment of accepted must be applied accordingly. So some payment of acceptance must be applied accordingly. If the debtor has appropriated, so the appropriation shall be according to the debtor specifications. Simple example. You can read the example yourself. Then appropriation by the creditor, where the debtor has omitted to intimate and there is no other circumstance indicating to which debts the payment is to be applied. The creditor may apply it at his discretion to any lawful debt which is actually due and is payable to him from the debtor. So if the debtor did not specify the appropriation, then the right of appropriation goes to the creditor. It is not important that its recovery has been barred or has not been barred by the law of limitation of the suit. The essence of this section: when the debtor makes payment without any appropriation, the creditor may use the payment at his discretion to wipe out any debt which is due to him. So the right of appropriation goes to creditor if debtor did not specify anything. Last point: appropriation of payment where neither party appropriates. Neither party makes any appropriation, means neither the debtor nor the creditor. The payment shall be applied in discharge of the debts in order of time. It does not matter whether they are or are not barred by the law of the limitations of suits. If the debts are of equal standing, the payment shall be applied in discharge of each proportionately. Read the example yourself. These are the simple examples which we have already discussed. So this was the topic appropriation of payments. Again a very simple topic. Thank you so much. Hello friends, let's start with our next topic, contracts which need not to be performed. See, this is not something new. A small part of this has already been discussed. Where it was discussed, if you remember, we did a topic, discharge of contract, in which we discussed the second point. And what was the second point? Discharge by mutual agreement. That if the parties mutually agrees to not perform the contract, okay, so it was mutual agreement. We have to discuss the same thing here but in an elaborate manner. See, when we talk about discharge by mutual agreement, then this is further categorized into 4 categories. The firstly we have is novation. Now what exactly is novation? So what happens in novation? In novation, the parties to contract cancel the existing contract, wipe out the existing contract. So what happens in novation? The parties to contract, what parties do? They cancel the existing contract. Existing contract gets cancelled. So this is the first point. This is the first consequence of the novation. Second thing, a new contract is formed after cancelling the existing contract. Second point, new contract is formed, and the new contract which is formed, that can be between the existing parties, or there can be an involvement of new parties also. Means new contract is formed, now maybe between existing parties, maybe between existing parties, or maybe with the involvement of new parties, maybe with the involvement of new parties. Now what is this, sir? So just relax, let's take an example to understand this. Suppose A did a construction contract with B to construct a house for B. A construction contract with B to construct a house for B. Now due to some unavoidable circumstances, A was unable to construct the house of B. So A requested B that since I am unable to construct the house, you do a contract with C. So what did A said to B? That since he is unable to construct the house for him, so B shall do a contract with C with same terms and conditions. So the old construction contract between A and B got cancelled, and a new construction contract was formed between B and C. So a new construction contract was formed between B and C. So what happens in novation? The existing contract gets cancelled out and a new contract is formed, and the new contract may be between the existing parties or maybe with the involvement of new parties. Like suppose, let's take another example. A and B did a construction contract of a house. Now B did not want to construct a new house on the same plot. B wants to sell that plot, so B sold the old plot and purchased a new plot. B also told A to construct the house on the new plot. So it is like old contract gets cancelled and a new contract is formed, but it was between the existing parties, that is A and B. But it is also possible that new parties may be involved, like in this example. But remember, the consideration for new contract. So what will be the consideration for the new contract? The consideration for new contract is cancellation of the old contract. Cancellation of old contract. So if we talk broadly, then what points are there in novation? Means main points. So firstly is existing contract is cancelled. Existing contract cancelled, and new contract comes into existence. New contract comes into existence. So existing contract means the old contract gets cancelled, and instead of the old contract, new contracts comes into existence. Then second point, there can be an involvement of new parties. There can be involvement of new parties also. So a new contract, when it comes into existence in place of the old contract, so it can be between the existing parties or there can be an involvement of new parties also. Then third point, which we have already discussed, consideration for new contract is the cancellation of old contract. So if we conclude, then what happens in novation? The parties to the contract by mutual agreement discharge the old contract, and in place of the old contract formed a new contract which can be between the existing parties or maybe with the involvement of new parties also. Now our second point is alteration. So what is alteration? See, in alteration there are some changes in terms and conditions of the existing contract. So our first point in alteration is change in terms and conditions in existing contract. But in alteration there is no change in parties to contract, unlike novation which we have just discussed. So there's no change in parties to contract. No change in parties to contract. So in alteration, there are changes in terms and conditions of the existing contract. No new contract will be formed. So there shall only be changes in terms and conditions of the existing contract. There will be no cancellation of the existing contract. So no cancellation of old contract. You can also say old contract. Rather, some changes are done in existing contract. So a very simple topic. Okay, there is nothing new. Change in terms and condition in existing contract, no change in parties to contract, and no cancellation of the old contract. Rather, some changes are done in existing contract. Now our third point is rescission. What is this, sir? So what happens in rescission? The cancellation of old contract. Cancellation of old contract. And here no new contract is formed. No new contract. So in rescission, old contract got cancelled and no new contract is formed through the mutual agreement between the parties to contract. So see, it's very clear. There should not be any type of confusion. In novation, we will cancel the old contract and simultaneously we will form the new contract. Then alteration, there will be change in terms and conditions of the existing contract, and in rescission, there will only be cancellation of old contract, no new contract is formed. Now coming to the fourth point called as remission. Now what is this remission? Suppose A gave 10,000 rupees to B. How much? 10,000 rupees to B. Now let's assume that B will repay with interest. B will repay with interest. How much? 11,000 rupees. A gave 10,000 rupees to B and B will repay A with interest 11,000 rupees. Now B was not repaying installments to A from few months. So A said to B, just pay 8,000 rupees in full settlement. Just pay 8,000 rupees in full settlement. So here the 3,000 rupees which were forgived by A, that will be technically called as remission. So this will be remission by A towards 3,000 rupees. Now see, there are some things which we need to understand first. See, when novation happens, existing contract gets cancelled and new contract gets formed. So that happens through the mutual agreement between parties. Mutual agreement. If there is mutual agreement between parties, then novation will happen. Same way, when alteration happens, that will also be by way of mutual agreement between parties. So alteration will also happen through mutual agreement between parties. Same way rescission, when rescission can happen, when there will be mutual agreement between the parties. Parties have to mutually agree to resign the contract. Now remission. When remission happens, there is no requirement of mutual agreement. Without the mutual agreement of parties, remission can happen. So in remission, mutual agreement is not required. Mutual agreement is not required. Now why mutual agreement is not required here? See, A forgives 3,000 rupees out of the loan amount which B has to repay. So here there is no need to take the consent of B. So that is why mutual agreement is not required in the case of remission. Understood? So remission can be made by creditor. Only creditor can make the remission. See here, can B forgive 3,000 rupees by himself? No. So remission can be made by a creditor or by the party against whom performance is pending, or by the party against whom performance is pending. Like suppose I need to complete the Indian contract for you to complete your syllabus. Last two topics are left, but you said sir leave it, I can cover it up myself. So what did you do here? You remit those two topics. But who can remit? Only you can, not me, because you are the party against whom my performance is pending. So only you can remit, not me. So this is what called as remission. Now I hope that all 4 points are now clear. Now let's just see what is written in the notes. So contracts which need not to be performed, there are certain circumstances when the contract need not be performed. Maybe the case of novation, rescission and alteration and remission. So there is nothing new. You can just give it a self-read. Effect of novation, where the parties of the contract agree to substitute the existing contract for a new contract. It is called novation. The effect of novation is that the old contract is discharged and consequently it need not be performed and a new contract emerges. It involves the substitution of a new contract in place of the old, and the new contract should be valid and enforceable. The consideration is discharge of the old contract. So this is also we have written the consideration is the discharge of the old contract. Novation can take place only by mutual agreement between the parties. You can just give a self-read for this example. Same way, effect of rescission. A contract is also discharged by rescission when the parties to a contract agree to rescind it. The contract need not be performed. However, in the case of rescinding, only the old contract is cancelled and no new contract comes into existence, as happens in the case of novation. However, both in the novation and in rescission, the contract is discharged and it is discharged by mutual agreement. So there is nothing new in this. All these points we have already discussed while making the notes. Then effect of alteration. Alteration of contract means the parties to a contract agree to alter it. The original contract is rescinded and it need not be performed. The terms of the contract may be so altered by mutual agreement that the alteration may have the effect of substituting a contract with other conditions in place of the contract with older conditions. So all these points are same. We have already discussed all these points when we were discussing these points through charts. The distinction between novation and alteration is very slender. In essence, in the case of a novation, the contract is substituted. In case of alteration, conditions are substituted. So in case of alteration, there is no new contract, only the conditions of the contract are changed. Then promisee may waive performance of promise. So this is what known as remission. Every promise may dispense with or remit wholly or in part the performance of the promise made to him, or may extend the time for such performance made to him, or may extend the time for such performance, or may accept instead of its any satisfaction which he thinks fit. So this is a bare act which is written in the Indian Contract Act. So either you can learn it or we have already understood it in simple words. Then there is an example given. You can just give it a self-read. Now come to the last line. In the case of remission, no consideration has required. The promise can dispose of with performance without consideration. So only promisee has the power to remit the performance of the contract. So an important topic, all 4 points are important. Promises which need not be performed. A question can come from any of the topic in the exam. So do it properly. Thank you so much. Hello friends. Now let's discuss joint promisors. See, for joint promisor, you have to remember one thing only. Do only what will be taught to you in this video. If you read from any study material, you will find that all have the same crux. See, these are those topics which are least important, but at the same time, we cannot ignore it. It happens sometimes that the topic you left comes in the exam. So, it is not that important, but still, you won't need to put that much focus as you have put in other topics. So we should have a broad idea of this topic in such a way that without putting much efforts, we should have an understandability of these topics. So now let's come to the point. What are joint promisors? Suppose A, B and C. These three together took a loan from D. They together took a loan from D. The loan amount is 3 lakh. So how much was loan? 3 lakh rupees. Now A, B and C promised to repay loan after 1 month. So promised to pay after 1 month. So A, B and C promised D to repay the loan after 1 month. Now see, point number 1, here A, B and C will be called as joint promisors. So A, B and C together will be called as joint promisors because they jointly promise to repay the loan of D. Now if A defaults in repayment, then D can recover his money entirely from B and C. So suppose on due date A defaults in payment, D can recover entire amount from B and C. So D can recover the entire amount from B and C. Now how much amount can be recovered from B and C? So suppose the loan was taken equal ratio. So 1.5 lakh rupees each. 1.5 lakh rupees each from B and C. Now since B and C have discharged a liability towards D, so B and C can afterwards recover the amount from A because as per the contract B and C share were of 1 lakh rupees each, but due to A's default they had to pay the entire amount on their own to D. So B and C can recover the amount from A. So the person who had given the money does not need to worry. So remember, if you have collectively took a loan, then you have to be careful. If any one of the person defaults, if any one of the joint promisor defaults, then you have to pay the entire amount on your own. It is not like that you get discharged by only paying your share. No. So understood? Sure. In fact, if A and B are not traceable, then D can recover the entire amount from C. In that case, C will recover from A and B. If all three are not traceable, then D cannot do anything. Are you getting my point? Also one more thing, D has the right to claim the entire amount either from A, either from B or either from C, though all are traceable. So this is the major point. This point is very much important. D has the right to claim the entire amount either from A or B or C. So here D has the right to claim the entire amount either from A, either from B, either from C, and A, B or C cannot make the excuse that take from A, take from B, take from C. No. Here being the creditor, D has the right to claim the entire amount from either of the party. And in that case, the party from whom the entire amount is claimed can reclaim the proportionate share from other parties. So if entire amount has been claimed from, like suppose A, then afterwards A can reclaim the proportionate share from B and C. So they all are jointly and severally liable. Severally means individually. See, all these three have to repay collectively, but D can either claim from anyone or any two or from all three. D can discharge anyone, but this doesn't mean that the other joint promisors are discharged fully. The other party can claim from such joint promisors. Now suppose A dies. Suppose A dies. If A dies, then who will pay D on behalf of A? So in that case, the law makes it very clear that A's legal representatives along with B and C. So A's legal representatives along with B and C will pay to D. So they will pay the amount to D. Suppose D claims the entire amount from C, then C can claim from B as well as from A's legal representatives. Now suppose all dies, A, B and C all dies. Then in that case, A's legal representative, B's legal representative and C's legal representatives, then all of them will collectively have to repay to D. Now here a summary of this topic is provided. Let's read it once. So first point, joint promisors are jointly and severally liable. That is, the creditor can claim the amount from any of the joint promisor, and in that case such joint promisor has the right to claim the amount from other joint promisors. So this is the same thing which we have discussed here. D can claim the amount from any of the joint promisor. If he has claimed the amount from C, then C can claim the proportionate share from B and A, means from the other joint promisors. Then next one, other joint promisors are not discharged because the creditor has not claimed amount from them. Suppose D has claimed the entire amount from A. So because D has claimed the entire amount from A, this doesn't mean that B and C are discharged. A can claim the proportionate share from B and C. Then next point, in case of death of joint promisor, the legal representative of such joint promisor along with other joint promisors shall be liable. So this you have to consider in this topic. That's it. More than sufficient and nothing more than this. So understood, clear? So this was a topic, joint promisor. Thank you so much. Hello friends, now the topic is time and place for the performance of promise. Section 46 to 50 of Indian Contract Act 1872 deal with this topic. Though you don't need to learn sections, this is just for knowledge. Now what is this topic? Let's take an example. Suppose A and B enter into a contract that A will supply goods to B. Contract was formed between A and B to supply goods to B, that A will supply goods to B. So now here if you see, A is the promisor and B is the promisee to whom the goods will be supplied. So now the issue arises that A will supply the goods at which time and which place. This is the topic, time and place for the performance of promise. Understood? Sure. So if A had to supply goods to B, then at which place and which time A will supply goods. This is what we have to discuss in this video. See, there are 5 different cases in this topic. These sections 46 to 50, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50 are those 5 different cases. So let's discuss these cases one by one. Firstly, case number 1. Suppose no time is fixed. No time is fixed. See, here the meaning of time is day. I will refer to time as day. That it was not fixed that on which day A would supply goods to B. So law makes it very clear that within a reasonable time, the goods shall be supplied. Now what is this reasonable time? 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 6 days? See, that completely depends upon the circumstances, norms of trade and norms of industry. Suppose B places an order with A and after placing the order, goods are delivered within 2 days. Then the reasonable time is maximum 2 or 3 days. So what is a reasonable time? That is decided by circumstances, or you can say norms of trade. Understood? Sure. So if the time is not fixed, then the promise should be performed within a reasonable time. Now case number 2, no place is fixed. No place is fixed. See, time is not fixed, then goods will be delivered within reasonable time. We have already discussed it. But if the place is not fixed, then what to do? Where to supply the goods? In that case, the law makes it very clear that it is the duty of promisor to ask for the place of delivery. So if A had to supply goods to B, then it is the duty of A, who is the promisor, to ask B, who is the promisee, that where to supply the goods. It is the duty of promisor to ask for the place of delivery or to fix a reasonable place. He can also ask promisee to fix a reasonable place for the performance of the promise, or as per this example you can say for the delivery of goods. So it is a duty of promisor to ask for the place of delivery or to fix a reasonable place. So first is no time is fixed, then the promise shall be performed within a reasonable time. If the place is not fixed, then it is the duty of the promisor to ask for the place of delivery or to fix a reasonable place for the performance of promise. Now case number 3. What is case 3? See, you have just studied no time fixed, no place fixed. Now in case 3 we will discuss time is fixed. Time is fixed means the day of performance is fixed, but application for performance to be made by promisee. Application for performance to be made by promisee. Now what is this, sir? See, just relax. Let's take a small example to understand this whole point. Suppose A and B enter into a contract to supply goods, that A will supply goods to B. So a contract between A and B was entered that A will supply goods to B. Now here time is fixed. So let's say time was fixed on Sunday. So time means day has been fixed, that on which day the goods will be supplied. Now see here, A has to deliver goods on Sunday to B, but here B had said that you will deliver goods on Sunday, but I will tell you that on Sunday at which time and at which place you will supply the goods. See, application for performance to be made by promisee. What is performance? Supply of goods. This is performance. So when A had to perform this contract means when A had to supply goods, A had to supply goods on Sunday. But on Sunday at which time and at which place, that B will tell. That is why application for performance to be made by promisee. B is here promisee. So B has yet to tell to A that at which time and at which place on Sunday A will supply goods to him, or you can say deliver goods to him. So here it is the duty of the promisee to tell the promisor that when to perform the promise, or you can say when to perform his obligation contract. Okay, so whose duty? Duty of promisee. Duty of promisee to inform usual hours and place to perform the obligation. So it is the duty of the promisee to tell the time and place at which the promisor will perform his contract, perform his obligation, perform his promise. So here B will tell A that on Sunday where to supply the goods and at what time. Now thereafter next we have is case number 4. So here time is fixed, but application for performance. Now I hope that you all understand what is application for performance, that A had to supply goods to B. So this is application for performance. So time is fixed, but application for performance is not to be made by promisee. So see here time is fixed, that A had to deliver goods on Sunday, but B had not made any application for performance. B had said to A that you decide at which time and at which place you will deliver goods on Sunday. So here promisee had said that I will not make the application for performance, you decide. Application for performance is not to be made by promisee. So see, in this case promisor can perform his obligation under usual business hours. See, because here promisee is not making any application for performance. B is not specifying to A that at Sunday at which time and at which place you shall deliver the goods. Here it is the responsibility of A to decide that on Sunday at which time and at which place to deliver the goods to B. So till now we have discussed 4 cases. Case number 1, no time is fixed, so performance will be made within a reasonable time. Second case, no place is fixed, so it is a duty of promisor to ask for the place of delivery. Then case number 3, time is fixed but application for performance to be made by promisee, so in that case it will be the duty of promisee to inform usual hours and place to perform the obligation. And then case number 4, time is fixed but application for performance is not to be made by promisee, so promisor can perform his obligation under usual business hours. Now our last case, case number 5. Promisee has specified. Now what promisee has specified? Time plus place plus hours. So promisee has in this case specified everything, that at which day, which place and at which time goods shall be delivered, or you can say contract shall be performed, promise shall be performed. So if the promisee has specified everything, then obviously promisor will perform as per the instructions of promisee. So promisor must perform as per the instructions of promisee, because here promisee has specified day, place and time. So these are your 5 cases. There's nothing more than this in this topic. So now you can take out your study material and can read all these 5 cases from that. So these are section 46 to 55 cases which we have to cover. Thank you so much. Hello friends, let's start with performance of reciprocal promises. One of the simple topic. See, let's understand with a simple example. Suppose A and B entered into a contract that A will supply goods to B. So the supply of goods by A is the consideration for B, and whatever the amount B will pay to A for goods is the consideration for A. Now the issue arises, what will be the order of performance? Whether A will first deliver the goods, or whether B will first make payment to A, or whether when A will deliver the goods at the same time will B make the payment to A. So if you see here, anything is possible. Okay, so these are our first 3 topics, very small and easy topics. So let's start. So if you see here, our first point is simultaneously performance of the reciprocal promise. As soon as A delivers goods to B, B will pay to A. It is like suppose you have ordered something from Amazon and you have done COD, cash on delivery. So as soon as you give cash to the Amazon delivery boy, he will deliver you the goods. Then next we have is the order of performance is expressly fixed. Suppose it is written clearly in the contract that firstly B will make the payment and then only A will deliver the goods. Or in other case, firstly A will deliver goods and then after 15 days B will make the payment. So if the order of performance is fixed, then the contract shall be performed in such a fixed order. Just have an overview of this also. Simultaneously performance of the reciprocal promise, and then order of performance is expressly fixed. Then thereafter order of performance by implication. So what is this implication? Implication basically means the nature of trade in which you do frequent transactions. Like for example, what happens in a textile industry, if a shopkeeper is buying from another shopkeeper, then generally a credit period of 90 days is allowed. There the order of performance shall be as per the nature of trade or custom of trade. The order of performance is not indicated expressly, then the contract shall be performed in the order in which the nature of the transaction required. Means as per the custom of trade. Not so very important. Main points are these 2. Order of performance is expressly fixed and simultaneously performance of the reciprocal promise. These are main 2 points. This is not that important. Next is effect of one party preventing another from performing the promise. Let us take an example. Suppose buyer instructs seller to cut the timber into pieces and pack it as per buyer's requirement. Now the seller cuts and packs 50% timber but did not cut or pack the rest 50% timber. then in that case the buyer is at liberty to avoid the whole contract. If one party prevents the other party from performing his promise, the contract becomes voidable at the option of the party so sustains as a result of non-performance of the contract. For instance, same example is given here. In a contract for the sale of standing timber, the seller has to cut and cord it. The buyer is to take it away and pay for it. The seller cords only a part of the timber and neglects to cord the rest. The buyer may avoid the contract and claim compensation from the seller for any loss which he may have sustained for the non-performance in the contract. So, buyer may either accept the 50% or not accept the whole 50%. He can avoid the whole contract. The next point, reciprocal to do certain things that are legal and also some other things that are illegal. Means the contract is in such a way that one part is legal and the other part is illegal. So the legal part will be valid and the illegal part will be void. For instance, example is given here. A and B agrees that A shall pay 1000 rupees for which B shall afterwards deliver to A either the rice or smuggled opium. So A will pay 1000 rupees to B and against those 1000 rupees B shall deliver either rice or he will either smuggle opium. To deliver the rice is a valid contract. To deliver the opium is void. So very easy and simple topic. All points are also very simple. So you can just give all points a self-read. Hello friends, an important topic. See, this is also a part of reciprocal promises. But this is important, so we will discuss it separately. Effect of failure to perform the contract on time. This is also a part of reciprocal promises. So what this means, let's take an example. Suppose a contract was formed between A and B and a time was decided between them. A time was decided for what? Between A and B, during which B will deliver goods to A. During which time B will deliver goods to A. So a time was decided between A and B during which B will deliver goods to A. Now B is unable to deliver the goods to A. So now what will happen? So see, we have to see here that whether the time is an essential factor or not. So time is essential factor, and in second case time is not an essential factor. Now suppose A strictly said to B to deliver goods by Sunday. A had strictly said this to B to deliver goods by Sunday. If goods are not delivered by Sunday, then A will not accept the goods. Here the time is an essential factor. But if A had said to B to deliver goods and B said to A to deliver goods by Sunday, B had said this on his own that he will deliver goods by Sunday. Now B is unable to deliver goods by Sunday. So here the time is not appearing to be an essential factor, because in the first case A had specifically said to B to deliver goods by Sunday. Otherwise he will not accept the goods. But in this second case there was no such instruction by A. So in this case time is not an essential factor. So if the time is an essential factor, and the contract is not performed within the specified time, so promise is not performed in a time bound manner. So if the promise is not performed in a time bound manner, then basically the contract will become voidable. So contract will become voidable. Voidable means either A can accept B's performance or can avoid the contract. So meaning thereby A has two options. First one is to accept the performance. Now if A accept the performance of B, so now here A cannot claim the compensation. No compensation can be claimed if A had accepted the performance, or B to cancel the contract, or either A can cancel the contract. Understood? Sure sir. So if the time is an essential factor and the promise is not performed in a time bound manner, so the contract becomes voidable, means either he will accept the performance, and if the performance has been accepted, no compensation can be claimed, or either he can cancel the contract. Now our second case, time is not an essential factor. So now what happens? Contract cannot be cancelled. At any cost, contract will not be cancelled. Contract cannot be cancelled. And if contract cannot be cancelled, then at max means maximum, compensation can be claimed. Compensation can be claimed. So if B had promised to deliver the goods on Sunday, but he delivers the goods on Monday. So here A had to keep the goods. A had to accept the goods, but at max A can claim the compensation from B. So basically what is important, whether the time is an essential factor or not. If the time is an essential factor and then the promise is not performed in a specified time, then the contract becomes voidable and you can either accept the performance or cancel the contract. But if you have accepted the performance, then you cannot claim the compensation. But if the time is not an essential factor, then the contract cannot be cancelled at any cost, and at max compensation can be claimed. So now note it down, just remember this chart and nothing else. If the question comes, then with the help of this chart you can easily write the answer without putting much efforts. Thank you so much. Hello friends, we have here two small terms, succession and assignment. 1 mark question can come on this. So firstly, what is succession? If anything happens by operation of law. By operation of law. So that is succession. Let's take an example. Suppose there's a person A. Now A dies and his property got transferred to his son, to the son of A. So A's property got transferred to son of A. So how this has happened? Through the operation of law. So this will be called as succession, that there is succession of A's property to son of A. Or let's take another example. Suppose there's a company and it was doing a fraud. The company was doing some things of a related to fraud. So the court passes an order. The court passes an order and make the creditors of the company as the owners of the company. Through its order, court made creditors of the company as owners of the company. So how this was happened? By the operation of law. So this is again what? Succession. So succession is something which is by the operation of law. Now assignment. Assignment is not by the operation of law, rather it is willfully. Willfully. Something which is done willfully is assignment. Like A was supposed to take money from B. Let's just quote like that. A was supposed to recover some money from B. Or you can also say that B was supposed to pay some money to A. So anything you can say, okay. So A said to B to pay the amount to C. To pay the amount to C. So here A did assignment of his benefits. And yes, always remember assignment is for benefits only. It is for benefits only. So A said to B to pay to C, to pay the amount to C. But here, can B said to A that collect the amount from D? That collect the amount from D? No, B cannot say this to A. So A can say that pay the amount on my behalf. A can assign his benefit. But B cannot do this. It is not possible for B to assign his liability willfully. So assignment is for benefits only and it is willfully, whereas succession is by the operation of law. So you only have to remember this if asked in 1 mark. So you should know that succession is, it is something by operation of law, benefits are transferred by operation of law. But in the case of assignment, benefits are transferred willfully. So this topic is over now here. Thank you so much.